Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I've weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Hey, howdy, hey, my poker playing brothers and sisters. Welcome back to another episode of Stones Live. Here from the floor of Stones Gambling Hall in Citrus Heights, California, we're bringing you some no-limit hold'em cash action. It is Harlan and his victims tonight. I'm Scott.
I'm Keiran.
And we are here to show you the degeneracy up close, in person, and in real time. It's 2019. We can call these games as they happen, unlike, as I always reference, ESPN from 15 years ago, where you saw like 26 total hands of a tournament. Well, tonight is an example of modern day poker where we get to see it hand in and hand out and in a cash format, and it is fantastic.
It is. I see King Creeps is already ready to party tonight, looking for those all-in and calls so that he can get his drink on. Welcome to the game, King Creeps. PDX, Bunny, good to see you. Sandy Joy, good to have you here. As you can see, I've got my Australian outfit on. Not only do I have the vest, but I've got the full bush hat as well. So it's going to be bloody great, and we're very much looking forward to it tonight.
Now, the in-house Stones medical team did pull the Stingray barb out of his arm earlier, and he's feeling good. You know, he's just got a little like sodium pentanol or whatever the
didn't hurt a bit.
Yeah, now we're good. We're ready to. I'm sorry if it's too soon. Rip Steve Irwin. Feels bad, man. But yeah, so welcome all you guys to the show. We did already have the first hand. Do I see Faded Spade cards? Did we switch to Faded Spade cards? I think we did.
Don't know.
Those cards are looking mighty fine. The Faded Spade cards are just popping up everywhere. They are so gorgeous. We did play a Hop Grenade staff home game last night.
Oh, nice.
Till about 4:30 in the morning playing some 25-cent, 50-cent no-limit hold'em with $500 on the table.
Yeah.
Good times. But we definitely played with some Faded Spade cards, so it's cool to see them. We appear to have made the switch here on Stones Live, and that is terrific news for those of y'all that like the aesthetically pleasing. Those cards are gorgeous. Oh, it's a test deck. Oh well, I hope the test goes well because I'm definitely a fan.
Well, hopefully no card reader errors. That would be a bad audition for the Faded Spade cards.
They seem to perform pretty well. They're being used on stream games and TV tables.
Okay.
And they are great. So will the lobbying players on the Stones Live table please return to your game? Your game is short. Familiar faces, as always, there is Dave O, our homie David O. Mark is back. Mark's been playing on a lot of streams. And this is Harlan and Victims, right? Hey, producer Mike, should we throw up the Harlan and Victims skin? Yeah, let's do it. Well, you guys can get the full-time visual reference of tonight's game host, the legend. There he is, Harlan and his victims. Now, in the last Harlan and Victims, I think, what are we doing? Once a month, right?
Yeah, once a month.
Did you and I call the last one? And Harlan ran great.
Yes, as I recall, he was sun running.
He was. Yeah, he made victims of all his opponents, and we're going to see if he can do the same tonight. This is a 5-5 game with a mandatory straddle, and the straddle can be any amount. So you gots to straddle, and you can make it $10, make it $100. Hey, just throw in one of those yellow thousands that you see there at the bottom of those hundreds, whatever you want, man. And, ooh, there you go. Hey, on this hand, Ace-Queen tried to get itself into trouble, but it made a good turn card. Mark just floated here with total air. Dave bet the flop with his top pair, and Mark called him with just absolutely nothing. No backups. Just drawing to like a backdoor wheel or an ace or a queen. And he did find a queen. David O has no reason to believe he doesn't still have the best hand, so he makes the same bet on the turn. Bet another 100.
Seems like kind of a small bet for a $450 pot.
Very tiny. It's kind of says, it's like the exact hand that it is, right? It's like, I have a crap top pair, and I don't know, can I still be good? And I don't want to just check and call. I don't know, bet 100. And it works to get Mark to just call. The river's a brick. Check, check.
That's what it looks like.
Yep.
And that's one in the win column for Ace Queen right away.
Man. This happened last time you and I did a show where it performed well. Apparently, Ace Queen just needs to have Keiran in its vicinity.
Just a true believer.
So that's right. The true believers, they seem to find what they're looking for. And Keiran indeed does find some wins for Ace Queen because he wants it so badly.
Now, meanwhile, we've got some important business to get to. Who is going to win the top pot of the night?
Who's going? Who gets the first pick? You want to get the first pick tonight?
I think I do want to get the first pick. I was thinking this beforehand, before I'd even seen any chip counts. And now that I see that Ray Ray has 6,000 in chips, I'm going to go ahead and pick Ray Ray.
It's not a bad guess.
And I'm going to pick him. I'm going to pick him for a 6,400 pot.
That's I was going to say it's a big boy, but it's actually really not. That actually might be an underestimate. I'm going to go Harlan.
Okay.
Because why wouldn't I? It is his game after all.
It's always a good bet.
Here he is with Ace King. I'm going to go Harlan for 7.7.
7,700.
Yeah.
All right.
King Creeps wants to do shots every time Ace Queen wins. Dude, King Creeps, don't you want to catch a buzz, man? How are you going to catch a buzz on like 1.5 shots of Fireball?
Sandy Joy is also picking Harlan for 5.5.
Not a bad guess. Dave-O, 3.8 for King Creeps.
All right.
Robert is 3-betting these 10s here out of the small blind. I would be doing this effectively all the time here, too, because Harlan raised from the cutoff. He doesn't have to be as strong as Ace King. And 3-bet. Wait, what? Oh, no, Harlan did not have Ace King. No. He would not just snap pull to a 3-bet. That's got to be a card reader error. Makes no sense.
It's a bad start for the faded spade cards.
I mean, yeah, that can't be. There's no way. Yeah, we seem to be having like disproportionate card reader errors from seat 1 and seat 8, just like consistently.
Really?
Something about the way the dealer is maybe like throwing cards and they flash
like
over
they're
seat 1's reader or
seat
something.
2,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. Just there's just no way Harlan is going to fold quickly to a 3-bet with Ace King there in position. No chance. But in any case, whatever Harlan had, I'd be 3-betting the 10s out of the small blind too. If I'm on the bit, say the button, and Harlan opens from like, right next to me, I might call sometimes with 10s. I might 3-bet sometimes with 10s. But from the small blind, I'm 3-betting them so often because the small blind just sucks. It's just a bad position. Yep. It's like the worst position of the table. I was just hanging out in Vanessa Cade's stream before we started tonight and getting a little chat room discussion about that exact thing. And Ellie, our friend of the show, Ellie Sriracha, was saying, it's you can actually play it much more profitable than you think, especially in tournaments. But in cash games, you're just going to torch in that position really, really often. So best play your starting cards aggressively. If you're going to opt into a pot like that, 3-betting is the way to go, generally speaking.
Now we got a pot brewing here. Ray raised to 225, and he got 2 callers, Mark with King 6 offsuit and Jeremy with the suited 10-3. I'm really surprised Ray did not go ahead and bet with his jacks on the flop, and Mark just flat out gets there on the turn, and he puts in a nice healthy bet of about 375.
And now what's Ray going to do? He has naked jacks on a 4 straight 3 flush board. I mean, see, and since you check flop, now you're going to want to be like, I don't know, overpair, call. But it's torching. Yeah. Now, would it have worked if Ray bet the flop? Worked in that, like, would it have gone fold? No. Mark would have called, and he would have copped his turn card, and we would have gone from there. But at least Mark would have been making a mistake to call.
Yep. Yeah, and just because betting wouldn't have worked out in this situation wouldn't mean that it's not the right bet.
100%. That's his credit. He does get away from the jacks there. He didn't put in any more money after the flop, and that's a spot like, I mean, I would be betting the jacks there a lot too because you just flopped an overpair and you're gonna hate every freaking turn card like the one that came, right?
Yeah.
4 straight. It was actually like one of the worst possible. It's the third club
much.
And it 4 straights to the board. But I don't know. I mean, there are some times when I wouldn't play them aggressively, especially with Mark in the pot like that. Like, isn't Mark just calling with everything? And do I necessarily want to go nuts here? Yeah, I have an overpair. But, I mean, I have 1 pair, and this is kind of a marginal spot, and I'm not really sure that I would have been bloating the pot in that exact spot either. I mean, so upon reflection...
Yeah. The question is, are you willing to get it all in with Mark? If Mark puts in a huge raise, where are you at? Are you willing to get it all in because you think he just has top pair, top kicker, or a pair and a draw? If you're not willing to get it all in, slow playing it may be a little bit better, a better position.
Yeah, as it stands, he didn't put in 1 red cent after the flop, and that would not have been a good time to do it. I'm not saying that betting would have been fine too, obviously, but it would not terrible to just kind of check, give up.
You got a couple people with pairs here. Jeremy and Brian, both the second pair. Ray's got a straight draw. Mark's got the Sammy's Wood-Fired Pizza mystery hand. And he's just got bottom pair right now.
And no one's got any blue cards out there. So it's gone bet, call, call in front of Mark. Does Mark want to just like add another call to this mix here? Sorry, just bet call rather. Bet
And
call.
he's still got Ray Dak behind.
Yeah, and so he has 9-10 jack, like he has 3 to a straight, and he's got those pair of nines. And since he's multi-way and he's Mark, he's just like, yeah, I don't know, let's see a turn card. He's drawing pretty damn thin though. He better hope he sees a 9 or a jack quickly now. Instead, it's a king. That keeps Jeremy in the lead here. His 10s with the queen are still best. He adds a gut shot straight draw to the mix. A bunch of jacks are out there, though. It's going to be tough to find a jack. But he doesn't need it.
He just needs everyone to check.
Yeah, exactly, which happens here. It goes check around. That's a brick on the river. And doesn't feel like 10 queen is good here against 2 opponents. But it is. So Jeremy checks, and is he checking? Is he prepared to call a bet here? We'll find out if his opponents make him do that. No. They all have enough showdown value to just be like, pair? And Jeremy's going to be stoked to see that he wins this $900 with just 10 queen. Boom.
King Creep's wondering what's so special about the deck. Just a different vendor. The Faded Spade decks are very nice. And so, we're giving them a test run today, it sounds like.
Yeah, they kind of have they have a little bit of, not a ribbed feel, but a sort of for her pleasure.
Thank you.
But it's like kind of gridded. It's like not abrasive. I don't really know the right word, but they kind of have a unique feel to them. They feel really good, and they are visually appealing. They just look cool. They're kind of modern and elegant, And plus, they, if you hype Faded Spade, you get better cards when you play poker. Everybody knows that.
I believe that story checks out.
It does, yeah. Tonight's episode of Stones Live is brought to you by Faded Spade. Yes, Faded Spade, the #1 brand in cards. Something you don't see very often here. Seats open in Harlan. Now Harlan is feverishly texting. Get in the game, Postle. Where you at? Interesting. Brian limps here. So this is the classic, I don't want to raise and get blown off my hand pre-flop because it's such a pretty royal flush draw, and I'm playing with a bunch of maniacs, so I'm just going to call here, and that way if somebody raises, I can just call.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's actually just getting limped.
Nope.
Harlan says no limping. So now that has happened, right? A bunch of limps have happened. A raise has happened. And now Brian can comfortably just call. Let's see a flop. That's exactly why he limped. And here we are in this getting bloated pot quickly. And since Brian calls, we could easily set off at least one call here from Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a table that's usually going to be folding. Now, Ray should fold. It was only 15, but, now, I mean, Ray's calling with 10 frickin' deuce just because he's closing the action.
He's calling to close the action, getting 5.5 to 1 on his money.
Yeah.
Yes. Is he 5.5 to 1 dog here? Yeah. I mean, maybe against 5 people. But, hey, we're here to play, guys.
Yep.
So there you go. The 2 reasonable hands, 3 reasonable hands here. Let's see how they fare. Jeremy gets everything but his 4. And the best hand still belongs to Harlan. The 8s have held. There's only the 1 overcard on the board. But, man, you just saw the flop of the entire table. Doesn't somebody just have, King 10 suited or something?
I mean, the good news is that nobody except Harlan raised pre-flop, so it makes somebody holding a king less likely. You never know what Mark's got. In this case, he's got second pair. So he's probably not going to go anywhere anytime soon.
It's like marginal pair versus worse marginal pair versus even worse marginal pair. And an overcard to all of their cards hits on the turn. That goes check around because nobody knows where the hell they're at. And Mark finds the miracle on the river.
Binkaroony. And Mark is looking at us. All right. Let's see what I can do here. How much you boys got in front of you?
What you guys got? There's 1.3 out there. Value bet seems mandatory here. What's he going for? 500. Seems completely, that's kind of pretty much in the realm of what I would do. I don't think anybody is particularly strong here. At best, maybe somebody has King X, but what can they really call? So let's just go for a 1/3 pot value bet. See if somebody doesn't believe me.
Yeah.
But indeed, they both believed him correctly. I had it. Look, guys, I had it.
And the thing is, any 5, any king, any 10 beats both of the other hands, so there's not a whole lot they can do. I mean, really, Mark is hoping that Harlan's got something like ace king or king queen, and Harlan, I don't think, can fold any kind of hand like that to Mark's bet. So it just,
Yeah, that's right. You're right. And I think, though, you probably would have seen Harlan bet again on the turn if he had something like that. Like, let's say he had king-queen suited. Would he play it that way? Sure. He raises pre-flop. He gets a million callers. He flops top pair. He continuation bets. 2 people call him. Well, the turn is a banana. Like, is he going to check that hand there? I don't think so. Sometimes. But I think most of the time you would see him fire a second barrel with that hand.
Yeah.
And he didn't this time because he didn't have that. He just had a weird pair in the hole, and he didn't know where the hell he was at. He had the best hand, but he can't think of a universe in which 2 opponents called him with worse than 8s on the flop. So he just is like, check, I don't really know. Let's see a river. And he gets drawn out on the river. Standard. Are the cards a little heavier and thicker than others king creeps? Those faded spade cards? Like ever so slightly, but in a good way, man. It gives them like a more substantial feel.
Hillary Jetson, welcome to the chat. Looks like you're in South Florida and can't buy in for more than 200 down there. That's disappointing. Oh, in a 1-2 game. Well, I mean that's not crazy. 500 in a 2-5 game. I mean those are reasonable buying. This game is. I would say that the game that we're in right here is kind of an unreasonable game, and
extremely
can
unreasonable.
buy in for as much as somebody's got on the table.
A bunch of maniacs with too much money in their pocket and too much time on their hands.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, JFK's like Binkaroonie, the San Francisco treat.
Yeah,
reminds me of There's Something About Mary when he's like, "Who are you working for?" It's like Rice-A-Roni, like. You're moving to Florida? I thought they're the San Francisco tree. And he's like, they're changing their image. 5 on the turn here. Harlan actually has the check mark. Oh, because the 8 came. Yep. So he had the best hand here on the flop, on the turn, and he fills up on the river. He didn't need any of that. He just had it pretty well locked up after the flop. And so this time Mark's float is slightly less good than his float with ace-queen from the first hand of the show. He floats with ace-high air, and he really had no card that he could catch on the turn, short of a Broadway straightening card that he wanted to see. And Harlan doesn't really like the turn card either. Pot stayed kind of small. Harlan went for value on the river, but Mark obviously could not call him with ace-high. It is, yeah. The West Coast, man, is very expensive. I'm telling you what. Income is high. Expenses are everything just costs more. People make more. There's just like more money floating around here. Man, nowhere is that more obvious than so I run businesses in California and I have one in Colorado too. When you do the daily numbers on daily sales reports, man, it's just become so clear so quickly how much more money there is, here in especially like Northern California or Portland, Seattle, for any of the sort of Western Seaboard, Vancouver.
Yeah.
Man, like. People just pay more for stuff. They expect to pay more for stuff. They have more to spend. It's really unbelievable. Like 200 pours on a Tuesday in Colorado is worth 1/3 of what 200 pours is worth in California.
Yeah.
Straight away.
We have a bomb pot. If somebody had ace-queen here, they would be in great shape. However, they don't. Harlan does have ace-king, however. Currently ahead of seat 4 with ace-9. Couple people have queens, Robert and Ray. And boy, if a king comes on the turn, we should see some hot action. But right now, everyone's just calling the 125.
And Harlan says, you know what, guys? I got a monster, and I'm not calling. I'm raising. And seat 4 here with the worst ace is not ready to give Harlan credit, I guess. He has top pair, but it's a bomb pot. Everyone is rangeless, and it's going to be tough going for seat 4. He's going to be hunting for a 9.
Welcome to the game, seat 4. This may be a bad first hand for you.
He doesn't have much light at the end of the tunnel. He needs to find the 9.
My goodness.
Yeah. He actually had only 2 outs, as you see in the upper right-hand corner. We do true outs here at Stones. You can see what cards are dead. One of the 9s was dead. He had 2 outs, and he found one of them. And that's a turn card Harlan is never getting away from his hand on. On black 9?
All in and call.
So
and
unlucky
Harlan
for Harlan.
misses.
That's sick. And Harlan can do nothing. Like, his opponent calls and 2-outs him. Like, what can you do? You
Yeah.
know? I have top pair, call you, and then he 2-outs him. I'm a little salty because that happened to me in the home game like 4 freaking times. Like, see, this is what I always say. I have my broken damn record on the show. You should never be mad. In fact, you should kind of be stoked when your opponents fold, even when you had the best hand, even way the best hand. Because when your opponents fold, you just win. You just win. Like, if Harlan's opponent with ace-9 folds right there, it's like, man, we coolered our opponent, we got an ace-high flop, and we got no more value. Or you just double him up for $2,000 when he makes his 9. Does he make his 9 a lot? No. Does it happen never? No. Happens like more than you think. I mean, it happens whatever percentage.
You remember
of the time
it every
Matt says
time that it
happens.
does happen.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
for sure.
It's just, man, it's just so great when your opponents fold, man. You just win. But yeah, that time his opponent said no, and makes the 9.
Ellery, settle down. Everybody tips what they feel is appropriate. I mean, the players are not just playing for fun; they're also playing to make money. And the more you tip, the more it comes out of your wins. I think $5 is a completely reasonable tip for a pot like that.
Totally. Yeah, tipping is discretionary, guys. Discretionary. You know, like what? So what? You would have tipped what, $20? And then what if somebody that was like, Paris Hilton was like, "That's so. What are you, cheapo? I give $200." So what does it mean, cheap? You know?
Oh well, yeah, I'm definitely a Rick player myself, Ellery. I basically tip $1 per hand for the most part. Sometimes I'll tip a couple bucks, and if I draw out super lucky and win a really nice pot, then I'll tip $5. But I'm not going to be tipping 10 or 20 on a regular basis. It doesn't make sense. It's out of control, is what I'm saying.
7 on the turn here gives Robert way the best hand, and he holds. Once again, it just doesn't feel like a 7 is going to be good here against multiple opponents, but it is. Not a lot out there. $65. Most dealers I've spoken to about tipping, says PDX, said they would be happy if every hand tipped $1.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, yeah, not $9 an orbit, and you do how many orbits an hour?
Well, probably 30 hands an hour thereabouts.
Sure, so 3 orbits an hour ish.
Yeah.
So $27 extra an hour on top of the. I mean, like that's we're talking in the $40 an hour range, like.
That's
man,
good
I mean,
money.
you're not an attorney, I mean,
Yeah.
God loves our dealers, and of course, like the dealers work hard, and dealers deserve your patronage, and they are
Absolutely.
really working for tips. So by all means, I'm not undercutting that notion at
Yeah,
all.
we're not saying don't tip the dealers $5. Absolutely. Whatever you want to tip the dealers, definitely tip it. Just don't not tip the dealers. If you win a pot, give the dealer a little taste. Let them get their beak wet.
Right. Yeah. I think maybe what if you're hearing some exception taken to whatever notion was submitted, it was simply the sort of like it's like I have a moral high ground because I tip what I think is it's all right. Tip your dealers, but let's not get on people for only $5. It's $5, brother.
Ellery says where he plays, it's found money, so no reason not to tip more. I guess South Florida is a good place for the poker scene. Now, huh?
I have to say, I don't have much experience in Florida. Only at Magic City in Miami, at which I've played a couple of times. It's a marshmallow pit. I think I might have tipped a fair amount there because it did feel like free money. So maybe it's setting dependent. The games here in Cali are kind of tough. You know.
Rob Malt 725's got an interesting question. Is it okay to question another player who doesn't tip the dealer in a semi or big pot? I've seen that when like a player wins a hand and they just never wind up tipping the dealer, and I don't usually say anything. If the player is new, if they're like inexperienced, they clearly haven't been in a card room before, then I might give them a little, hey, it's traditional to go ahead and tip the dealer $1 after you win a hand. But I mean, if it's somebody who knows what they're doing, me telling them, hey, don't forget to tip the dealer, is probably not going to get them to, I mean, maybe if I want to put them on tilt or something, I might do that.
They don't play better. They don't play good when they're angry.
Yeah.
Great fold there, hey, by Jeremy. Brian bets turn after Jeremy binks his king, and Jeremy, of course, calls. And then on the river, Brian outdraws him, a weird two-pair outdraw. The queen, it was a club, true, so not a brick exactly, but Brian bets again, and Jeremy just folds. That's a really good fold. A lot of players would just call kind of without thinking about it. Call king, and not that would be the wrong call. It would be the right call a bunch of the time. But he read Brian as value betting that river. He was right, and he makes a good fold. And not easy to tell that Brian hit that river card. I mean, yeah, it was the third club, but Brian didn't. The flop went check. Like, I don't know that Brian is going to show up with clubs there very often as played. Like, he checks the flop with a flush draw and then misses it on the turn and bets, and then binks on the river, bets again. I mean, I guess sometimes you'd see him play like that, but not a lot, man. So really good read to sense that Brian was value betting on the river there and just fold the jack.
We got some interesting hands coming up here. Harlan is 3-bet with pocket jacks. Ray had previously raised to 85. Robert is going to go ahead and call to try to hit his set. New player Scott in seat 4 is calling to try to hit his set. Jeremy sees all this money in the pot and thinks, well, maybe I'll hit a king or a queen. And Ray is not going to go anywhere with his jack 10. And Ray's got a draw, but 2 of his draw outs are not available.
It's a good flop for jacks, man. Even against all these opponents, 7-9 deuce rainbow is just very difficult for anybody to have hit hard. You're basically only worried about flop sets here. The pot is very big. This is a spot I would not be checking if I were Harlan. I would not want to exercise pot control. I would be convinced I had the best hand here very often, even against 4 opponents. And I would just bet. Like, what you guys got? You guys got your jack 10, 8, 10, pair of 8s in the hole. That's just the sort of nonsense they have. If you want to continue, it's going to cost you. Or you can all just fold, and I just win. And that's what happens. This time, Harlan doesn't get 2 outed or 4 outed or whatever. His opponents fold. He just wins. So, well done. Harlan bloats the pot with his jacks. He has the best hand post-flop with the 9-high rainbow board. Great flop. He bets and wins. Seems reasonable. And I don't know how many reasonably played pots we're really going to see tonight, but that was one of them. So,
that one was pretty straightforward.
Bathe in it, big guys. Bathe in the reasonableness and enjoy it while it lasts. Did you read JFK's comment?
I did.
Did you?
Yeah.
About
well,
the quarters? Boss Justin, he's like, when I started dealing, there was a guy that came in with a roll of quarters and tipped 25 cents a pot.
Yeah.
Did you read that one?
Yeah,
already?
and then eventually, and he was the only one who would say, "Oh, thank you very much." And then eventually, the guy started tipping $1, and JFK was the only person in the room that he'd be tipping. So
there you go.
Now it's the dealers appreciate, because you're not obliged, you're not legally obligated to tip anything, but it's good to do so. As you say, the dealers work hard. You don't want to. You don't want to induce any bad karma for yourself.
That's exactly right. Like #grateful says bot lady.
Bot lady.
Commentator bot lady. What up?
Good to have you here.
She's right. Like, the key to, in anything, like poker, life, like the more grateful you are, the happier you'll be. Like, is it possible to be a happy person if you're not a grateful person? I don't see how you could possibly be happy if you were an ingrate.
Difficult.
Ingrates are not happy people.
No, they are not.
So, a word to the wise. So, like, when your opponents just fold and you just win, just be grateful.
Yes.
Thanks for folding. I'll take the chips now.
Hello, beautiful bot lady. So glad to have you in the chat.
So, we have all sorts of awesome stuff coming up here at Stones in the coming weeks, actually. Man, we're just so close to the Stones Fall Classic Poker Series. The Fall Poker Series, I should say. The main event has a $100K guarantee. Starts on Friday, October 4th, and we're going to be doing all sorts of meetup games, and we have special guests coming into town in the days leading up to that tournament. We will tell you about those guests momentarily. In the meantime, Harlan opens up here with the Jack 10.
Mark hasn't been involved in the hand for a bit. He's impatient. He's getting in there.
Sure is. And Harlan does flop a gut shot to the nuts. That's a pretty good flop for his hand. It's likely to have missed his opponents. Scott did flop a pair here. I'm sorry, 2 pair. Whoa. It's likely to have missed his opponents, but
it didn't.
Not this time. So Harlan is a smart player. He figures this is not a good time to continuation bet, and he's right. He actually just checks to Scott, who bets small.
Harlan's
And
picked
Harlan
up
just calls.
the second gut shot as well, either the queen or the 8.
The double gutter, and he checks
Gets
and,
him the nuts.
checks and calls again here, right?
Yep.
And that is a banana.
No help there.
And this time, Harlan checks the river, and Scott just checks back. He's like, I don't really know, but doesn't 2-pair win here a lot? Like, couldn't. Like, what could Harlan have that was worse that might call a third barrel there? Like, would Harlan play 2 queens that way?
I think like a king, queen.
Sure. I think that hand would continuation bets at least some of the time. Maybe not. Maybe
Well,
not.
let's-
He would check the flop, but why would he check and call with king queen?
Yeah.
He would probably just check and fold. The bet was
Yeah.
small, but you're still going to see him anyway. The point is, why didn't 2-pair? Why didn't 7s and 5s bet the river? Like, he just checks. Why does he do that? Well, I think he thinks that there's not a lot of hands that Harlan can have that are worse that would call a bet. Like, maybe Harlan turned a set of kings and was playing it, like, really trickily, in which case, like, he might get check raised or something. Now, is that going to happen a lot? No, that's not. That's a very uncommon scenario. But that might happen about as often as Harlan is going to show up as played with something like queen that would call the river. So he figures there's plenty, like, my hand just wins a lot. Like, I have 2-pair, I have the best hand a lot. And I can't imagine very many hands that would call me if I bet here. I can imagine some disaster scenarios if I bet here. So, I don't know. Check. 2-pair.
Speaking of disaster scenarios, Brian's got pocket aces. He raised to $60 and he got 7 callers.
This is not a bomb pot?
I
It's
don't
just a
think
bunch
this is
of
a bomb
unreasonable
pot.
hands. All right.
Yeah, because it said call, and then Brian raised it to 60.
It's the worst. This is like the worst case scenario for aces. The entire casino sees the flop with you. How are they going to hold? You're like trying to make an ace. You're set mining with freaking aces. Harlan leads. This is such a cooler flop here. Robert has top 2. Ayah. Open ender for Scott. This is a nasty board right here.
Jeremy with top pair and the flush draw.
This is sick. And Robert here, who just sees it go bet call in front of him, is like, I have top 2. Raise you.
Yeah.
And this is a 6 spot. 6 spot. Scott is open-ended to the nuts in both directions. A 6 or a jack gives him the nuts. But because there's 2 clubs out there and it goes bet call raise in front of him, he's like, this is not a good time to draw at my straight. What am I going to do? Shove and pray? What's my play here? Over call? No. All of them seem like money-losing options. So he folds, and that's a good fold. And
I think Jeremy's, either a fold or shove situation there.
He does fold. He gives his hand to Dave O. He's like, look, Dave. Didn't I hit that flop? Didn't I clobber that flop? Now I got to fold? Feels weird, man. And that is another good fold. 10-2 of clubs. You know, if he's up against well, he'd actually be in pretty good shape if he was up against a higher flush draw because he's got that 10 in his hand. But he figures someone could easily have a set here, 2 pairs. And here's Harlan. Oh, God, ugly spot for Harlan who flats. Brian is going to go with it.
Oh,
Ill-advised
Brian,
time for Brian.
Yeah, this is probably not going to work out for you.
So here's why it's an ugly spot.
Three-way
for aces.
all in.
You know, when it goes bet in front of you, you call with your aces, and then the next player behind you raises. Is he ever doing that with 2 kings? Is he ever doing that with? Might he do that with a combo draw, like let's say 6-8 of clubs? Yep. Something like that might play that way. But it's thin. There's only a few combos. 8-9 of clubs might do that. 6-8 of clubs. 3-4 of clubs. Something like that, like a monstrous combo draw. Otherwise, you know, you're just never having like worse-made hands do that. Bet call raise. Your opponent does not have 2 queens. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, that's a really optimistic shove there by Brian. Now he has aces. It's a 10 high board. It's extremely difficult. You know, you have ace-ace. You just don't want to fold. But I think when it goes bet, call, raise, and then the original better calls, it's just not a profitable spot to shove, generally speaking. Like, are you hoping you're against 2 combo draws?
And PDX is saying, I'm going to pick Robert for top pot, say 6.8K. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. You have to pick somebody else for top pot. Since Robert has just won the 6.8K, the top pot rules is that you can't pick whoever has top pot. You have to pick somebody else.
It's a beautiful night in Vegas. What up, Wazowski 007? He has a license to chill with us here on Stones Live. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. Hey, if you guys are new to the show, please hit the like and follow and subscribe buttons on the Twitchers and the YouTubers. It goes a long way to help and support the show. It's free, it's funky, it's fresh, and the poker content is here for you almost on the nightly, every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. We're on the air here on Stones Live. And there's all sorts of special streams and nights where we're on the air doing tournament action and four-card poker and all sorts of fun stuff. This is a wonderful poker stream, great learning tool. And speaking of special streams, as I was starting to mention the Stones Fall Poker Series, we do have some special guests coming into town. Jamin Burton will be here, the Drawing Dead, friend of the show, one of his many appearances at Stones. He'll be back in the house. The Trooper, Tim Watts, has never appeared at Stones, but he will be here starting on Monday, September 30th. The legend David Tuckman will be back in the house, and Alexander Fitzgerald, the Assassinato, legendary tournament player and coach. He'll be back for his second appearance here at Stones. If you go back in the archives here, of which there are many, many shows, you can see, I believe in like February of this year, the Assassinato in the booth, calling some tournament action, had a blast with him. So we're excited to see all those guys coming up at the end of September. There's going to be meetup games. There's $50 Press Your Luck satellites to get into the main event. And it's just going to be a 7-day in a row on the air here. And fantastic times coming up. So come hang out with us. Or if you can't, watch on Twitch and YouTube as the action unfolds.
So there's some more details on the meetup games and all kinds of cool stuff going on with that. So be sure to tune in.
Excited to meet Tim Watts, and stoked to see David and Jamin and Alex yet again here at Stones.
Now there is going to be something even more interesting going on in mid to late October. And we'll give you some information on that as soon as we've got a good spot here, waiting to see if there's anything interesting in this hand. If there's nothing interesting going on, then we'll give you some very exciting news for mid/late October. Jeremy raising with Ace Queen. Let me get the Ace Queen tracker out here. And
let me get my my graphics ready
yes,
here for
absolutely.
when Ace Queen inevitably, it does have the best hand here momentarily. Savor it, dude. Savor it while it has the best hand here. And then watch as it torches.
Chips get light on fire.
I like Harlan's hand here in this spot.
I like Harlan's. Shh, PDX. It's a secret.
Shh. Quiet. Oh my
that
God.
Looks pretty good for Ace Queen.
It does look pretty good. Huh. It's going to have a tough time losing this
solid
one.
bet for about 175.
And that's going to be the end of the hand. Oh, no, Dave. Come on, Dave. Dave, don't you want to float with a backdoor dummy straight? Come on, dude. 8 coming.
Feels good, man. Feels good to
Ace
see
coming.
Ace Queen hold.
Yeah. 2 for 2? What?
It's crazy talk.
This is the worst, man. JFK, don't ever book me with Keiran, man. I can't handle this, dude. I can't handle the Ace Queen run good.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about this super exciting event that PDX spoiled.
Oh my God.
The Thirst Lounge Takeover at Stones Live,
Whoa.
Wednesday, the 23rd of October. 1 to 3 cash game, and they're basically all just gonna be hanging out, playing poker, and then periodically coming in to the booth and talk. So of course we get to see all our favorites, Fat Train and Casey, but then all the other cool Thirst Lounge people that have interesting perspectives on poker and are absolutely characters in and of themselves, and that's going to be a lot of fun. So, set your alarms for October 23rd game. That's going to be a good one.
It's going to be a blast. Stoked to have all those guys in the hizzy all at once. And, of course, like Keiran said, it's going to be nice to have Casey and Fat Train back in their natural habitat. The Fat Train in his natural habitat.
very dangerous in his natural habitat, from what I
You got
understand.
David McCullough and the Crocodile Hunter. Or not, no, I'm sorry, David Attenborough, rather.
David Attenborough, infatuated in his natural habitat. 3-betting. Jeremy is 3-betting with Ace King, as all good boys do. Mark is not going anywhere. He's got pocket deuces. He wants to hit a set. Harlan calls with 8-6 suited. Brian calls with Queen 10 better suited. And then Scott is in there with Ace 10. And Dave O with 8-7. He's closing the action. Might as well. And he got one. He did not get enough, though.
Yeah, no one is really going to like that flop very much. The best hand belongs to Scott, who finds his kicker. He makes that pair of 10s. And he's the only one with a legitimate spade here. Mark has the baby spade. But that flop is nasty, and it's David O here who has a bad gut shot and an 8. And he only has 425 behind. And so he figures, there's 2K out there, or whatever there was, 1,500 and change, 1,700 and change. He's got 425 behind, and he, kind of hit that flop-ish. This does seem like a suicidal shove.
The bad news is that the people who are most likely to call him are going to be acting last in this session. So Brian has the 10, and Scott also has the 10.
But is he? Are they going to call? I don't think they're going to call, especially because Harlan actually calls here with a worse 8.
Well, that
Brian does call.
Okay.
Wow, God, these guys, they are just so sticky. I mean, Jesus, it goes shove, call in front of you. But Brian knows these guys. These guys know each other really, really well, right? David and Brian and Harlan have played a lot of poker together, and so Brian knows these two could easily just be shoving with the nonsense that they have. So he overcalls them correctly. His 10 is good. He does, of course, have the gut shot to the high end of the straight, but he doesn't even need it.
As Scott winds up folding the best hand, but
How could you blame it?
I do like that fold.
Of course.
Yeah,
I don't want to say easy. But it is an easy fold. It goes shove, call in front of you, and you have freaking second pair. What are you doing?
If you consider what you're doing, and
Brian makes his straight. He didn't need it. Brian had the best hand the whole time.
Bad news for Dave is that he also makes his straight.
He does.
He is gonna see some disappointment there.
Yep, not a great spot for Dave. He was just trying to double up or, reload, presumably, and he does not find what did he even need? He needed another 8 or a 7.
Yep.
And it was not meant to be Brian who overcalls with the 10 there. And if that looks weird to you guys, again, I will remind you, they just all know each other very, very well. Now if you make a habit of overcalling in a spot like that with just a 10 when it goes shove call in front of you in a normal human being casino cash game, you're lighting your chips on fire very, very, very often.
And Brian needed to win there after that loss to Robert in that three-way pot where Robert
aces.
Yeah, where Robert took down Harlan and Brian. He needs a morale builder there, and he picks one up.
A little bit of healing. What up, Nudist30? How are you, brother? Thanks, guys, for hanging out with us on this Saturday night or maybe Sunday morning or whatever, depending on where
in Australia,
you're
it's Sunday
from.
morning.
That's right, totally. And anyway, yeah, we appreciate you guys hanging out with us, making Stones Live part of your weekend, and enjoying some cash action here from the floor of Stones Gambling Hall. It's a 5-5 game with a mandatory straddle, and the straddle can be whatever your heart desires.
Keep an eye out for those $100 straddles from Mark. Mark does enjoy doing that sort of thing. Whether he will or not here, who knows? But there's always a chance.
And there's always a chance Ace Queen can lose.
That's
and
true.
It's going to try to do that here.
A lot of hands that Ace Queen is going up against. Brian puts in a raise to 145. This would be a great time for Ace Queen to put in a big fat 3-bet and take this down and make it 3-0.
It sure would be, but what actually happens is he just calls 20, and he's going to see a 16-way flop and try to spike an ace, I guess.
Looks like Dave bought back in for 2,000.
It's actually Harlan who raises because he has the button.
Oh, yes.
So a bunch of calls to him, and he's on the button with a couple of painted cards, and he's like, "You guys, you bunch of maniacs, I raise you." And of course, the entire table calls him, and everybody whiffs that flop pretty well. Brian's up and down with the back. He's gonna like that flop the most of everybody. Robert has the gut shot and the pair that is the best hand currently.
The only pair at the moment.
His 4s are good. A 3 5, 6, 7, 8, 4, or 9. So 4 and 9 for Brian makes the straight, and then Robert's going to be looking for that 3 ball. He doesn't. I don't think he can know that he has the best hand here. Doesn't someone just have like 2 7s or? It feels impossible in a 6-way pot, even given the small nature of the cards on the board. It feels impossible that 4s are currently good. Certainly, you're blocking the flop straight. Like, it's very hard for somebody to have 3-4 here because you have 2 of the 4s, right?
Yep.
And so because, it's very difficult for someone to have that hand, and he's drawing live to the straight, he is going to call here. Brian bets, Robert calls. That makes total sense. And ace-queen?
Yeah, no.
Gonna fold?
That's going in the lost
Yes!
column.
And I just got a huge hit of dopamine. Thanks, brain. Feels good, man. And that so Harlan, I see. Harlan continuation bet. Sorry,
Yep.
so Brian did not bet. Harlan continuation bet, and then it went call. And
Binks.
Harlan binks his king, but it's a club, and Brian is not going anywhere on the king of clubs. He now has added all of the clubs in the deck to his outs. He is still up and down to the nut straight, and he has that flush draw. So Brian might just lead out here, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah. So Brian checks and calls flop. And then now, first to act, he just spazzes out into both of his opponents.
Robert's done with this hand.
See you later. That's not the turn card Robert was looking for. And now it's to Harlan, who seems to have, like, you can see that's a confused Harlan right there. Like, what just happened? Didn't that turn card hit me?
It's that call lead out.
There it is.
Situation.
The check call
that
flop lead out turn. It
makes
confuses
no
the crap
sense.
out of every. Like, I've said it again. I'm a broken damn record. You'll have to forgive me that I say the same things over and over and over on the show because it's a long form show and the situations show themselves over and over and hold them. If you check call flop and lead out on the turn, it's an underutilized move and it confuses the hell out of your opponents. They don't know what to do. Like, Harlan is never going to raise here. Never. Like, he's just going to either call because he just spiked just his top card, or fold incorrectly because he has no idea what the hell is happening.
The thing is, I mean, I'm not sure that he would wind up calling here because at the next bet on the river is going to go all in.
Right. Brian's going to ship it, and what is Harlan going to do? Call it off with 1 pair?
So you either might as well ship it now or just get the hell out of there.
True, and shipping it feels like a massive overplay of just king jack.
Yep.
You have top pair, good kicker, but it's marginal. Like, you're going to shove? It feels like a crazy overplay. And what if Brian just goes call, set of 5s? You're drawing dead.
Yeah. So I think Harlan winds up folding here, even though he binked his card. I think the check, the call on the flop, and big lead out on the turn. That's basically committing yourself to an all in on the river.
Like, does it look like Brian is ever folding here? Like, if Harlan is like, man, maybe I should chip. Does it look like Brian is betting to fold? It does not.
And it's not like the king of clubs really brings any draws in there.
Right, exactly. It looks like a banana that hit Harlan hard. And he folds.
That's the only hand that Brian could have where all of a sudden he picks up a better draw.
He adds to a combo draw. Okay, exactly 8-7 of clubs.
That's it.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
See how effective that move is, guys. Check call flop lead turn. Like, what I think so many players would, like, okay, if they checked and called, would they check call with an open ender like there? Yes. On the turn, they add a flush draw. What would they do? Just check again. Yep. And then maybe their opponent would check back and they would make it for free, or their opponent would bet and they would call. And it's just so much less optimal. Now you're just relying on the deck to make your hand for you. Brian takes control of the hand and he gets his opponent to fold top freaking pair. That was Harlan's optimum turn card, and he folded.
Yep.
That move is extremely effective and underutilized. A word to the wise. All right, I'll be right back.
All right. Bot Lady wondering if showed up in cute jammies. They have had onesie streams before. Go back in the archives and check those out. So. I don't think that would be a problem. I mean, I'd probably let them know beforehand. But, we encourage creative wardrobe choices at Stones Live. Absolutely. Meanwhile, we got a hand going here. Robert has gotten bottom pair. Mark has got top pair. And Dave O has a gut shot straight draw. Robert's going to go ahead and put in a bet. Dave O's going to call. And there's no way Mark is folding. Question is he going to raise, or is he just going to go ahead and call and see what happens next? Watbry, welcome to the chat. Good to have you here. Four hearts is no help for anybody. And Robert is going to slow down because he's pretty sure he does not have the best hand at this point. You can see Dave's right leg kind of bouncing up and down there. Sometimes that can be a show of strength. In this case, it wasn't. But that's something to keep an eye on when you're playing. Sometimes that can be a tell when somebody's leg is... Then that is very frequently a sign of strength. But again, not in this situation. Mark goes ahead and puts in the bet. And I don't think Dave is too likely to call here. It's not impossible, but I don't think he's real thrilled about it. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and just get out of the way. I mean, he's pretty sure that. Oh, and he's going to tip the dealer $5 to run a rabbit hunt.
It was a face card.
It was a face card. Didn't see what it was.
I think it was a king, actually. It looked like a king.
Yeah, well, given Dave's reaction, looking up to heaven, why?
Not like this. See, that's why, man. Like, the rabbit hunting is just like, what are the options? It means nothing or it's torturous?
Yep.
What are the good outcomes of rabbit hunting?
Rabbit hunt for somebody else. Tip the dealer $5 to put somebody else on
their
tilt.
agony. Yeah. Yes. What up, Jeff1202? Nice to see you. For this 5-5 Harlan and Victims game, and you know it's a D-Gen fest. When there's a straddle that's mandatory, you must straddle, and we don't care how much it is. Just straddle.
Straddle as much as half of your stack.
That's right.
That frequently happens on the Veronica and Friends game. In this case, there's a $50 straddle from Jeremy. So, you know, Jeremy's going to give some good action here. Mark enjoys calling $50 with Jack 10 suited. Mushy Cookie has shown up. Good to see you, Mushy Cookie.
First break. Yeah.
Me. All right.
Hey, the Mushy Cookie's back in the house. Mushy Cookie sent some Venmo cash for Master C and I a couple of nights ago.
That was very
We
cool.
really appreciated that, the Mushy Cookie. We had a couple of rounds, courtesy of you, my friend, and we appreciate it a lot. Very generous.
All right. I am going to step out for a bit, and we got a surprise.
See you soon, brother. Hey, surprise guest coming in. Is it Annabelle Apostle? What up, guys? All right. Coming in. Hey, what's happening, dude?
How are you?
Scott.
Steve.
What's up, Steve? Take a seat, man. Cool. Hey, everybody. It's Steve.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
What's happening? All right, let's watch this hand, and then we'll get down to some nitty-gritty and figure out who you is.
Sounds like a plan.
Harlan raising here from the hijack with the Queen Jack, and he is getting, as this table has gone tonight, multiple callers. This time, everyone's hands are reasonable. Suited ace, Jack 10 suited, sevens. So we're going to see a bloated pot, and it's just going to be a matter of who finds the board they're looking for. In this case,
Wow.
it's Harlan. Wow.
What a flop.
Yep, that is a beautiful looking sight for Harlan. He's the original pre-flop raiser, and I think he's really kind of weighted more towards, like, you know, ace king type hands that, like, you know, they flopped kind of something, but he's not going to show up with that many queens here. In this case, he does have it, and Mark better be careful that he doesn't get himself into trouble here with that 10. He's the queen of diamonds out there, too. He's going to like a lot, but look at the percentages. I bet you Mark, you know, while he's not enamored of that flop, he doesn't feel like he's 5% here, but he is. Harlan correctly realizes he needs to let his opponents catch up.
And
so
here
he
comes the
checks.
diamond.
And Mark loves the diamond. And so Harlan, now, look at this. Harlan's check on the flop is going to earn him Mark leading out on this turn. He probably thinks, you know, he's like, man, don't I have the best hand here a lot? Would Harlan play a hand like ace-king this way? Yes. Raise
Absolutely.
pre, and then he's multi-way. He's got a gut shot to the nut straight, and he's like, I don't know. I don't want to bet and be called in 3 spots here. Check. And so it looks like he could easily have a hand like that. So Mark leads out. He's like, maybe I have the best hand. I have a diamond draw. Bet. And look at Harlan in the catbird seat here. He's got his opponent betting into him when Harlan is 81% to win the hand.
This pot's going to swell.
So is that a raise or a call from Harlan? It's a raise. That's a min click, my friends.
Wow.
Make it sick, or well, not a min click, but close to it. It's like a little bit more than double the bet. It's like a 2.4x raise or something like that. So it's just a little enticer. It's like the fishing pole with the dangling carrot right in front of him. He's just perpetually running on the treadmill. That's Mark running towards the carrot in perpetuity.
He's in a tight spot.
He hates it, but he's not going to fold.
There's
Mark's
no way.
not going to fold a diamond draw here with the 10. I mean, would Harlan now we're starting to get into would Harlan play his king this way? I don't really know. I don't really know that he's raising here. Like the flop went check around, I still have a gut shot to Broadway. Raise to get you to fold. I mean, that seems incredibly difficult. Like if Harlan were going to turn ace king into a bluff here, he would probably raise to more. So at this point, Harlan is very weighted towards hands like he has, but you know, like, would Harlan have, like, 10s full in play this way? Yeah, but that's really hard because Mark has a 10. So what does Harlan have? Ace, queen? And there you go. Mark's going to try and draw, and he needs to find himself a diamond.
The brick.
And that is the classic brick on the river, the deuce of pumpkins. It means nothing to anybody in any casino anywhere. Mark checks, and Harlan has a mandatory value bet on that run out. How in the world is Harlan ever beat here? He just isn't. Mark would never play a better hand this way. You know, could Mark have 10-10 here? I mean, if he has 10x in the hole, could he have 10 and 10? Yes, but he would never play it this way, right? He would probably come back over the top on the turn, or maybe he would open check the turn to try to get in a check raise. So Harlan just knows he has the best hand here. And he shoves, and if Mark calls here, he thinks Harlan has 2 freaking napkins because that's all he's beating. I would be blown away. Even Mark. Mark loves mixing it up. Mark loves to pick you off if he thinks he's got the best hand. But I would be shocked to see Mark call here, giving Harlan absolutely no credit at all.
You know it's going through his brain that Harlan's perfectly capable of making that move.
Sure, and like like if Harlan, let's say he did decide to play ace king this way again, I think it's almost impossible. But let's say he did decide to play it this way, would he have to shove river? Yeah, he would.
Absolutely.
He can't check and win. He would have to make this shove.
100%.
So, I mean, I can see how Mark could talk himself into Harlan could be bluff shoving in this spot, but boy, man, it seems unbelievably ambitious. Harlan is going to get absolute max value here.
I think he's got to lay it down.
I think so, too. He doesn't beat anything. He beats ace king if Harlan decided to go completely nuts with ace king. He wouldn't min click like that on the turn.
No way.
You know what I mean? Like if he was going to turn it into a bluff, he might just ship it.
Yep.
On the turn, you know?
Yep.
And even that, I think, like, I think you're just not seeing Harlan do that very often. And he does fold. All right, there you go. So Mark considered it and ultimately decided, I can't be good here. And he was right. Harlan had him drawing effectively dead on the flop.
And Harlan takes down a nice pot.
That was a nice pot
Wow.
for the queen-jack offsuit. And that was
Sweet.
Harlan making victims out of his opponents, as you are wont to see in a Harlan and victims game. All right, so what up, man?
Hey, you know, I was cruising by, and I've always wanted to sit in on this game.
Talk
and
close to that mic.
I've always wanted to sit in on this game, and I don't have the bankroll or the skills, so I figure this is the next best thing.
Totally. I know. From this vantage point, you just get to be right all the time.
I love it.
And in a game of incomplete information, when it's very difficult to be right all the time, this is one place where you can be.
100%.
You know, it's a good time. So what's your background as a card player?
So I've been basically playing poker since I was a little kid. My grandma used to take my lunch money before I went to school.
The School of Hard Knocks from old grandma?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Got a PhD in street smarts. Been pretty much a tournament player for the most part. Played on the World Poker Tour for a while, and yeah.
Cool. And so what is I'm assuming you're not a poker professional. You have stuff you do outside the poker world.
Absolutely.
What's your day job?
I'm an actor.
No kidding.
Yeah, actually, I just got back from New York doing a 6-part miniseries that's going to be coming out in the spring.
No kidding.
Yeah.
What's the network or
It's
the platform?
called Diary of a Lunatic, and it'll be on Amazon Prime.
Is it Amazon Prime original? Diary
Yep.
of a Lunatic.
Yep.
Whoa. So what was your role?
I was actually a bartender from another world.
No kidding.
Yeah, I actually have some pictures if
That's
you'd like
amazing.
to see it.
Yeah, I'm a bar owner, IRL.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so if you ever want to come pretend to 10 bar at my place, you can.
I would love to. It's got to pay more than acting. So
Now, did you have to learn some like twirl the thing and do the thing tricks?
Actually, I did not. We had all of these fluorescent cocktail concoctions that were already pre-made for the set.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Whoa. Did you have like the towel slung over your shoulder all the time?
No, but I had the glass in my hand with the rag.
The rag with the glass.
Yeah, the rag with the glass.
Right, they have to like show the audience that this is a bartender. So inevitably, they will have a rag over their shoulder, or they will be perpetually polishing the glass with the towel. Right.
I was the perpetual polisher.
That's
if you could say that 3 times, you're a great man.
Per bomb pot here. I think we got a. Is this a bomb pot, Mike?
It is a bomb pot.
Yeah. I've made this mistake before where I just think it's a bomb pot because why would someone be in the pot with 7-3? And then I'm just wrong. They just called a race with 7-3. So who knows? I'm going to assume it's a bomb pot. We do these every dealer change here on Stones Live. Everyone puts in a bunch of money pre-flop. We see a flop, and then we go from there. So there's effectively no pre-flop action, a.k.a. everyone is a rangeless beast. Oh, yeah. He's showing me some pictures from the set of the show here. There it is. Whoa. You film it at a real bar? They build the set.
Yeah, it was a real bar.
No, is that
right? Yeah,
right?
it was actually a real bar in an old part of town in Buffalo, New York.
Very cool.
It was awesome. I got to tell you, it was actually a production by Kimber Eastwood, who's Clint Eastwood's daughter.
Oh, no kidding.
Just chilling with her.
Is that who that is?
No. That's one of the actresses.
Oh, gotcha.
But just chilling with her and getting to know her, so down to earth, super cool, just the nicest person you'd ever want to meet.
No kidding.
Yep.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was cool.
So before this was what, like a 6-month filming run?
No, it was actually just a 6-week run.
Oh, 6
yeah.
weeks.
And I'm actually only in 2 episodes, and then I worked as a production assistant on the set also.
Gotcha. So how does a gig like that work? I have no idea how, with all these new platforms like Netflix and Amazon,
Sure.
How do they seek you out? How did you score that gig?
So my cousin's actually the writer-director. So there's actually...
Nepotism.
Pretty much.
Got it.
There's 3 ways in. You buy your way in, you work your ass off, and you're really talented, or your cousin hooks you up.
There you go. It's easy game.
I'll pick C.
Awesome. So what was your start in acting? You've been doing it your whole life?
So yeah, actually I started out on a kid show in San Francisco. It was called Meet Mr. Mitch back in the day. And I kind of got the bug then. I was actually in the hot tub business for quite a number of years, and I used to cut my own TV commercials. So I'd be, hey folks, come on down.
No kidding.
Absolutely, yeah.
Wow. So you had like a brick and mortar hot tub store?
I actually had a factory where I made hot tubs.
Really?
Yeah, I'm actually retired from that now.
What was your brand?
It was Aquafina.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was no trademark issues there with the water company?
It was spelled a little different. Okay. Yeah, we actually would walk around we'd do like, home shows and fairs and stuff like that. We'd always have cases of Aquafina water in the booth.
Sure.
Yeah.
I can imagine Aquafina making a stink about that because we have customers writing us wondering if our bottles are filled with spa water,
Right. Well, it's actually the opposite, the other way around. We actually filled every spa with Aquafina when we delivered it.
You wonder why that water felt so silky.
Imagine that, right?
Okay. What happened on this flop? Jeremy has the best hand, and he has the nut flush draw. That is a wonderful looking flop for Jeremy. He's going to bet, and that just might get it done, actually. The 8s are really marginal. He has the 8 of hearts in his hand, but it feels garbagey, and it is. David O checked out of the small blind. Is he checking to call here with bottom pair on a 3 hard board? Seems ambitious, man. But hey, when Sammy Farha is playing at your table, you never know what he's going to do. Yep, it's still 7 jack of puppy dog feet. And that's it. Jeremy has the best hand. He bets, he wins. Seems reasonable. What up, what, Bry? Good to see you, man. Yeah, so that is super interesting. Now, that's been like the bills paid. Like that's you've really just kind of made a career of acting. For
Absolutely
all
not.
These
I'm
decades.
completely broke. Fortunately, I have another source of income. I'm starving when it comes to acting. What do you think I'm doing here, man? Come on.
I mean, acting does seem like a polarized profession where you're either making like $11,000 a second or nothing.
Absolutely, that's exactly what it is. And there's people that just like poker, they grind it out for their entire career and do okay, right? And there's people that don't do okay, and there's people like you said that hit the home run.
Sure. So what do you when you're playing? Are you seeking out tournaments, cash?
I pretty much tournaments. Yeah, I've pretty much focused on tournaments for the last probably 3 or 4 years. Pretty much primarily tournaments. I played the World Poker Tour main event, Shooting Star, and I came in 50th in it. And that kind of
which year?
2014.
Okay,
Yeah.
A few years ago.
Yep.
Yep.
A few years ago, and
Nice.
then bounced around a little after that. So
Right
it was
on.
pretty fun.
Good times. Here is Jeremy, fresh off of his win with that King 10. He's raising out of the small blind. Looks like there was some, a couple of limps, I guess. But yeah, so Jeremy's stepping on the gas pedal here. The small blind is just so tough, you know. He does flop everybody into total
Wow.
oblivion here, and he leads again, continuation bet, but nobody can call. No one even has it. That's like the driest board ever. A7-7 rainbow. So this is, I mean, not that Jeremy's bet. I mean, you know, if he's going to raise pre, yeah, I would continuation bet here a lot too because your position just sucks. But this is a spot where if somebody calls here, like, what are they going to call with that's worse? Ace 5? You know what I mean? Like a worse ace exactly. Ace 3 suited. And even that you're going to like chop with that hand a lot. Jeremy's bet is fine. It's totally fine. It's standard. But it's a spot where it's just going to go fold around basically all the time, unless someone has like 7-8 suited and has you in dire straits.
And I think he's perfectly comfortable with that.
Sure. Oh, yeah. Everyone just folds. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep, no
That's what I'd
problemo.
be looking for.
100%. Hey, what up, Deja Vu? Nice to see you. And Chuck Ninja's in the house. What up, guys? Thanks for spending part of your Saturday night with us here on Stones Live. Now, are you how sort of down with the internet poker, Twitch poker, that world are you?
Internet poker, I'm down with. Twitch poker, you know, not so much. But yeah, I've definitely done my online stuff.
Okay, so were you playing sort of pre-Black Friday online?
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
What was your weapon of choice there?
I really went with the party poker back in the day. Party poker, full tilt, and Poker Stars. You know.
You were playing tournaments online as
Oh
well?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yep.
right on.
Yep.
This is a fun game. You've not played on the stream table, have you?
I have not. No, like I said, this was my only way in.
Yeah, totally. You pull out the old World Poker Tour hoodie.
You're right. You can only get this particular hoodie one way. So
Is that right?
Yeah.
How's that?
You have to play in a main event.
There you go. There you go. It's $10,000 hoodie right here.
$7,500.
Yeah, $7,500. That's a steep event, though. I mean, you know, I guess the hot tub business was pretty good, huh? You just had cash to burn.
You know, actually, I'll tell you, I was playing tournaments consistently at Bay 101, and I made their leaderboard, their points board.
No kidding.
Got into the Tournament of Champions at the end of the season, and got my seat for $100.
Wow.
Yeah, so I
Satellited
turned
in.
$100 into 18,400.
Well
So
done, sir.
Nice run.
That's how you do it. That's the poker dream, isn't it?
That is the poker dream.
That's the spin up.
If anybody can tell me how to do that today, I'd like to. I'd like some help with that. So just hit me up.
Ray needed some help here in the form of a 7 or a chop card, and he did not catch either one of those things. Brian's 10 plays, Jack, 3-3-10, and Ray is going to go for some thin value here, and I doubt it's going to work. I don't see Brian folding.
There's
Indeed,
no
Brian
way.
calls.
Yep.
Mark had a gut shot and missed it, so he is out, and Ray
Kicker plays.
is going to show his Jack and see that it is not any good. Brian going to scoop that one up. And I think that's a spot where I might work in a check call pretty often there if I were Ray. You know, I think a hand like that is going to work more often as a check and call on the river. That way, in case Brian has something like Mark had, like, you know, a low straight draw, or, you know, something that missed and has to bluff, we give him a chance to bluff, and then we can call, and that time it wouldn't have been any good. He was value betting Jack 10. Maybe sometimes if you check, Brian's going to check back.
Right.
Hey, Jack, and you're like, crap, I have a Jack 2, not any good. But in that spot, you know, if you bet out, I'm not really sure what you're going to get called by that's worse.
I was thinking the exact same thing. There's not many hands that are going to call you that aren't going to beat you.
Right, exactly. So, you know, now I don't want to be too I can see the cardsy, you know, by saying, like, well, the exact perfect move in that spot is check call. But I just think with a hand like that, that's like, yeah, you have top pair, your kicker's marginal, and given the board, like, your kicker's playing here.
Absolutely.
That hand is going to be more effective with you out of position like that as an open check, with definitely like plenty of spots where you don't have to check to fold. You can check to call there, and that way Brian, when he has a hand he has to bluff with, will bluff, and you can be like, call Jack, and he'll be like, crap.
And
He has a better Jack sometimes.
And you're the recipient of some more chips.
Indeed, and hence that is the whole point of the pokers. And here, Harlan, wow, this is what we play poker for. Ooh. We're all in pre-flop. Jeremy is drawing paper thin here, and Harlan
He's got 99 problems.
And he's got to hope the 9 of hearts is one here. He's going to be looking for one of 2 remaining 9s.
That's
That is
not
a
what you
whiff.
want to see.
Nope, he's got one more shot, and he misses it. Are they going to run more than one board? Yes.
Yep. Run it
Harlan
twice.
holds, and Harlan is looking for a scoop. Can he find it? All he has to do is fade a 9. Yeah, he can't do it. God.
It's the
He
9
needs a
ball in the
king
corner
here.
pocket.
Wow, and so lucky they're going to run a 3rd board here. So it's almost impossible for Jeremy to 2/3. He needs the case 9. It would be unbelievably unlucky for Harlan if he can find it. And there you
it's
go.
not
There's
found.
Harlan's king that he didn't need. One board too late. And Harlan is going to 2/3 Jeremy, but Jeremy's very fortunate there to get any money back.
He's definitely getting a rebate. I'd love to do that in tournaments. That'd be awesome.
Kings vs. 9s all in free?
No.
that
run
is-
it. Run it 3 times.
That is the dream. Oh, yeah, totally. Let's just keep running it. Why not? Can we run it 5 times?
Yeah, let's just keep going.
I just sat it into the main event on ACR. Nice deja vu. That's the dream, man. The poker dream. Well done. And King Creeps is doing another shot of Fireball. Or sorry, no, you're a bourbon guy, right? Another shot of like Bullet, maybe. What up, Brooklyn John? Nice to see all you guys hanging out with us here on Stones Live. So where are you living?
I live in Rancho Murrieta.
And that is where? That's nearby here?
Yeah, it's actually about 40 minutes from here, out towards Jackson on Jackson Highway.
So is that east, like northeast?
It's northeast.
Okay.
Exactly.
Right
Yeah.
on.
It's not too bad. How about yourself?
I live in the Bay Area. I live in the East Bay in Concord.
Whereabouts?
Concord.
Oh, nice. Yeah, my best friend lives in Pleasant Hill, right across from
There you go.
downtown Pleasant
That's
Hill.
the neighboring. That's the adjacent city. It's
Yeah.
like Concord, Pleasant Hill, Walnut Creek.
Exactly. I actually was born and raised in San Francisco.
Oh, there you go. You're sitting. I lived in the city for 7 years too before,
okay,
before I
cool.
moved to Concord.
Oh, what part?
Yeah. In like the southeast corner, like Portola.
Oh, okay. So you're like one of the gentrification type.
That's right.
Yeah,
Although,
okay.
Yeah, like, but I was just renting. But yeah, like it was
No.
not. It was not the world's most terrific neighborhood, but it was inexpensive, especially for San Francisco. We had a top floor apartment, so it like 4th floor with view, so it didn't feel unsafe because when you're on the ground floor, it feels a lot worse.
Oh,
When
yeah.
you're on the top floor, it felt great. And I was there for like 7 years. We could walk like across Bayshore Boulevard to walk to Candlestick Park, which we would go
That's
catch Niners
awesome.
games that
Yeah.
way. So yeah, it was. I remember fondly. I could see the Bay Bridge from my desk chair. So it was nice. It was a good time.
You're bringing back memories
Yeah,
here. I love it.
It was a blast, you know. All the Giants championship runs, living with like some post college friends. It was a good time in the city for sure. I'm glad I don't live there anymore,
Me
but
either.
it was a good time.
I'm in complete agreement with you.
Sure.
It's changed a lot, especially since I'm a little older. There's only the Richmond and Sunset District that are the same now.
Right? Yeah, totally.
And you drive in, the skyline looks like New York City.
Yeah, it's so true.
Different.
Yeah, no kidding. So actually, it's funny. You're a hot tub guy. You know, I have my house in Concord now, and I'm actually looking. I'm doing some backyard renovation, and I have a pool.
Right.
And I wanted to add a hot tub out there, so I've been looking into options.
Oh.
What brand should I be looking for?
You know, I would really the best deal going right now is Costco.
Really?
You can, they've got some private label stuff going on with the manufacturer, and you can save about 40% off of what you pay in the store for.
So I did some Reddit thread reading, which I will get to in a moment here. In the meantime, back to the poker
Oh,
game.
poker.
Poker? What? Where Ray has 3-bet his ace-10 suited from the button. I love turning a hand like this into kind of, not a bluff, because ace-10 suited is strong, but like, you know, it's a hand a lot of people just call with to see flops, which is fine, but it's kind of marginal-ish, and I especially in position here, I like the 3-bet. And he's induced Jeremy to just go with his worst suited ace.
Oh.
So there's another benefit. He gets to get in 2 opponents here, at least 1, possibly 2, if Mark decides he's going to go with it.
If he gets 2, he's almost a 2-to-1 dog, or almost a 3-to-1 dog. 2-to-1 dog gets the field, so it's pretty even. We'll even get 1. Though.
So there you go. Here, the 3-bet. There's another advantage to this 3-bet is it has induced an opponent with a inferior ace to just go with it. All right, so Jeremy's going to be looking for red cards or 6s quickly. Look at those beautiful faded spade cards. Gorgeous. Aristocrat rum, King Creeps. Well, dude, someone's all in, man. So I'm assuming you're doing another shot of Aristocrat rum. A gut shot for Jeremy. And
nope.
he rivers a flush draw. It is not any good. He just burned 2 of his hearts. They're going to run another board.
Here we go.
Still going to just be looking for a 6 ball. And he has got another flush draw. But with all those hearts dead, it's going to be hard.
And
he
those
does miss
tens.
it. Yep, and that's good. Ray Ray is going to perform a Stones Live scoop. And, man, look at all that value he got, 3-betting that ace-10. Boom, and that's how you do it.
There's a lot of money on this table. This is
and
awesome
it will
game.
only increase as the night goes on. Long Ashish 55. What up, Long Ashish? Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Stones fam, man. We're glad you're hanging out with us, dude. Hope you're having a good time. We good? All right. We're going to do a little swap-a-rooney. And Keiran is going to join, and I'll be back with you guys in about 20 minutes or so. Let me actually grab my phone.
Steve,
Keiran,
pleasure to meet you.
pleasure to meet you as well.
Glad to have you in the booth here.
Glad to be here.
So, some interesting hands.
There's been some really great action. These
Yeah.
pots have just been getting enormous.
The Saturday night games are definitely known for the high action quotient.
Oh, it's as I was just saying. I've always wanted to jump in, but this is a much safer way right here.
Yes, yeah.
I don't have the bankroll or the talent. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would love to play in this game, but I definitely do not have the bankroll.
They would eat me alive.
All right, well, what do we got going on here? Looks like a couple of pocket pairs.
And we've got a nice bet out.
Looks like Scott's putting in another raise. And he's getting some action.
And the flop changed absolutely nothing.
Yep, best hand is still the best hand. And Scott goes ahead and puts
Chips
the rest
it.
of the chips in.
They're getting it out of the mud really quick here.
Yeah. They are not shy. Deja vu, yes, I am still wearing a ring. Sorry. I did bring an accessory for the night, though.
I love that hat.
Right?
I'm just glad I didn't wear mine because it looks much better on you.
Good day, mate. Good to have you in the booth. Michaela Meow, going back to the hand where they drew 3 times. First time ever seen that on a stream. Yeah, so one thing that we do allow on this stream is running it multiple times, and that can happen at any time. So if everyone's all in pre-flop, you can run a whole board more than once. Sometimes people do it twice, sometimes 3 times, and then proportionally whoever gets each half of the pot.
While you were out, it actually happened twice.
Oh, really?
There was
Okay.
a run at 3 times, then there was a run at 2 times right after that. One time there was 2/3 of the pot awarded. The next time somebody scooped it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ways to potentially reduce variance. So if if you're maybe only have one buy-in left, and you're an 80 to 20% favorite, or 80-20% underdog, you want to run it twice so that you can get a better chance of getting half the pot back.
At these nosebleed stakes, it's a way to just kind of play a little longer.
Yep, absolutely. Looks like Mark has gone all in here. A little bit gambly.
Yeah, he's all in for 465. He's got 2 players with him.
And it looks like Robert has gotten the biggest piece of this pot. And the question is Mark is all in, so he doesn't have any decisions, but is Harlan going to stick around? And he says no.
No. And Mark needs a little help right here.
A little bit.
Like perfect.
Almost got there. He almost hit a couple of clubs to run it out, but
Yeah, he definitely
not
He
quite.
picked up a draw with the jack.
Now, what players have you found to be the most interesting so far?
Oh, definitely Harlan right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
And I've watched him before, and he's a beast. I mean, he's definitely one of the better players I've seen.
Yeah.
Especially in this type of environment.
Yeah, he can really play just about any 2 cards and beat you with them because he has no fear at all.
Oh yeah, there was a hand that went down when you were out where he could have had absolutely ace king air, but he happened to have the hand, and he picked up a nice, I think it was like a $5,600 pot.
Oh, jeez.
Just based upon, I believe, his prior reputation.
Did he wind up winning it without a showdown, or did he wind up showing down against somebody?
No, there was no showdown. At the end, he shipped it. The other player had to fold.
Okay.
The other player had a pair with a kick. The board was paired with a queens. Harlan had jack queen.
Okay.
The flop came queen queen 10. The other player, I believe, was Mark, had 10 jack. And then he picked up a diamond draw on the turn, so he had to call a huge bet. Swelled the pot and brick 3 of spades on the river. So
it hurts when you invest that much
money.
money.
He definitely didn't look too happy. It looks like we had a couple seats open here, so there's been quite a bit of action. I can see why.
Well, I think I have a feeling that they are reloading because I'm pretty sure I saw both Mark and Jeremy back at the table. So while I was
going
out
for
there.
the fanny pack.
Yep.
Bring out another brick.
Oh my goodness.
What do we got here?
Well, looks like Ray.
Like nothing.
Yeah. He's got nothing,
And
but
nothing wins.
it's a better nothing than David's nothing.
It's always fun to win with the best nothing. Stones on a Saturday night, folks. Come on down. This place is rocking.
Yeah, great stuff going on. Not only got the crazy game, which you need a bankroll for, but we got like real games.
If there
that
wasn't a
normal
crazy
people
game,
can play.
would we be here? If there wasn't a crazy game, we need a crazy game.
Makes it a lot more interesting for us, that's for sure.
But yeah, we've got everything from 4-8 to No Limit to Omaha going on. So just get in the car and come on down.
Yep. Or the plane, depending.
Or the G-Wagon.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has come a long ways. I used to play a lot at the Lucky Derby. And,
Okay.
Yeah, Kevin, as a matter of fact, used to sponsor me to go up to play tournaments up in Reno.
Oh,
and
nice.
I'd put the Lucky Derby hat on, the Lucky Derby shirt.
Okay.
And this was back in the day, so I felt like, a huge baller. Here I am, a sponsored poker player. Hey,
Yeah.
look at me now, Mom.
Now, it's also a lot of fun to get on the streams and play. You don't have to play in these games, but often we've got like a Monday stream where it's normal stakes, 1,
Right.
2, 3 blind game.
Right, which is still a lot of fun. And I'm sure it's, your average player can just come on down, get on the stream. Where else can you do that?
Exactly. That's how I got started coming to Stone. It's like, well, I want to play on the stream and see how I do and be able to critique my own play afterwards.
Keiran, how much did that cost you?
Actually, I did okay on my first stream I played. I got brutalized by guess who?
Harlan.
Yes, it was Harlan. Thank you, Harlan, for making my first stream experience so painful. But I wound up coming back after that and surviving the night okay.
Nice.
So I got in there and played, and it was really, really interesting. I had a lot of fun. It's like, okay, I'm learning more about my game. And that was actually on one of the more expensive streams, a $5 Wednesday stream.
Oh wow, yeah, that gets up there.
Yeah, but I really do like the Monday streams, which are the $1, $2, $3 blind games, and you get a more diverse crowd as well.
Right, and you've got some recreational players in there that are going to come in, which makes it a much better game for everybody.
Yep.
I would just show up and drop my $2,000 down, maybe get some kung pao chicken, and I'd be good.
Yeah. Looks like we got an interesting hand going on here.
We've got Jeremy with the ace queen.
Yeah.
And bingo.
That's a mighty nice flop for ace queen. I'm going to just have to make sure our ace-queen tracker gets updated at the end of this hand. Has Scott told you about how terrible ace-queen is yet?
Scott has not, but I know from personal experience how bad and painful ace-queen can be. They say ace-jack's the parking lot hand. Ace-queen's the driveway hand.
So the 6 got out there.
Yeah, it looks like that ace-queen's still pretty safe. There's no backdoor draws. I mean...
And Jeremy's getting all the money in now, so that if he's got the best of it, it's going to pay. And ace-queen wins again.
Yeah, I don't see this going any further for sure.
There it goes, dragging the pot. King creeps, yep, get that. Well, actually, I guess you can't drink it because there was no call. Ace-queen got it all in, but Harlan chose to very correctly not make a call where he was, like 1,000% to 1. Both Mark and Jeremy are back, so that is always good for the game. Couple of action players there.
I got a feeling we got an action hand coming up right here. Not with the 6-4, but here we go.
Oh, you are absolutely right. Scott is in there with aces.
And look, we got 8s right behind him.
Mark is a big believer in getting in on that action with his suited jack.
Oh, this this is painful. How do you put somebody on jack deuce?
You don't. Scott, you are in for a disappointment, I think.
Mark, you're a happy camper.
Boy. So we'll see what happens here. They both, Scott and Jeremy, still have outs. Jeremy goes ahead and gets out of the way there.
I don't think Scott can go anywhere just yet.
Yeah, I know. I mean, you can't realistically put somebody on even a deuce. Oh. And Mark
he's got the
shows,
pressure on him.
And Scott snap called.
Yep. Wow. Nice pot, Mark.
Now, what would you do in that situation if you've got the aces there and the board is 2, jack, 2, queen, and somebody shoves for, let's put in whatever stakes you're comfortable playing, so about a pot size bet there, and it's like half of your stack.
Personally, in this particular situation, the way this hand went down with everybody in behind me like that, I would have to give somebody at least a deuce right there.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think I'd be able to get away from the aces.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I would do it 100% of the time, but I would say a good majority of the time I'm probably going to fold right there.
Yeah. I mean, that's a tough situation. I mean, for me, I would probably wind up calling, and although it would also partly depend on
who the player was.
Yeah. So, for instance, I know that Mark will play any 2 cards, and he can absolutely be waking up with the deuce there. I'm not sure if I would wind up folding, though, just because a lot of players would wind up having something like jack queen, some sort of 2 pair, and I'm beating their 2 pair.
Anybody with a jack and a kicker is going to be, an adversary, right there. So I agree with you. Although just the way it looked and the way it felt, and obviously I can see what's going on.
Right.
That helps.
We
a
do
lot.
have that advantage.
But the way just kind of the texture of the feel of it was, I think I probably would have got away from it there.
Yeah, I mean that's an absolutely valid point. Sometimes, just something smells wrong.
Absolutely, and then you've got somebody being aggressive towards you, and you've got aces, right? I mean that's not a very comfortable situation on that board.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's just 1 pair ultimately.
Well, it looks like we got 4 taking a flop here.
5. Mark's got the Sandy's Wood-Fired Pizza mystery
The mystery
hand.
cards. I didn't see that. This is a great setup in here. There's so much room. It looks so much smaller online.
Yeah. It's cozy.
It is. It's, yeah. What's that on my leg?
Oh, that's my leg. Oh. Well, looks like Mark's got the best hand right now with the pair of threes.
Wow.
Is he going to stick around is the question. Interesting bet by Scott.
So many players are just looking at that board going, someone has to have a 9 or a 4.
Yeah.
Really hard to do anything with the threes right there.
Yeah, I think you're right. Now, Mark is definitely capable of calling, but I think, yep, he is getting out of there, escaping a potential trouble
I don't see
situation.
anybody else who has any business in there.
No, yeah. And Scott turns it over and shows the bluff. Good bluff, Scott.
Very nice.
You had the second best hand.
Until the pot was awarded to him, then it became the very best hand.
Yes. Yep. If you got the last 2 cards, that is the best hand.
So how about yourself, Keiran? Do you play a lot of poker still? Or?
I do. Play on a regular basis. Kind of 2-5 is my my preferred limit. And play here, play down in the Bay Area.
Nice. Where do you play in the Bay?
Mostly at Pacheco because that's 5 minutes from where I live right now.
I go out. We were just talking. I was just talking with Scott. Is my best friend lives in Pleasant Hill.
Okay.
And so we go to the Grand in Pacheco as well.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yep. I just played there a week ago.
I have to ask one question though. Do you play the 8-6 offsuit because that is the Pacheco nuts, right?
That is the Pacheco nuts. If I'm in position, I'll play it. Yeah.
I love it.
So I just played a week ago, and I wound up losing 3 buy-ins in 45 minutes.
Ooh.
Pocket
ouch.
aces twice.
Oh.
Once where aces all in pre-flop got outflopped by pocket jacks. And once where my aces were all in after the flop on flop of ace, king, 8, rainbow.
I can already see the picture in my mind. It ran out of straight.
Nope. Turn is an 8. Pocket 8s.
Oh.
Aces full of 8s, lost to quads.
Oh.
That one hurt a lot.
Any jackpot involved?
There was no jackpot involved because
No mini jackpot for my buddy Keiran?
aces full of jacks is what was needed to get
Oh,
the
you
jack.
missed it you got round top.
Yeah, that was. But a situation like that, you go, well, that's poker.
That is poker.
It's
Classic poker. And again, you played it the same last time. You would play it the same next time. It was just situational and very Scotch.
Yep. 42 other times I wind up winning a nice big pot. This time, no.
Right. Looks like we got a nice pot building right here.
We do.
What do we got here? We got top pair. Oh, top pair with top kicker and second kicker. This could be an issue.
Jeremy hasn't gotten out of there yet either. He's got almost no chance to win this hand.
3%.
Yeah. That is mighty slim.
He's looking for the 9 ball in the corner pocket.
Mark goes ahead and puts in the 500 bet, and Brian calls him.
And the river's a brick.
Deuce of pumpkins, as Scott would say.
That is the card. And I don't see, this is a really tough right here. You still only got 1 pair.
Yeah, the flush got there. There could be 2 pair out there.
The board is so wet.
Yeah.
Looks like we got a showdown.
Yep, and
there was a showdown for
check
none
on the
of it.
river.
Yep. And again, I think check on the river there is appropriate with that board.
Yep. I think, there's, Brian. If Brian had bet, Mark definitely would have called.
Absolutely.
But there's not that many hands that are going to wind up calling a bet that you put in there that aren't already beating you.
I agree 100%. The minute somebody calls, you're going to sink in your seat with that hand.
Yes.
Because about 80% of the time, you're going to be behind.
Yeah. Yep.
I love how you got the feed set up here and all the people chiming in. We appreciate all your comments.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely one of the things that really makes
Got a
this
couple
stream
screen
so
names
good.
here I can't say on the air, but
Yeah, on the YouTube chat, you mean?
yes, on the YouTube chat.
Yes, and Quahin, I think is how it's pronounced.
Right.
Yeah.
That's very good spelling.
I believe it's that's from the original Klingon. Anal Quahin. A whole lot of diamonds out there on this one.
There is a lot of diamonds. Diamonds are going to be not somebody's best friend at this point, I think.
Got rays and 3 callers. Well, no, I take that back. Brian has not yet called, but with Jack 10 of diamonds,
He's definitely coming in.
Yeah.
And just see if he comes in for a raise. Looks like he flatted.
just had to clean up his chips before he gets in there.
And we've got a little action flop here. Got a couple gutter balls. Got top pair. And we've got bottom pair, too.
Everybody got a piece of that.
Everybody has a little piece.
Quadruple up. Is Stones in California? Yes, it is. Stones, let me see if I can.
Looks like we've got two pair here with Ray Ray.
Wow. Worst of it gets caught up.
Caught up, and here he comes. Mark's facing a gut shot. Looks like is that a double gutter? No, it's just a gut shot.
Yeah, no, it is because the 7 makes him straight as well. You're right.
Yep.
7 or the jack.
So he's got the double gutter, and then we've got the real gutter coming over right here, and it looks like he's in as well.
And then Brian is top pair. Is he gonna get out, or is he gonna call because he needs to hit the 9, the 10, or the jack?
It looks to me like he's feeling something here, but this would be an interesting time for him to try to make a move.
Our production booth is telling us that all the jacks are used up. They've been folded already. So he's looking. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Mark would make a straight if the jack
correct.
gets there.
Looky.
Wow.
It's the gut shot. Bingo, folks.
Oh, Scott just nailed that. Let's see how much value he can get here.
Yeah, I think he's really only going to get action probably from Ray Ray, if that. That board texture, again, you've got the flush, you've got the straight, you've got, two bigger pair.
I guess it just checked around. I think Scott was very happy to get that card, but didn't want to bet into somebody who made their flush.
And he picks up 2.2K in the meantime.
Played it safe there, but I don't blame him, because if he puts in a bet and then somebody puts in a big fat raise, he's got two options: fold and be glad that he lost what he lost, or call and be miserable when he loses even more.
Oh, absolutely! With the hearts out there, he's going to pucker up if somebody was aggressive towards him. So, I think he's just happy taking down the 2.2 with a gut shot.
Yep. Yeah. You're always happy when your gut shot comes in.
Pennies from heaven, folks. Actually, dollars in this case.
Yes. $5, $25, $100. Yeah, quadruple up. Definitely a big 5-5 game. That's what we like to broadcast on the Saturday nights here at Stones, the high action games. Mondays we usually have more regular games. We're at Citrus Heights, just a little north of Sacramento in California. Wednesdays are a kind of a regular 5-5 game with quite a bit of action, but it's the Saturday games that are the crazy games when there's all kinds of degeneracy happening. Right now this one is 5-5 with a mandatory straddle, but that straddle doesn't have to be $10. It can be $50. It can be $100. There is a cap. The cap is you can match the biggest stack at the table. So if somebody's got $8,000 on the table, you can pull out $8,000 and match them and just get right in there.
And actually, if you've got $8,000, I'd like to be staked in this game. So come on down. Looks like we've got Harlan here with the top pair against a gut shot.
Yeah, Jeremy just has the gut shot.
And he's pondering calling. Nah.
Yeah, he gets away from it.
Easy getaway. Quite a cast of characters we have here. There's
Yes.
some colorful personalities and a lot of action here at Stones.
It's like the bar scene in Star Wars at the cantina.
Absolutely. I love it. I've played some tournaments with a few of these folks.
Oh, yeah?
and they're great players. I mean, all of them can hold their own in any environment. So
Yep. Well, and especially when players are willing to get in so much action, it can be really difficult to play against them. You kind of have to make your hand and hope it holds on.
100%, yeah. And there's with the aggressiveness and the willingness for these folks just to get the chips out in the middle, it's an action game. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's always a lot of fun. Speaking of action,
we're gonna have some here, folks.
Ray putting in the big raise. Let's see how many callers he winds up
I'm looking
getting.
at him going, who can call? I guess everybody. Here at Stones, folks. Oh, the queen ball comes out.
Oh, and this could cost Mark a lot of money.
Yeah, because you've actually got a couple of different situations that could unfold here that wouldn't be in his best interest. One of them already did. I would say a suboptimal flop for pocket tens.
Yeah, and now Mark isn't drawing dead, but he's probably thinking that he's a lot more alive than he actually is.
How about the queen five with the gutter ball?
Yeah, that's his only out. He's got to hit the 7.
He's got to hit the 7.
And 2 of those are in other people's hands.
Actually, he can hit the 5 as well, I believe.
No, because Jeremy
he
made 2 pair
paired
on
up.
the
I
turn.
see that. Wow. Yeah, it's real thin.
And now the question is if the 5 gets there and makes a 4-card straight, how much does Mark invest in the pot? Assuming that Harlan and Brian have both folded,
right?
Which I wouldn't necessarily.
Yeah, I was going to say don't count Harlan out
Yeah.
here. I mean, he could just ship it.
Yeah, well, because Harlan can hit either the
9
9 or the 5.
Right.
Yep, Harlan ain't going nowhere.
Definitely not going anywhere with basically an open ender.
Yep. Love those double gut shots. They're so sneaky.
So sneaky. I do too. I'm a firm believer in them. It's amazing how many times when you'll play a hand like that and somebody say, "Oh, you hit a gut shot," and I just go, "Yeah, that's how I play."
Yeah.
They don't realize what you get it. You've been there, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, I just had the one gut shot.
Yeah, I love getting critique for playing appropriately. Yeah.
Oh, herpader, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, you guys better just take my money next. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that's so great.
Brian is trying to figure it out here, and he makes the right decision.
That was definitely the right decision. And the river looks like it's a brick.
Yep. No help for anybody. And Jeremy puts it all in. Mark may be able to fold here, but I don't know. I mean, he kind of.
It looks really suspicious.
Yeah.
I think he'll get away with it from it. He's got no kicker. I mean,
Yep. Good fold, Mark.
Very good fold, Mark.
Harlan's not calling that with 10 high.
Keiran, it's been fun. I'm going to go on a break here.
All right.
Had a great
good,
time.
Steve.
Alrighty.
Good to have you around.
Hey, it's good to be around.
So, Ace Queen won again.
Feels bad. Really?
Yep. Now, I don't know if Ace Queen had any hands while I was out.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No,
All right.
no.
Ace Queen's winning 3-1.
You know, I can really only win when you're in the booth. So, you know, if you leave the booth, you can safely assume there was no winning ace queen.
It's probably fair.
Yeah. How was that?
That was fun.
Yeah.
Good to have Steve in the booth. Seems like knows his stuff. Lot of fun to hang out with. Should be interesting.
What do you guys all think? How was that? Give us your honest opinions. All right, honest opinion here is that Brian has kings, and those are really good.
Yep.
So he's 3-betting.
I've heard they do well, although not always at stones.
You know, as I've said, I remember, you know, I know I was like told that, and you know, when I first started here, that they had the reputation of, you know, just doing awfully at stones. But in my experience here, they've done just fine. But in here, they're definitely gonna just win, unless Harlan is gonna get a wild hair up his rear end.
Yeah, I guess they're not playing the 7-deuce game. Otherwise, we'd expect to see Harlan put in another bet, and Brian goes ahead and shows Harlan. See, I had it.
Look, dude, I had it.
I always have it. You should just fold to me.
Yeah, that's so. I don't know how much you guys talked about his other gig as an actor, filming like Amazon original series. It's crazy.
That is very cool. What shows has he been on? We were just watching the game. We didn't wind up talking.
No, that's fair enough. I didn't get into too much into like his IMDb history.
Okay.
We were distracted by the game,
Yeah.
of course, and I was also distracted by the fact that he, at one point, had a brick and mortar hot tub store. He sold hot tubs, and he would do his own commercials. You know,
Okay.
like, you know, wearing the cowboy hat, and he like, you
Nice.
get down to Cal Worthington Forward. You know that guy.
Yep, absolutely.
So I think that's. I don't know if that was his start in acting, but I got distracted asking him questions about hot tubs.
Yeah. Like, oh, so which model of your hot
That's
tub can
really-
be used as a time machine? That's really what I want to know.
Did you tell DeLoreans too, by chance? All right, so a raise here from. Oh no, it's just a bunch of calls of the straddle. This looks like $100 straddle.
Must have been
And-
Mark Straddle. Yep, it's Mark Straddle.
Of course. And Mark is going to check his option out of the straddle with the old Jack Deuce.
It worked well for him earlier
That's
when he
true.
binked the boat.
This is true. So that is going to be a flop that Robert loves with the nut flush draw there. And you can see he does have the equity lead, even though he doesn't have the best hand. The best hand is Scott, who has the sevens and the inside straight draw. But if Robert wants to play this aggressively, which I have repeatedly said is really something to consider seriously when you have the nut flush draw, because your opponents will fold better so often. So here it's actually Brian who leads. He's got top pair as well, but it's a garbage top pair. And Robert just calls, so he's not playing aggressively here. He just calls. And Scott overcalls from the button.
Good news for Robert is that Dave folded, so that gets a better ace out of there, so it gives him an extra out. 8 of spades is pretty brickety-brick, though.
It is. It adds another straightening card to the board, but Scott still just has a draw. He's up and down now. He doesn't really... A 9 would not be good. He would just have the dummy in, so he effectively has a gut shot, even though he's open-ended. And Robert still just has 4 to a flush here, ace high. But he's played it passively. He checks here. Brian slows down after getting called in 2 spots on the flop. So he checks, Robert checks, and now Scott is going to take the lead here. He's betting with the best hand, so I don't know if he thinks this is a bluff or if he thinks he's value betting. I suspect he's not really sure where he's at. And he does have a live draw. He does have that pair of 7s still. And he figures like, well, if I check behind on the button here, like what am I hoping for on the river? I don't really know. So I'm just going to bet. He does make, there you go, there's the 9. And he does make his straight, but he's not going to be too thrilled with it. So he's just going to check behind here.
Yep.
Snap check. So that's the thing. That's why that draw is effectively a gut shot. Like if you saw him make the 4, if it's a 4 of hearts, he's going to bet river there when check 2 very, very, very often for value. When he makes his straight, same thing, except it's really a lot worse, obviously, making the playing just his 5 to the 9 high straight. He can't confidently bet for value when his opponent checks to him. Now, in that spot, it doesn't matter because his opponent just had ace high. But as played, there's going to be plenty of times where Robert has like a set or 2 pair or something.
Or ace 10 of diamonds.
Sure.
Where he winds up making
a pair, making the top pair.
No, or the accidental straight.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he rivers the 10 high straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, exactly. Right. But then now, I don't. Would Robert play ace 10 of diamonds that way?
Well, queen 10 of diamonds.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. He would. I mean, sure. If he's going to check all twice with the nut flush draw, wouldn't he check all twice with queen 10 of diamonds? Yeah. Sure. Of course. And then what would Robert do if he made his hand and he made the disguised version of it with the 9? Would he lead river? Probably. I think he would probably lead river for value there.
Yeah.
More often than you would open check. And then what do you do with the 5 in your hand there? I guess you just call. But I guess the point I'm really making here is the reason you saw him check behind so quickly there is he beats a lot.
Yep.
He beats a lot because he has a straight, but his draw on the turn, even though it was open-ended, was effectively a gut shot because the 9 doesn't really do much for him. He has to just check behind and go like 5?
Looks like Mark verbalized a pretty good size raise because Ray quickly folded there. Oh yeah, so going all in for 1.5K. That is a pretty good size raise. Of course, I guess when you have aces and there's what, $400 in the pot, might as well. I mean, who's going to put Mark on aces?
How can Mark ever have aces?
Scott wants to call.
Yeah, he does, and it's because it's Mark. You know, it's not because King 10 offsuit is a good hand. It's really marginal. But, like, Mark could just have, like, I don't know, what, Jack 8 suited or something? Like, Scott could have the best hand. Obviously, in this case, he doesn't, and Mark is in terrific shape.
Scott's trying to get a little bit of information from Mark, chatting, showing his hand, and Robert wants to do a little rabbit hunting. Let's see who he can put on tilt.
So Mark is taking he's taking your advice from earlier, which is like you pay to have someone else have some agony here.
Yep.
Which I didn't even see that. What was that run out?
10, 8, 6, 6, 3.
Ooh, now 10 would have made top pair.
Yep.
Not any good. On to the next one. And there's Mark, who's always working his way towards 100% VPIP. Right now he's at 72%, and that's Mark generally hangs out in the 70%-ish range.
Yep. Mark is not shy about making his chips work for him.
That is right. The man is here to play.
And a fair amount of table talk tonight. Maybe next time we have a bomb pot, we can see if we can
Table talk? Sure.
do a little table talk. Robert's putting in a nice little raise from the $20 straddle, going up to 60. King Jack suited is a good hand. I'm a little bit less thrilled about King Jack suited in a game like this when everybody is likely to call. It looks like Ray is waking up with ace queen, and I guess he is in the straddle. So he's going to make everybody pay around $300 to see this flop.
You never want to give the straddle any credit. You know,
No.
like, well, no, he's in the big blind, I think, right? I think Ray's in the big.
Oh, yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. You're right.
The straddle folded here, but I mean, still, like, you never want to give the straddle any credit. Like, how can you have a hand? Now
Now,
this is
if this wins, it doesn't count for ace queen winning because if it wins without a flop, it doesn't count for ace queen
Yeah,
winning.
that's right. Yes, we did determine that last time. Yeah,
I think that's fair.
This is a spot where I think Mark is going to call because Mark doesn't like folding and he has
Yes.
a suited connector.
I have noticed that.
Now this is a spot though where these kind of hands are always tempting. You know, those suited connectors.
Mm-hmm.
It's the position and the size of the bet make it not a profitable call for you to make a habit of making Dear Joe blogs out there. You know, Mark does what Mark does, but because you're going to be first to act through the whole hand, being out of position here, and given the size of the bet by Ray, it's a tough call. So now here he does. He does. Oh no! It went check.
Oh wait, not in the loss column,
The flop
but the
went
win.
check, and Ray finds the ace. So
There's still 3s and 5s out there.
good,
or
good
4s
check
and 5s,
back,
I
I
should say.
think, by Ray. He opts not to continuation bet when Mark checks to him.
Oh, and he shoves on Mark.
And how's Mark? Mark can't call. Didn't Ray just turned an ace here every time? Like, what is Ray shoving?
Mark's
with here?
got 5s and 4s. Of course, Mark can call.
He does.
He's got
He's
so
got
many
four-
outs. How
fours
can he
and-
miss?
Fours and deuces and a gut shot. Yeah.
5s and 4s to make his hand,
to-
I
the
should
outs.
say.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, gotcha. Sure. And also, like, Ray checked back on the flop, so, like, what if he just has nothing? What if he just has, like, Jack 10 suited?
Oh. Let me get ready to put this in the win column for Ace Queen.
It found a miracle on 4th Street. There you go. And then it just shipped. All right, it did it. But it does run unbelievably good when you're in here. Man. It finds a way. Ace Queen finds a way. And yeah, you know what? In 3-bet pots, when your opponent's calling you with 4-3 high, it does stand a decent chance.
Yeah.
Yes, I will give it that for sure.
The old Chris Glasgow philosophy. Yeah, sure, Ace Queen loses a lot when it's played wrong.
Right. Which,
And it was-
again, that logic applies to all poker hands.
Yes.
So King Creeps is doing his bourbon shots. Or
Oh,
what was
okay.
it? Rum. His rum shots, because Ace Queen won a hand.
Yeah.
Got to do a shot.
That's four shots for Ace Queen tonight, King Creeps. See, now at some point when it's just Scott and not me in the booth, when Ace Queen isn't going to do as well, you should do progressive shots. So the first time Ace Queen wins, it's 1 shot. Second time Ace Queen wins, it's 2 shots.
Yes, and be ready to have a sober night. So $200 straddle here. I can't really tell. Maybe David O just limped in from the hijack. Mark.
Well, he's calling 200, and I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think Mark. No, let's see, Mark's on the button. So, Davo, somebody must have been in for 200. Somebody must have
I
straddled
think it
for
was a $200 straddle. And then David called, and Mark woke up on the button with a suited ace and shipped it. And I would imagine Dave's going to call him here.
Yeah, I think 8s are way too
Eights
good
are
a
just
hand
too
to
good.
fold.
Yeah, especially against Mark. What up, Lucky One? Oh yeah, a Reno bet. Let's definitely do that, dude. We'll just pick a table to observe, or I guess the stream table, right? Whenever we're not playing, we'll watch when the stream is live, and every time Ace Queen takes one down, we'll do a shot. I'm down for that.
King Creep says, "I'm not scared of drinking. Drinking's scared of me." I believe it, King Creeps. I absolutely believe it. Scott, thinking about it with Queen 10.
Because he's in the straddle, and so he's like, I already have $200 invested, so I don't know what's another 1.4K.
That may change Dave's calculate. Well,
Yeah.
no, Dave only has 685.
Oh,
Dave's
he's in.
calling.
Dave's
yeah.
calling. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we got a 3-way all in here, and Scott's got them both covered. So if he can make a favorable board, not that one. Dave's 8s
Flush
are good.
draw.
Can he hold it?
No, the
Mark.
ace gets there.
Mark finds the ace he needed. He had a spade draw too on the turn.
Yeah.
The ace is going to be good, and David and Scott are going to double up Mark. Or not, whatever. David's going to go broken. Scott's going to double him up, and raise your hand if you are upset that Mark has some more chips to play with. I do not see a single person raising their hand. Man, yeah, that's two shots for you there, King Creeps. That's 2 all-ins, dude. Man. It's gonna be quite a night for you, my friend. It's only 8:30. We will be shooting some marbles at the end of tonight's stream, as usual.
What?
I should have told you to hold on to your hat before I made that announcement. I'm so sorry. There you go. What? It's gonna be fun. We gave away the last 2 Stones hats on the last stream, so I'm not sure. I don't think we have any more merch to give away. We've been cleaned out.
Just playing for glory.
Just for the honor and the glory,
Yep.
But we got a couple more hours of our show tonight. Our Stones Live Cash Game stream here on Saturday night from Stones. What up, Mart? Mark is the man. Maybe that's Mark at the table. I'm the man. Delete, delete. Mark is the man. What? And Ghost of M. Speaking of the man, what up, Ghost? Good to see you, dude.
Absolutely. Good to have the old Ghost back in the fold again.
It's officially a Twitch poker stream. It was funny. Who was in here the other? Oh, JDR, one of our newer commentators, JDR. It was so funny. Toward the end of this, we hadn't done a show yet together, and toward the end of the stream, Ghost was in the chat room, and as usual, and he was like, JDR turned to me like very earnestly and was like, Ghost of M. He's like in a lot of Twitch poker streams. He's you know him? I was like, oh no, who's that? And he's like, yeah, he does like a lot of like modding work and stuff. He's in a lot of streams. I was like, oh, cool, noted. Oh, God bless you, JDR. What are you, new here?
That's some pro level trolling right there. Pretty good flop for Robert.
I'd say so.
Mark thinks he's picked up some more outs.
He just made a third pair on the turn.
Sevens are no good for
I
him.
had nines and sevens and jacks and something, 2 more hearts. So Mark is calling here, I guess. Robert bet flop, Mark called. Makes sense. Robert is betting again on turn. Is Mark folding now?
Yeah, it's only 100.
And he has top pair. And he misses the jack he needed, or 7. No, jack
seven,
only.
seven,
no,
no
jack
bueno.
only. And Robert going to go for a third value bet, I suspect, and get called from Jack X, which I'm pretty sure he thinks Mark has at this point. And he is betting 300. He sizes up here a little bit, actually. He figures, if Mark has Jack X and Mark doesn't like folding, so why not punish the calling stations when you have a value hand?
Makes
sense
to me.
That's what Robert is trying to do. Makes sense to me, too. He doesn't want to just like fire 100 and have Mark roll like snap call with Jack Queen and then be like, damn, I could have gone for more there.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, Mark called 100 twice.
Exactly.
Had no fear. So
yeah, and Mark has a pure bluff catcher. He must think Robert is bluffing, and Robert is not bluffing.
Or maybe Mark might think that he's chopping and he wants to go ahead and call the 300 to try to get half the pot.
So like let's say Robert had let's say he had Jack Queen.
Yeah.
Okay, would he play Jack Queen that way? Bet flop gets called. Yeah. Bet's turn gets called. Yeah. Bet river? Nope.
Yeah, probably not.
Nope. He would check. But you're right. I mean, like that's what Mark is thinking. Like he talks himself into a call because he's like, I don't want to be blown off a chop or something.
Yep. Yeah, the question is, what is that or something, Knight, shouting out from Florida. Watch you all the time. Thank you very much. We appreciate your viewership and you're enjoying us.
Thanks.
Got a few folks from Florida checking in tonight, so it's always good to see.
Right on. I don't know if you guys how far back your like Florida pop culture knowledge thing goes, but back on Loveline, they used to play a game called Germany or Florida, and that's where callers would call in with some ridiculous news story. A guy was caught, pleasuring whatever with a snake in his car. This sort of bizarre, over-the-top stories. They would invariably be coming out of either Germany or Florida.
I mean, I've heard stories about Florida, man.
Yeah.
You see something crazy, it's like, was that Florida man again? It was? Okay.
There you
I hadn't
go.
heard anything crazy about Germany.
There's a lot of crazy stuff that comes out of that country for sure. And the caller would like read the news story, and then Drew and Adam would guess if it came out of Germany or Florida. So thanks for tuning in from Florida. We got love for you, of course. Can I give away a drink at the Hop Grenade, David Miller? What does that mean, dude? Are you asking me to buy you a drink?
I think for a marbles prize.
Oh, I see. A drink at the Hop Grenade. Sure. Yeah. If you're someone who makes their way to the Hop Grenade and you can prove to me that you've won a marbles race, I will buy you a beer. For sure.
There we go. Mark flops 2 pair, but nobody else has anything, and so Mark winds up winning a small pot. He only picked up $125 there.
It's so funny playing, as I mentioned earlier in the show, we were playing, as we do, like pretty often, our 25-cent, 50-cent home game, our nonsense bottle share good times home game last night. And of course, basically everybody that's playing in that game they're not like poker players. We're screwing around. We're having a good time,
Having fun.
But it's like a constant reminder of how normal human beings think about money and how far away from our brains that notion gets. Like,
Yes.
it really gets away from you the more time you spend in the poker world. Like, you know, these guys are like, I don't know, do I really want to buy in $20? Like, they're hemming and hawing. And let's not forget the value of $1. I'm not saying like $20 is nothing. I'm saying we are crazy people for thinking of that
Yes.
as like, that's a big blind, man. Like, it literally means nothing. But it doesn't literally mean nothing.
It's like you can buy things with that $20.
Yeah, goods and services, man. So don't let the value of $1 ever, you know, get away from you.
One of my favorite. That's an interesting card. Both Mark and Harlan hit their hand. Both Mark and Harlan hit their hand. Mark is in pretty good shape here. He's about 4-1 to take this down. It's got to be a queen, a 6, or a 7, but Brian gets out sensibly, and it's just the two 10s, and that is no help. Although it does bring in the club draw.
It's a quick check here.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, because both of them are super marginal. Mark checks and Harlan just goes 10. Mark's ace plays.
One interesting story about the perspective on money that changed for me after I started playing poker on a regular basis. When I was working at one of the Apple retail stores, there was a quiz had been sent around, and one of the questions on the quiz was, how many CEOs has Apple had? And so, you know, I thought about it, did a little research. Like, okay, so the answer is at the time there were, I think, 7 CEOs, if
more
we're
than I
only
would've
counting Steve Jobs once. And another guy said, no, there were 9. There were definitely 9. So, well, no, I'm pretty sure there were only 7. And he goes, want to bet? And it's like, okay, you picked exactly the wrong guy in this store to say want to bet to, because yes, I would
do.
very much like to bet on
Yep.
that. And you know, that seems like that's such a kind of bullying thing for somebody to do.
Want to bet?
Yeah, it's like, you know, if it's like 2 poker players doing it, when you know that, yeah, you know, you want to bet, you know,
Because
are you
most
going
people
to
are
back
saying
it up?
like, they're just saying like, I know I'm right. They're not literally saying, would you like to place a wager?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And so I snap called, of course, and it turns out I was right. And it took him a while to get me. It was only like $20. I said, yeah, sure. How much? $20? All right,
Okay.
$20. All right. 100? We could do 100 if you want. No, I didn't say that. All right, $20. That's fine.
He was very cavalier about his completely wrong answer.
Yeah. So, that is a very nice flop for Jeremy, hitting top 2 pair. Mark has only hit middle pair.
But I don't know. I mean, I don't know why he's going to fold to 1 bet. I mean, he calls pre-flop. He gets raised. He calls. And then he flops a pair. And is he folding now?
It's a big 1 bet, though. 500 into was that an $800 pot, I guess?
So it is a big bet. I mean,
I think you might get
so
away from it.
Was Mark only
Well,
looking for an ace?
If he's showing the guy who bet into him one of his cards, there's a pretty good chance he's folding, I think.
I would imagine so. I mean, I guess he was just looking for an 8 high board. I mean, you know, it's just you know, I mean, but it's Mark. You know, Mark likes to see flops. He likes to play. It's very ambitious, calling that raise there with the Jack 8 and looking for what exactly. He's not really going to know what to do on a variety of boards, even boards that he kind of hits like this one. And look at the percentages, 99-1. Mark needs running aces. Just put that anywhere. And that's going to be the end of the hand. Action Mark, indeed.
Good decision, Mark. Oh, and he Jeremy shows the ace jack to Mark.
There you
So
go. Look, dude, I had it. So was the guy super tilted about the $20 or
no, I just think he didn't. He had no expectations that
you were like
anybody would call.
actually going to wager?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Because people are, you know, $20 is a big. You know, they don't want to.
And you know, this
wanna
this guy was big. He's like 6'5", probably 260 pounds. A lot of it, although not all of it, muscle. And so, you know, it just rubbed me the wrong way when he said that. And it's like, yeah, I absolutely snap call
Sure
you
do.
on this. I don't care if I'm wrong. I'm just going to call regardless.
Let's bet. I've asked this before, says King Creeps, but I feel like I didn't really get a good answer, so I'll rephrase it. How big of a bankroll should you have to play 1-3 or 2-5 versus 5-10? Well, what are you playing for, King Creeps? Like, how big of a bankroll do you need for what? Are we trying to play full-time for our main source of income? Are you trying to just be like a rec player who has a full-time job outside of poker? For what purpose are you playing, and how is your professional life set up, income-wise? I think the answer to that question is dependent upon the rest of your life circumstances.
Let's go on the assumption that he's a recreational player.
He wants to play regularly, but it's not as a full-time job.
Right,
Sure.
and he wants to manage his bankroll so that he doesn't bust out completely and not be able to play poker anymore. So, I mean,
he's saying full-time to play full-time. All right, well, I have some thoughts on that. Let's see what unfolds in this hand here first, because Harlan from +2 here, middle of the pack, he puts in a raise with the 2 painted cards, and he gets a call from Robert, a call from Scott, and then Jeremy in the blinds wakes up with the ace-king and 3-bets. I think it's just a mandatory 3-bet here from Jeremy, out of position with a monster. Just pop in the 3-bet. Not a good spot to flat call and go to see a flop. Much better spot to 3-bet. Put your opponents to the test.
I think Harlan's chip count is a little bit off there because he had almost 5 stacks of greens and almost a stack of white. So I think Harlan's actually rocking somewhere around 4,000, 4,500 instead of just 1.9K.
So Jeremy does get 2 callers here. Robert with the 2 suited connectors want to come along and see if they can hit the flop, and that is a nasty board. Man, Jeremy makes his top pair, and he loves the sight of that flop, but so does Robert. Scott missed completely, but Robert is not folding.
Yeah, Robert calls, and they're going to run it twice.
And Jeremy doesn't like the sight of that. He needs to fade a lot of cards. He does it. They're going to run it again. Can he fade it? 2 boards, can he fade it? No, Robert finds a 6 on the second board, and they are going to chop that one up. Robert got a little fortunate there to make his 6, but he had a ton of outs.
Yes.
And I guess, Jeremy could have gotten scooped there if he ran a little unluckier. So
Pair and a flush draw.
Seems fair. The pair and the flush draw versus top pair, and they run 2 boards and chop it. And yes, King Creeps is doing some shots there because Jeremy was all in. As it stands, Robert and Jeremy are going to chop up that money. How big of a bankroll do you need for 1-3 or 2-5 versus 5-10? I mean, honestly, man, if you're gonna play full time and rely on poker winnings as your main source of income, I mean, I just think that's just not advisable. Like, no matter how, like, it's just too hard to make the kind of, like, unless you I live with roommates, my rent is $600 a month, I have no kids, I don't have a girlfriend. Like, okay, if your overhead is really low and you're a single guy and you have 50 grand in liquid, I would say you could make a run and play those games. Play it regularly. But, like, be prepared for that money to disappear a lot quicker than you think it's going to. Things just add up, even when your overhead is low. I speak from experience, man. Through a lot of my 20s, I had that situation. My apartment in San Francisco, multiple roommates, I had girlfriends and stuff, but I was really just kind of like a single guy, no kids. I was winning a bunch, but, like, also losing a bunch because there's a lot of losing in poker, no matter how good you are. So just be prepared for, like, the months when you make like 12K in a month or 13K and you had a really good month. That's fine, but, like, you got to be really disciplined with how you manage that money, because there's going to be some months where you lose $6,000, and then what?
Yeah, I think the key is to make sure that your poker bankroll is completely separate from your life bankroll. So, make sure you've got all the money that you need, to live for a year. Buy food, pay the rent, do all that, and then have a completely separate amount of money for poker. And, build up the poker bankroll and occasionally take some money out of the poker bankroll and put it into your life bankroll. I think kind of the general consensus is something like 100 buy-ins And like if you're one buy-in is 100 big blinds, you always want to have around 100 buy-ins in your bankroll. And so if you start losing and you're down to like 75 buy-ins, you drop down in stakes so that your buy-ins are now smaller, and so you're back to 100 buy-ins. So well, so 100 times 100 buy-ins. So like if you're playing in a 1-3 game and you would normally buy in for say 300, so 100 big blinds, which is a pretty typical choice, then you would need to have $30,000 in your poker bankroll, and you cannot use your poker bankroll for buying food. You cannot use your poker bankroll for gas. Your poker bankroll is only for playing poker, which means you need to have all the other money in your life for the other things, and you need to have enough money to do that. And if you don't have enough money to buy food and buy gas and pay rent, then you need to take money out of your poker bankroll and reduce your buy-in stake. So play online at 25 cent, 50 cent, or something like that. Adam Witt had an interesting question. Can someone explain what a fade is to me?
Sure.
That's when you get your hair cut and it's kind of like that.
Yeah, every now and then you have the barber carve your initials into the side, Kappa, of course. Fade means like you have to avoid cards, right? So like if your opponent needs a 10, you're all in on the flop. Your opponent needs a 10. You're like, man, I got to fade a 10. It just means I want to avoid a 10.
Yep.
And there is a 10. No one had to fade it on this board, though. It is Harlan with the best hand here with his 3. And he does fade the straight draw that was in Jeremy's hand. He was up and down to a 7 or a queen. But he didn't get any of those things, and the ace is a total brick, even though it doesn't feel like it's a brick. And Jeremy's actually bluffing here.
Jeremy
Harlan
cannot win.
It's a good spot to bluff. He has absolute air, and Harlan has the worst pair on the board, and it works.
Yep.
Jeremy bets with 9 high, and he gets his opponent to fold better, and he picked a great time to do it. Harlan folds the best hand. Hard to know that a 3 is the best hand there, but it is.
Duck Papa, I think the 6.8K pot, it was pretty early on in the stream, probably like around an hour or so.
Which one was that one again?
That was Robert with the 3-way pot against Harlan and...
Oh, with the 7-10. Yeah, when he had top 2 pair. Yeah, that was maybe like an hour into the show.
Yeah, it was a bomb pot, wasn't it?
Yes, right. And it was like 10-7-5 with 2 diamonds, and Robert had 10-7. Harlan had 7-5, and then someone else had a diamond draw, I believe, and they got it in 3 ways.
Something like that,
Something along those lines. Oh, what up, Duck Papa? It's good to see you, my friend. Good to see all you guys hanging out with us for this 5-5 with a mandatory straddle Nolan McCash game here on Stones Live. I look back with some degree of fondness, but on those days when I wasn't playing poker full time really. I was in that I was playing online a ton, and I was playing live a lot too. And those are like in the pre-Black Friday days,
right?
And I was a single guy, and my overhead was really, really low. And the passing of time tends to paint a sort of rosy glow over things, and you remember some of the. I mean, depending on how you're wired, at least I do remember some a lot of the good times, and the bad things sort of fade. And I tend to look with nostalgia upon those days.
Yeah.
But really, man. That is no kind of sustainable existence for almost anybody. I mean, for every Bryn Kenny and Justin Bonomo, there are 100,000 Joe Bloggses who did not make that happen.
Yeah.
And it's just it's not really like a sustainable existence for almost anybody. Much better, generally speaking. I know there are exceptions, but much better, generally speaking, to keep poker as a hobby, even a serious hobby, something that you enjoy and study and play a lot and whatever. But if you're relying on it as your sole source of livelihood, man, it is a very tough road. And it is not a tough road if you can bink flushes, that's for sure. Jeremy finds it. But Mark has outs.
Mark still has outs. Jack, a 5, or another diamond.
He does find it. Wow. That's a horrendous card for Jeremy. He knows he's not good here. You can see him. See that? That is a look of a. That is the. You will find yourself kind of feeling like that generally if you if you try to go too whole hog on the relying on poker solely for your income. Because like these things the frustration is amplified, like in spots like that, at least that's how I experienced it. Like, there's just more at stake. There's more on the line. Like, the 5 comes off on the river there, and like while you're not, or at least you shouldn't be, relying on I had to win that pot to make my rent. Obviously, that's horrible.
Yes.
But that happens to a lot of people. It gets away from you. Like it's very hard to manage money effectively, and it's just so much. It's so much easier to control tilt and not be too bothered if a spot like that happens when poker is something that you enjoy and do as something that's not your sole source of income. Again, man, I never want to talk anybody out of their dreams. Like if it's something you really are like, I really think I have what it takes and I want to pursue, far be it for me to ever talk you out of that. I'm only speaking from my experience and relating what I think is sort of generally good advice, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the right advice for you. So take that, how you will.
Pale Zombie, hey, how you doing? Wondering where you can play real money in the United States. I presume it means online. I think America's Card Room is pretty much the default. I don't do it myself, so no personal knowledge about that. There's speaking of like playing poker for a living, there's I forget if it was a book or an article, but there's something called Why Big Fierce Animals Are Rare. And the reason why is that predator animals need to, eat prey animals. But you need a lot of prey animals to sustain the population of predator animals. So it's usually like a 10-to-1 ratio. So, you got foxes that are eating lemmings or whatever. There's got to be enough lemmings to sustain the fox population.
Sure.
If the foxes eat too many lemmings, then the foxes start starving. And so that's pretty similar to poker in a sense. You have the apex predators like Mike Postle and Daniel Negreanu and Phil Hellmuth, really. So all these famous players that you've heard of, they're famous because they have reached the top of the poker food chain. And below them, there are more minor predators that aren't able to eat as many prey animals. And then, down at the bottom of the food pyramid, you've got
all the krill.
All the krill, exactly. And so, it's really tough to get into that predator part of the food chain as opposed to the prey animal.
Sure. Yeah, no, it makes total sense. And really, I mean, I often see the poker world as, even more like, for every, 10 lemmings for one fox. I really see it as more like the krill versus the blue whale, like 20 trillion krill and one blue whale, because really, like, I mean, I know that, like, I brought up Bryn Kenny and Justin Bonomo, okay. We know those are Fedor Holtz, for example. Like, those guys clearly, like, whatever they've spent on tournament buy-ins, those guys have made themselves a lot of money. So far, we don't know what the next 5 years will shake out for those guys. And then I think that there's a tier of a lot of people who seem like they are in the apex predator class, but really you don't know what's going on behind the scenes with their finances, and it may not be nearly as pretty of a picture as it seems at first glance. So I think that even at a glance, when it seems like there's this, a certain predator class, that it's much narrower than even you actually think it is in this particular industry. There is a lot of wishful thinking in this industry. It's just a fact.
Especially if you don't keep accurate records.
Of course, which a lot of people, they keep convenient records but like, who the hell, nobody likes to record their losses, or like, maybe you record your wins very specifically, but you get a little estimating,
fudgy.
a little fudgy. Yeah, it's impulse. I get it. A lot of people. There are people that do it really well. There's no doubt about it. But it's all I'm saying is, like, poker's such a beautiful game. It can be such a fun hobby. There's so much to learn. It's very challenging. It's relentlessly challenging. There's so many great aspects to poker that there's I guess I'm saying I don't see a reason to assign a lot of the stuff that does get assigned to it that's sort of bogus and bullcrap and wishful thinking, that it, like, clouds the waters, which are, like, it's beautiful on its own. Like, everyone play. I don't know. I don't want to keep rambling.
No, I mean, I think that's a really good point. The great thing about being a recreational player, which I am and which Scott is, and having a regular full-time job, is that we can play without having to worry that I need to make rent this month, and so I need to make money today, and I need to make money tomorrow, and I need to make money the next day, and I can't afford to lose.
Right, exactly.
And there's no health insurance plan for poker players. Yeah.
Right.
No employer provided insurance.
Yes.
You are self-employed.
That is right.
Looks like a fairly boring $25 straddle instead of the $100 or $200 straddle that we occasionally see. So we're gonna get calls with all kinds of garbage hands here.
We are. Now you're absolutely right, Deja Vu. That's one way to do it. You could always just throw everything we just said out the window, pursue poker full time, and just get a sugar mama.
Yeah.
There you go. That would be another source of income. If you can find that setup, more power to you. Jacks and 8s for Jeremy here.
Speaking of setup, this hand is certainly a setup. Brian has flopped
Sick.
a straight.
Wow.
Scott has the flush draw,
Sure
and
does.
Jeremy is hoping and praying for that board to pair.
What a terrible spot for Jeremy, who thinks that it's so hard for him to be beat. Like, unless his opponents exactly have Queen 9 or 7-9 or Jack 10, how is he not winning? I mean, I know sets and stuff, but, like, you're very often, even multi-way, going to have the best hand here with Jack 8. But he is 6%.
And now David has picked up the emergency gut shot. Oh, Jeremy!
It's the Jack. So sick. Wow.
And he's last to act, so this is a beautiful situation for Jeremy. Brian is checked again. I think Brian is... I don't know if Brian was just trying to draw people in or if he was seriously concerned about Queen 9 or Ace Queen on the turn.
He just checks and snap calls. Yeah, he was concerned enough to just check call.
Yeah.
He like Brian's a savvy player, right? He knows that's a terrible river card for him.
Yeah.
Right. Like he just went from beating a lot of hands to beating only some.
Yeah.
He's going to be in terrible shape against Queen 9, but all the like King Jack, Jack 8, Jack 10 type hands that he was way ahead of. He just that Jack is just one of the worst river cards in the deck for him, and he knows it. But his hand is too good to just like fold with that. So he does the only viable option, which is check, give your opponent a chance to bluff if that's what they had to do with a busted flush draw or something, and then call when they do that, and then hope that they have busted clubs and not Jack, not a full house. Sick spot.
Deadpool says it's really cold now for some reason. That's because that was a cooler.
It's a Stones Live cooler, no doubt about it. Deadpool, I like the streamers who show their bankroll charting.
Tilt.
He gives a real look as to what it's like Lex and the Staples Brothers and Keiran. Yeah, I think that that's a fantastic a sort of area that Twitch Poker has. Not pioneered, but been more transparent, really, with like what it means to like have buy-ins and expenses, also not just wins. Like that's what I mean by wishful thinking. Like people talk about Hendon Mob and he has $4 million in tournament earnings. It's a bunch of bullcrap, man. You have no idea what people's profitability are unless they tell you what they have spent in buy-ins. Duh. But like that just didn't really get talked about almost ever, and some of those Twitch poker streamers that you're mentioning, Deadpool, have done a really, I think, a service, a favor to by being more transparent and showing people what the nature of playing competitive poker really is.
Speaking of tilting, Brian gets the exact same hand, suited this time, 9-7, puts in a big raise, and right now he's flopped the best of it. He's in pretty good shape there.
Thanks, Deadpool. Yeah, sorry, dude. You'll if you haven't hung around here often, you'll get to know me and the extreme tilt factor I experience.
What sets him off?
So I appreciate the correction a lot, dude. No, Brian appreciates that 9 high flop. He's just gonna win. Ghost, the truth is it can be misleading too, because Twitch streamers have the benefit of automatic side income from the stream, so they're naturally going to have better results than the average pro. Oh, sure, right, because they have income coming from somewhere other than just poker winnings. That's absolutely true, but I guess I just mean like transparency as far as showing what their buy-ins related to their caches, not just their caches, for sure. But I also think, like, you know, people do the math. Is that fair to say, Ghost, that like most of the audience like knows, understands that streamers are making money from their streams too?
Yeah, and you know, and maybe if they're showing what their bankroll is, you know, they're showing, okay, so this is how much money I have allocated to my bankroll, and I'm not even thinking about how much money I have for, you know, rent and food and gas. Yeah, I mean,
right.
it's a very interesting situation, and you know, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics.
That's exactly right.
So sometimes statistics can say whatever you want them to say.
97% of statistics are made up on the spot.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Just saying, it is easier for them to play correctly. That exactly right, because and that's the whole point really we're making. You know, we're agreeing, obviously, which is that like poker's just such a more fun activity to pursue when you feel free and confident to play correctly without worrying about winning this exact pot right now because the Comcast bill is due, man. And PG&E turned off my electricity last night. Harlan has a gut shot to the jack and not the best hand, unfortunately. Jeremy has made a 4. Look at that, how much money. There's 1.3K out there in the middle. Jeez, enough to pay PG&E, enough to turn the lights back on, that's for sure.
Ghost of M's wondering if you're doing an 8K flip and poker's your only income, you might want to avoid that flip.
I think that's fair to say. It's Brian Fodder, so many famous pros making side cash or stake, taking pieces of each other. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like, there's just not what we're saying. There's just not a lot of transparency. And Harlan is going to win there with that continuation bet. Gets the 4 to fold, the power of aggression on display once again.
Yep.
Yeah, just that like, there's just... you know, all that really gets talked about when you like read articles in poker news and stuff is like tournament earnings. This person has this many tournament earnings, but it's a meaningless statistic without other context, like results from your staking deals, like what percentage of yourself you had in a given tournament, like how much you've spent on buy-ins, etc., etc. These are all like obvious facts. I feel silly even pointing them out, but they just don't get it doesn't get reported on as if it's a non-factor.
Yeah, well, that's not the sexy side of poker.
Of course it isn't. Yeah, sure.
This is the sexy side of poker.
That's
right. There.
That's right. Here, I'm going to show you guys the sexy back of poker.
Woo! There it is. Get that
That's
on
right.
the table.
I'm locked up though, guys. Just so you know.
Deja Vu, I'm not sure if Deja Vu is trolling or not. There are people who didn't listen to their teachers, and they're driving Keiran nuts. But she put apostrophe in teachers. So I'm wondering if that is a deliberate troll.
It's gotta be. That's good, Deja
See,
Vu.
I can do there, and there right, but I'm going to do this wrong.
Comment of the night from Deja Vu. Hey, in the NFL, says Ghost, they track yardage even when your team is 0-16. Yeah, that's fair. You're right. So some calls of the straddle. Who's the straddle here? Mark.
Yeah.
Mark put $100 straddle in on this hand and got 3 calls, and he woke up with a king and a 7.
Mark looks like he's ready to do a little bit of apex predator action here and put in a raise. He is looming over that table.
Wanamaker and Pale Zombie, how dare you? How dare you guys? Don't repress your feelings, guys. Don't turn your repressed turned onness into hostility, man. Come on.
Ban.
All right, we're seeing a 4-way flop here. Mark is gonna. He wants to see a board, you know, in the straddle. Or wait, no, sorry, he checked his option.
Yep,
Gotcha. Okay,
checked his option.
And now he's up and down. Robert has the 6 and the backup hearts. No one's really a huge fan. I guess maybe Mark likes that flop the most.
Jeremy has the double gut shot, either the 3 or the 7. Of course, I don't think that's going to be 200 is enough to get Mark out of there. Let's see.
Yeah, Robert's not going nowhere. Yeah, ambitious lead out by Jeremy. You know, he's like, I don't know, can't that board be far away from everybody if they'd all just have like Broadway cards? But it's an ambitious bet because I don't really know what he's looking for on the turn
and
here.
Mark gets there.
He sure does.
Jeremy has no outs, and Mark is just going to go ahead and bet
Pile
at
in
that.
$400 right there, something like that.
Yeah,
It's just gonna go fold.
I think so. I think Mark maybe could have induced a bet from Jeremy on the river, but you know, and somebody
Paid the rabbit hunt.
somebody paid the rabbit hunt.
Yep,
It's probably Robert again.
probably. There you go, and Mark makes the straddle work for him with the king and the 7. Pretty easy when the board 4 straights for you. Twerk memorialized. Thanks, bot lady, for the clip.
Absolutely
And-
going in the year-end highlight reel.
Oh, for sure. And I know that Pale Zombie and Wanamaker are going to be like watching that on a loop, like
Yes.
while weeping in a cold shower. You know.
Why isn't he mine?
Yeah, I'm just picturing the the Ace Ventura scene after he realizes that Einhorn is a man. You know, just fetal position, screaming toward the heavens.
I'm not. Keck W? Did I miss something? I don't know what that means.
Oh man, good times. You're on Stones Live tonight.
He's crying into his oversized pillow. Head's got its
man.
own weather system, I tell ya.
You guys are cracking us up tonight. This time we got a $25 straddle, a little more reasonable. So Harlan is gonna call from under the. He's right next to the straddle there. Wakes up with the monster 10-8 suited. He's gonna come along. Well, look at all those clubs out there.
Yeah, wouldn't we love to see 3 clubs on this flop?
Seems extremely difficult. More limps. Oh, here we go. Jeremy raises. Okay, so there you go. So it gets around to Jeremy in the small blind. That's actually, it's interesting. Like, this is a spot where I would be just calling in the small blind, just completing and then hoping the big blind and the straddle, like, checked, Because, it's a good hand to see a flop multi-way with. Like, in this case, he happens to be overcoated in 2 spots, crazily. But, I wouldn't really be raising here because, okay, what am I trying to do here? Get to heads up 3 ways, but I'm out of position. With a hand like Ace-King or something, I would definitely... Wow, and 2 clubs do come.
And
wow.
One of the set
the
of clubs
King-High
folded.
clubs folded, yeah. Crazy. I can't believe they found clubs here. That's wild. So, obviously, Jeremy thinks that's a great flop for him, but he's 12%. Harlan has the best hand with 10 high. And, of course, he's not going anywhere because he flopped that flush draw. He doesn't know that all the freaking clubs in the deck are dead. And he makes a pair. He's got the check mark. Wow,
Yeah.
look at that. Against
That's-
2 opponents, he's the check mark. He can't feel like that. He must feel like he needs an 8, a 10, or a club on the river here to have the best hand.
Yeah.
Here we go. There's 970 out there. Who wants some? Jeremy. That is
Jeremy
no, he did
says,
not check.
I got
no.
a draw.
Yeah, he's betting. Right? Or did he check call?
Oh, maybe a check call.
Oh, okay. He checked. Harlan bet 500. Jeremy thought for a moment and then called. And Harlan didn't need it, but he doesn't know he didn't need it. He
Yeah.
thinks that is just the most beautiful sight there ever were.
Good
And
news
now-
for Jeremy is that he should be able to get away. And yep, the
Did it go
buttons
check?
moved.
Did it go
so-
check? Yeah, it must have gone check, right? Harlan didn't value bet. Yeah. So Harlan decided that he wanted to just check and win there and not risk some weirdness happening. Like, yeah, 3-10s are a really good hand.
King, queen,
But-
we're straight.
But, his opponent, think about it. Like, the 7-6 of clubs there, raised into multiple opponents out of the small blind and then, showed some strength even after the flop because, he had the flush draw. So Harlan just didn't really know where he was at. He was pretty sure he made the best hand on the river, but he didn't think it was a spot to go for thin value against, like, ace-X. So he decided to just check and scoop up the chips. Man, crazy that the clubs came on that board. But, man, that's kind of why, like, I wouldn't be raising out of the small blind. A a spot that would not pop up very often because I try to make a habit of folding the small blind often because it's a money torching position. But if I was going to come into a pot like out of the small blind, I would generally be raising there, but not with 7-6 of clubs. That might be an exact scenario where I would just call even though I'm out of position because it's a flop I want to see. I want to see a multi-way board because I can like smash the board or get away easily if I just miss.
I think in this game you might be a little bit more inclined to put in a raise on it, just because you're not just hoping that the big blind is going to check, but you've also got the straddle behind who has to act behind you. And so if you're calling and showing weakness, I think there's a pretty good chance that whoever's in the straddle is going to put in a big size raise, and then you've got a choice of putting in more money when you're out of position on everybody, and
It's true.
you're running a little more risk there.
It's true, and a raise makes sense too. It does. And I was remarking on it only because there are not very many scenarios where I would be like, yeah, call out of the small blind makes sense, but that was one of them. But a raise makes total sense too. Yep.
No, I think calling out of the small blind with that hand definitely makes sense if there's not a straddle and if it's not such an action game where the straddle is very likely to
raise. I see.
So
sure. And you you make it harder for them to do that by raising. That way they'd have to 3-bet if they wanted to raise.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I like raising or folding there.
Sure.
I don't think there's anything wrong with folding, but I think calling is probably less good in that situation.
That's fair. Mark is all in against Dave. Dave O's last 4-15.
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah.
You want to take one?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take one.
Cool.
All right. We got another surprise guest.
Special guest.
So many surprises.
What a night. What a night. Just full
What
of
a
surprises.
country.
What a country. And Mark does hold there. Makes fours full. What up?
Scott, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
It's OG Jake.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen?
How you been, dude?
Bro, I've been awesome. I've been really good.
Did I hear you just got back from Vegas?
I just got back from Vegas. Yeah, I had out there with a couple friends, played a little poker, had a good time. Yeah, it's a good show.
You playing tourneys or cash out there? What were you doing?
Bro, I don't play tournament poker. I do not play tournament poker.
Get out of here, man.
No, bro, it is not good for you. It is not good for you. Look at this game. What the shit is this?
This is the 5-5 with the mandatory straddle, and you'll be shocked to hear that Mark has been making it 100 on the reg.
Yeah.
What?
What a lineup.
Yeah.
Harlan, Brian, Robert, Mark, all the cool kids. What's up, chat? My goodness.
What were you playing out there? I know you're playing cash, but like, were you playing like?
I just like one. I'm on a list for this game, but like, no one in the right mind should be giving up their seat in this game. So I can't imagine I'm getting in anytime soon. What a game!
So good. There appears to be like seats open, but I guess they're just locked up and reloading or what?
Oh yeah, no. People are gonna reload. No one's gonna give up a spot in this game. How's the action been? I mean, I'm sure the action's been crazy. I imagine with this lineup. But I mean, who's driving it? Who's running it? Who's run good? Who's run bad? Give me up to speed.
Mark has definitely run pretty good. I know Harlan's won some big pots. Mark early on, not Mark. Why do I always blank? Robert. Robert scored himself. He won a huge bomb pot, like maybe 30 minutes into the game.
Nice.
So he's been sitting on a pile, and as you can see, I mean, these guys, everyone here is 5K ish plus.
Deep.
Everyone's deep. Yep.
It's so funny. I mean, how people, don't adjust optimally. I mean, no one plays poker optimally. No, people don't adjust well when you start playing like 200, 300, like 400, 500 BBs effective. In this case, just people don't adjust the way they should. People just start playing all their hands the same. This hand's is raised, this hand's is a call, and it just creates this. I mean, just real fucking chaos at the table when you get this deep. And someone that does recognize it decides to really apply the pressure. I mean, I got a lot of respect for a lot of these players, and I have a lot of fun with a lot of these guys. I would think deuce ball.
Mark finds a deuce. That's what he needed. It was his only out. God, what a sick card. And Brian, I mean, that looks like the deuce of pumpkins. Like, I mean, doesn't your opponent just have like king jack and king queen, and your king six is still good here? There's not a lot of deuces, but I guess in Mark's hand, the deuce of pumpkins could always hit him, right? And it has.
My goodness.
So this is a value bet. This is a second barrel value bet here by Brian. He bet flop, got called in 2 spots. He's betting again for value and hoping that Mark calls him with like king queen, king jack. But Mark has 3 deuces, and is he raising? Are you raising here if you bang off a 2 like this?
Oh, absolutely, because Villain can definitely have all the strong kings. Can have flush draws. I mean, if he's got kings or sixes, then like say la vie, then like we just pay off. Heart comes off. It's gonna kind of like screw up our action here.
Yeah. Check maybe.
No, it should go check bet. Check bet.
It does.
No, wow, Mark should check
yeah,
back.
Snap check.
Mark
And he
should be betting
shows,
there.
and Brian's gonna see
Shows
that
the
he got
deuce.
very
Shows
unlucky
the deuce
here.
ball. Mark
so,
should be betting there.
So give me an example of like you said people don't adjust like they should given how like deep and crazy this game is. So give me an example of like an adjustment you would make.
One way we can start like up our sizings like a lot, but also just like spots where you can look for spots where you can apply like max pressure. Against people that are going to just be looking at like recognizing like dollar figures rather than like thinking about the term or the game in terms of like big blinds. Like okay, so and you can put like you can take like hands with blockers and really just like abuse like certain board textures against certain opponents when you're that deep. And other players they just don't, they're out there swimming, they're in territory they've never been in before. I've never played 500 BBs deep and someone put in a 4-bet on the turn. I mean, usually by that time a lot of players used to there's a bet and a raise and then it goes all in. And then they're not used to oh my god, like you can 4-bet turns and then there's still poker to be played on rivers,
right?
And you're just like the game gets the game tree gets way longer, a lot more complex, and you just start to like put players in spots there where they're uncomfortable.
Yeah, you end up making. I mean, yeah, there's just like the deeper the game is. Oh, aces versus aces. Wow. Like the deeper the game is, the more decisions there are to be made. Because like you're saying, like every streak gets amplified. Whereas, let's take the other extreme example.
Holy shit! Look at this.
I know aces versus aces. Like the extreme other end of that scale would be like a hyper turbo tournament where like it's just shove or fold pre.
Right.
There's one decision to be made, or maybe you like check jam the flop.
Yeah.
But in these deep games, the deeper the game is, the more like Jake's saying, like you end up on the turn and it's bet raise, re-raise, and we're deep in an alley on 4th Street. There's just so many decisions to be made.
So and here's a spot. So like spots when you're really really shallow, we can like do things like flat aces. In certain games we're just not gonna have like four betting ranges just because like stack depths are really like shallow. But never like not 3-betting aces. It's just like asking for trouble unless you're like you really got to be like convinced that someone else behind you is gonna squeeze. And in this game, I mean, pretty likely. I mean, somewhat likely. But Mark not 3-betting aces here and letting this thing go 4 ways to a flop.
Dangerous.
Is just asking for trouble.
Dangerous, and he still has the best. Well, he ties with Jeremy, and Mark is raising now. Now he's stepping on the gas pedal a little bit, and Harlan's got to feel like he has the best hand here. But because it's gone bet raise in front of him, he just folds, right? Yeah, he just folds. That's annoying. You catch a jack high board and you have to fold, and here we go. Aces versus aces. Jeremy's not going anywhere. But to your point, they're really deep here. Jeremy has 4K behind.
I mean, Jeremy's got ace of spades. He's not folding. So.
He's not folding. Yeah, so now, all right. You're saying like sizing up. So is this a spot where you're coming back over the top? Like how?
No, screw that. Kick rocks. Like I mean, we don't want to lose Mark, and like we don't want to lose draws. We block the ace of spades, so we block the nut flush draw hands that draws that are going to call off worse.
So he does just flat call.
Just gonna call.
And then just like open check turn and let Mark barrel off.
Hmm.
So that's a banana, and we have a guaranteed chop if neither one of these players folds. So Jeremy does check, and Mark is going again for value here.
And now at this point now I would like put it in.
Now you check jam here.
Yeah, just check jam.
And hope to get called by.
At this point, well, when there's
two queens.
At that point, I mean, when Jeremy's only got 3,300 back, there was 22 in the pot going into the turn, and Mark bets 1K. We have like one pot size bet.
Yeah.
One pot size bet back. I mean,
Sure.
we're just
going with it. And as it stands, Jeremy opts to just call on turn, and then Jeremy checks river. And after all that action and getting called
boo
on flop and turn, Mark just goes aces, and they're gonna see that they chop it up. Hey, what up, Casey in the chat? What up, Poker Mama?
How do you see these people? Where is this happening at?
Oh, the Twitch chat is closed.
Oh,
open the Twitch chat there. Nice to see you, Casey.
I
How are you there, darling?
There we go. Wop Bry, Poker Mama, all the cool kids. This is the crowd that I know and love. Ghost of them. Oh my God, these people that I haven't seen in the stream since so long since I've done commentary.
Feels bad, man.
It's been a while.
Where have you been all our lives?
I know, I've missed it. I've missed it a little bit, It was a lot of fun, doing the show back in the day. Back in my day. All that kind of jazz. I know. All right, I'm going to get back out of the game. I just want to come in and say hi to everybody.
Oh, for sure, man.
Say hi to the chat. Yeah. Jake, come play the senior tourney. I like Woprai, just like get new jokes, Woprai. Get new jokes. New material, bro. New material. All right, buddy. Scott, it's good to see you
Dude,
again.
good luck, dude.
Chat.
I hope
have
you
fun.
get a seat. I want to call you
Yeah,
play some games here.
Coffee and some cocaine will be good to go.
We'll cut that out in post. Oh yeah, that's gross. You know, listen, we're picking our nose. We're eating hot wings. We're using the heel of our hand to shovel French fries into our mouth, and then wiping the grease on our shirts. That's how we roll around here. We're card players after all, and we're hungry. Jake is like new around here. He left the freaking door open. Oh man. How's the islands, Poker Mama? I'm excited to see you in Reno in just a few short weeks. And we'll be back together again in Reno, Nevada. It's going to be a blast. Is this the biggest game that Stones runs, Ari Israel? This game clearly plays bigger than the usual five. Yeah, to understate the case considerably. All the games here at Stones kind of tend to play a little bigger than their britches, especially the stream games. Seems to be more like a 2040. Yeah. This game, 5. Well, because it's a 510 with a mandatory straddle. So it really kind of plays like maybe like a 2550-ish, somewhere in that range. So Jeremy here with the 8s raised, and Robert just called. Interesting flat here with the ace-king suited, and Robert smashes that board. He has this locked up. Jeremy drawing to 1-8. The 8 of blue is his only out. So Robert playing this very coyly. He checks. Jeremy continuation bets, and Robert with just a flat call. And he has picked a great time to play this slowly. Jeremy has obviously, like, you know, the bet on the flop was not a bet for value. And now Robert has got him on the hook here. Wow. Robert is off the coast of Florida, and he's got a huge marlin on the end of his line. It's thrashing around ferociously, betting 500. And Robert's like, call you. And that's a total brick on the river. And Jeremy does not think 8s and 4s are good here. Believe me. I would imagine he just checks here. Yeah, he gave up. Robert extracted a ton of value there from Jeremy. Jeremy didn't want to slow down on the turn. You know, he doesn't want to check and see a river. What the hell river card is he looking for other than an 8? So he figures, you know, maybe Robert has a hand that can fold to a turn bet here, like, you know, queen 10, queen, I don't know. There are a few hands, I guess, that Robert might call flop with and then consider folding turn. Obviously, ace-king was not one of them. Hard to put Robert on a hand as good as ace-king because he didn't 3-bet pre, he just called the raise. And that's the reason you saw 2-8s think it could maybe get it done with a second barrel there. So Robert picked a good time to play the ace-king coyly. Island life is good. Oh, all right. Well, we're all excited for Reno. Yeah, there's going to be not only Reno, where we're all going to be hanging out and having a blast together, but we'll be hanging out here at Stones for the Thirst Lounge Takeover. Where is that damn graphic? That is events? There it is. The Thirst Lounge Takeover on Wednesday, October 23rd, right after Run It Up Reno. There's going to be commentating and cash game playing from all the Thirst, or not all, but a lot of the Thirst Lounge hosts, including our own homegrown Poker Mama and Fat Train back in their natural habitat, and a bunch of the other hosts as well. So it's going to be a Thirst extravaganza here on Stones Live, and it is going to be fun to party with that crew IRL. I am looking forward to it. It is super hype. I am excited. We need Poker Mama commentating again, so we have a commentator willing to take shots with us. Yeah, that is so true. Yeah, the libation consumption increases dramatically when Poker Mama's around. She is an inspiration in that category for sure. Scott's 3-betting here with 7s out of the bigs. And what's up, darling? You want to come hang out?
I'm coming to hang out. I'm coming in clear glasses.
Oh, okay.
Do you need anything?
I'm stockpiling glassware here.
Would you like any
You
fresh
know,
coffee?
I think I'm good here at 9:30. I'm going to call it a night. Thank you. That was the beautiful Brittany, and that flop is beautiful for David O, I guess. Up and down straight flush draw. That's not bad. Scott, the 3-better, got called in 18 freaking spots here, and of course does not make a 7. Frustrating. This game is tough, you know. I mean, who could blame him, right? I mean, he has a good, mid pair in the big blind. He didn't want to just like play it passively and see a million-way flop. He's like, maybe I'll just take control of the hand right now. But then he sees a million-way flop anyway because everyone's nuts. Ray decides he's gonna fire here from the hijack. I guess it checks to him and he's like, too high flush draw, call or bet. You know, it's obviously to state the obvious, not a value bet, right? He's not betting the 2 flush draw for value. He just thinks maybe everybody hates it. But David O doesn't hate it. These games are definitely juicy. If Mark is considering a call here with a 10 and a 7, nah. He's out, and I'm not really sure how Ray is planning on navigating these waters, but there's 2.3K out there, and he has the nut low draw. The backdoor oh, the 7 of spades! It does come. There you go, Deja Vu. Asking you shall receive. Wow, what a sight for Dave. You know, obviously, his opponent has the nut low. Is he going to make a low here? That would be fun. He does. Yes. He makes 8-7. No, he doesn't. He makes a 3. All right. He's a flush on board. Wow. And David is like, please have the ace of spades. Please. You know, David has played this passively. He checks flop. Ray makes that bluff bet, and David calls. He binks the straight flush, open checks, and Ray, who just made his too high flush, checks back, of course. And then Ray is playing the board on the river. You know, there's a flush on board. He's playing it. And David O just open ships it into him, praying that maybe Ray played the ace of spades this way somehow. Seems very difficult, but Ray, of course, cannot call playing the board, and so he just folds, and there you go, David O with the straight flush-a-dactyl or something. Just going to scoop that one up. Man. Oh, and that's right. Yeah, and that's right. 7-7 folded pre. There you go. Wow. Sick. That was a sick pot.
7-7 would have been sick after the turn and river. That's for sure. It's like, oh, I had a set, and now
well, 7-7 actually was three bet that pop free flop.
Oh, really?
7-7 did, yeah, out of the big blind. Yep, and had to fold flop because it checked around to the guy with the 3 deuce who decided to bet, and then Dave with the 9 of spades in his hand, open and straight flush, calls, and then makes the 7 of spades on the turn. Goes check, and then the 3 of spades on the river, and Dave open shoves, and of course playing the board.
Yeah.
3-2 cannot call.
No, absolutely not.
Man, that was sick. Yeah, the board. Yeah, you're right. That was a crazy pot.
So how's Jake doing?
Jake is good.
Stopping on
Yeah,
by?
he just got done with a little Vegas trip where I was like, oh, were you playing cash or tournaments out there? And he just laughed in my face and was like, bro, I don't play tournaments. Get out of here. Tournaments, please. How dare you? He is on the list for this game, so hopefully if a spot opens up, we will see OG Jake take a seat and play on the stream.
I know that there is a spot that opens up in the in probably the next 15, 20 minutes on the stream.
Spoiler.
However, Jake is not the person that winds up filling that spot, so another spoiler there. I'm filled with spoilers today.
We are about an hour and change left in the show, guys, and then we'll shoot some marbles. And in the meantime here, David has made a jack, and no one else has anything at all. Thanks for spending part of your Saturday night with us, guys. This is a Harlan and Victims game. That is the legend himself, Harlan, in the bottom right corner of your screen there. This is his game, and these are his bros. And we're playing some 5-5 no limit with a mandatory straddle, and it plays pretty damn big. And there is Mark at the top of the leaderboard. Mark has had a few good streams in a row, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Mark's been running quite nicely, and tonight is no exception. Sitting on about 6.7 up top, but as you can see, 6 times 4, this is probably, what, 50K on that table? Plenty of monies to be had.
Nom, 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 nom.
Monies.
All the monies.
There's another $100 straddle here from the ever-popular Mark.
action mark, and all that action is building him some stacks and stacks of chips.
Sure is. We're going to see if he can do some damage in this hand. It's going to be hard because Ray raises, and then Harlan wakes up with queens, and I would imagine this is a mandatory 3-bet. I would not imagine Harlan is going to flat here. It's a min click. Is that just to make it 600?
A little more.
900. Okay, 3x. Yep.
Wanamaker, it was Harlan and Victims long before his Postle and Pals, and we wanted something that would be alliteration.
Sure. I still think Postle and Apostles. We were fools not to go with that. But as Master C has pointed out, he wanted to call it Postle and Dumbasses, or Postle and Idiots, or something like that. But I guess that was not approved by the upper management. So Ray is going to set mine here. A not fantastic spot because he's out of position, but I don't know. I don't know. How bad could it be, right?
He's got his pick over his shoulder and his lighted helmet on, and he's looking to dig up a 4 somewhere.
He does not find it on that flop, but because it's ace high, Harlan decides he's going to exercise some pot control right now, so he checks back. Ray's going to have a free shot at it here, and he does not make it. Still drawing to a 4 only. They both are live. You can see in the upper right corner of your screen there the live outs. We do true outs here on stones, and Ray actually is going to bluff at this pot.
That's a pretty small bet.
That's not enough, I don't think, to get Harlan to fold. He bets 450 into 2K. So it's like a 1/4 pot bet, and Harlan still beats everything that is not ace-X. Or set, of course.
I guess Harlan snap called because they're putting out another card.
Yeah, Harlan is not going to fold to a 1/4 pot bet with queens here, and Ray is going to have to try to make a 4. He does not. It's another ace, which Harlan loves to see. Makes it much harder for Ray to have been playing ace-X this way. And Ray checks with aces and 4s on the river, and Harlan just checks back, and that pot belongs to Harlan, who made a victim out of Ray in that spot. Harlan's check back on the flop served 2 purposes. 1, he exercised some pot control just in case Ray had ace-8 suited or something and outflopped him. 2, he convinces Ray that he can bluff at the pot. Mm-hmm. So when Harlan checks back on flop now on the turn, Ray's like, well, if I open check here, am I prepared to call a bet? Like, what am I doing here? Let me just stab at this. And then he doesn't even really make it that difficult for Harlan because he bets so small. So Harlan gets another 450 because he has really one option there, which is call 1/4 pot bet with everything that a hand that beats everything that is not ace-X.
Yeah.
So unless you flop like a set of 7s, I guess. But obviously, like, I call. Let's see a river card. And then there's no more decisions to be made. His opponent just checks, and Harlan's like, aces and queens? That's got to be good, right? And it was.
Now, if there's a good-sized bet on the turn, do you think Harlan holds on, or does he
so, like, let's
pull
see,
the ripcord?
There was 1.9 out there. Like, let's say
1,000.
Jeremy leaves for $1,000.
Yeah.
Ooh. Given that, I think Harlan does not fold to that bet. Yeah. But if Jeremy really, really wanted to get out of line, I didn't see how much he had behind there. Did he have, 4 behind?
Yeah, it was somewhere around there.
So what that might serve to do, it's going to be extremely difficult when another ace comes. But no, I shouldn't say extremely difficult. No, that's overstating the case. Let's say he bets 1,000 on the turn. Harlan goes, Okay, call. Harlan would not snap call, I don't think. He would think about it for a minute, and he would call. And then on the river, it's a 3rd ace, and if we really wanted to go nuts, we have set ourselves up for a bluff shove.
Yeah, that's true.
Would we play ace-X that way?
I mean,
sure, I guess.
I think once the last ace gets there, if you have an ace, you are pretty much shoving.
There, sure. So, I mean, but, it does feel like just like a wild overplay because, Harlan could easily just have ace-X in that spot, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I 3-bet pre-flop with, let's say, ace-king suited. I smash the flop. Mm-hmm. My opponent checks. I'm like, I need to let him catch up, check back. On turn, they bet into me, and I'm like, well, I still have, a nutted hand here. Call. And then on river, I make top trips with the king, and my opponent open chips on a call you. So in other words, that's suicidal because Harlan doesn't have to have queen there. He can have ace-king,
right.
ace-queen suited, ace-jack suited all day long, and then you're just bluffing into oblivion. And even with queen, he still might not fold to that move.
Looks like on the bomb pot here, ace-queen is not going to voluntarily put any money into this pot, so that does not count as a loss.
Yeah, no, you're right. It does not.
And Scott is going to take this down with top pair.
The old 10-3 gets her done.
Nice work if you can get it.
You know what they say, 10-3 is the new ace-queen.
That's what I hear. That's what all the kids are saying in the streets.
That's right, exactly. You know, maybe we can change the walkie-talkie thing, like the A-OK, the 10-4. Let's change it to 10-3. 10-3. You don't have to make the sound. It already does that.
Okay.
Oh, man. There it is. Who created that graphic for that Stones Live Thirst Lounge takeover? That is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Man, I feel like I'm out on the top floor of the Venetian listening to Deadmau5.
King Creeps. 10-3 in the streets, 3-10 in the sheets.
You know what they say, man. That's what everyone wants. A 10-3 in the sheets.
Now, is that metric?
Yeah, totally. I'm American, man. What is it, Imperial?
Imperial,
yes.
yeah.
Or no, I think King Creeps is saying he wants 3 10s in the sheets. Which,
okay.
dude, I mean, wouldn't you be satisfied with like 3 8.5s? I mean, I know you got to aim high, but
Squad goals. Ray Ray.
Yeah, Ray Ray's got a real hand here. And now, after that disastrous hand with those 4s, here he's got a real hand, and he's cranking some money. I mean, you know, yeah, 545. Is that a big bet? I don't know, I guess. There are a bunch of people already called 100. It's actually not. It's a totally reasonable bet.
And
Who's
he's
going to
get
come along
action.
here? Brian, wow. Okay, we're playing deep stacks. No limit hold'em here. 5-4 high. Call you. He's got the type of hand that can bust a hand like King King if it hits big.
Davo, reluctant.
But you know King Creeps is a lot of rum shots, Steve, because he's like, I'll be happy with 3 2s, dude.
Thank you, King Creeps. We appreciate you.
So that's going to set off. So Brian calling here, I would imagine. Now Jeremy, wow, God, calls the 8-6, and that's an easy call for Mark.
Closes
to complete
the action.
with 8-7 suited. Call you. Let's see a flop.
And
Ray Ray's got to fade a lot of cards here. Oh, what a brilliant sight.
Wow.
Please Fold is raiding with his party of viewers. Thanks, Please Fold, for the raid.
Wow, thank you very much.
Welcome, guys, from Please Fold's stream to Stones Live. We are in Northern California outside of Sacramento. Stones Gambling Hall broadcasting a live 5-5 with a mandatory straddle, no limit hold'em cash game. It's Harlan and Victims, and you came in right in the middle of a S show here with Ray Ray flopping top set and everyone else dead. So Ray Ray, because he 3-bet this pot pre-flop and he got all these callers, he doesn't even, like, yeah, he flops top set, but he's like, okay, what do you jerks have? Like, does someone have like 2 10s and might call me here? He just shoves.
Yeah, he's not too likely to get any action here.
Nah.
But, you know, I think he's been listening to you on the stream, and, you know, you just win.
I just
if everyone
win.
folds,
if
I
everyone
just win.
folds. Like, what if somebody has like ace-5 here? Do you want to call from them? I mean, I know in theory land you do, because they're putting their money in with like 12% against you, and don't you want that? Well, yeah, you want that 88% of the time, but the 12%, it feels so bad when it comes. So you can never be that mad, man, when they all just fold. Now in that spot, Ray Ray would not have minded some calls for sure, for sure. That is an extreme spot where you just have everybody smashed to rights. Even something like, 5-6 of diamonds. Like, do you want to call from that hand? I mean, in that spot, yeah, it's fine. If everyone wants to call me, that's fine. But you still, man, you still lose sometimes. But that's just such a... Now, it's funny, right? Like, when you're in that spot, you put in a $545 3-bet preflop. You got called in 3 spots.
Yeah.
There's like $2K plus out there, and you flop King 3, what was it? King
3-4.
King 3-4 Rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, nobody can have anything. You just have everybody killed.
You have everything.
Yeah, you have everything. Nobody can beat you. And but man, I mean, people called him with 8-6 and 5-4. So obviously 5-6 is well within range. Like, so I know why he shoves there. I mean, even though that board is so dry, these guys have been playing like such maniacs all night long. Anybody can show up with like, why can't somebody have had 3-4 suited there and flop 2 pair?
Yeah,
absolutely. You saw 4-5 suited come along.
Somebody could even have the last king. There's still one more king in the deck. Somebody
sure.
might have it.
King 9 suited. Who knows? So I understand the open ship there, even though as it appears like that board is just dry as a bone. Wow, Harlan finds a monstrous board, and Dave has ace-10. Look out. Is this really going to go check around? Wow.
And Dave plays it a little cautiously. He doesn't want to get himself into too much trouble there. Scott and Jeremy have both hit their king, though.
Yeah, that's right. Now, Scott's betting out here for value, or so he thinks. And Dave is calling one street too late. And Jeremy also calls, and Harlan says, guess what, guys? I had it the whole time.
Could also be Queen Jack. That would be a viable hand for Harlan to
Jack would
have
make sense.
in this situation.
Absolutely.
I don't think he's going to get a whole lot of callers.
Perhaps maybe even none. I mean, he puts in a sizable raise here.
Yeah.
And who can really come along? Like, it feels annoying here if you're Scott. You're like, isn't that just a bink card for me? And I have the gut shot to the jack too, but no, he makes a good disciplined fold.
Yep.
And Jeremy with a garbage king here. Sorry, Dave rather. He cannot call. He has no outs. He's drawing only to a 10. And then Jeremy with a garbage king says, see ya.
Yep.
And Harlan is going to scoop that. And once again, you can never be too mad when your opponents just fold. Is a 10 going to come there? Very, very infrequently, but not never. Is a jack going to come or a king going to come? Not often, but not never. When your opponents fold, you just win.
Yep, you get a good-sized bet and 2 calls in there in front of you.
Yep.
Nothing wrong with taking that one down.
100%. Yep, that is a spot I would be raising, especially because the whole reason he slow plays on the flop, Harlan, is to have just that sort of action unfold on the turn. So he gets all of that money to be put in, and then his opponents fold out whatever percentage they had, and it wasn't 0.
Yep.
So the power of the raise, love it.
And they all had outs. King gets there, 10 gets there, or Jack gets there.
Exactly.
If Harlan doesn't put in that raise, one of those might get there, and he loses a big pot.
100%.
All right. Ace Queen tracker. We're
Here we go.
4-1 right now.
I can't even.
4-1.
Up is down, left is right.
Dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria.
Is Harlan the first or last name,
Oh.
Ravaros? It's his first name.
All right. I think this one is probably going to go in the lost column.
Wow, is that a flat from Harlan with kings? And a flat from David O. What are these guys are nuts? Your last name is Harlan, Ravaros? Oh, crazy. Yeah, Harlan's last name is Karnofsky.
That does not look good for Ace Queen. I've got that L ready to go. It's going to be 4-2. It looks like such a good flop for Dave.
Wow, 9-3-5 rainbow. What a great time for Harlan to have slow played kings, I guess, against all of these people here. And how are jacks ever folding?
No, they can't.
David O is in trouble with a capital T.
And
Harlan raises, and there is no way Dave is folding jacks. How is Harlan going to show up with 2 queens, kings, or aces here? He just flatted pre.
Yep.
This is sick. What a spot for Harlan. Wow.
And right now it's saying that Dave has 0 outs, which it tells us that the jacks have both been folded. So good game, Dave. This is not looking good for you right now.
Hey, good call, Adam Witt. You nailed that one, dude. You're on it.
Never mind.
Kappa. I appreciate your enthusiasm, though, dude. You know, if you're going to be wrong emphatically, right?
Yeah.
This
Yep.
is such a sick spot for Dave. Dude, this is so sick.
No ace queen
He's
win,
never
but the
folding.
all-in and call
He's
shot
never
is
folding, but see,
definitely
he doesn't know what to do, right? Like
eligible.
He's like, well, I don't want to fold, but I don't want to ship. Like, I guess call. What
Yeah.
the hell's he gonna do on the turn?
hope that Harlan checks.
Pray to the Lord. Bless RN. Please check Harlan. Please have. What could Harlan even be bluffing with? Like, ace 4? What would he ever do this with? I think Harlan is just so weighted towards like 2 5s or something. And what is
Yeah.
Mark doing here with the 7th best hand? And Mark, after a little Hollywooding, does fold. And here we go. David is going to be looking for a jack quickly now. Instead,
is
it's
not it.
Harlan who finds the set he didn't need.
Harlan
And-
shoves. Dave snap calls.
Wow.
Actually, I was at the table when that happened. You can see me in the background there. What actually happened there is Harlan shoved in dark before the turn came out.
Is that right?
Yep. And
What a
Dave
beautiful
called.
sight on the turn for Harlan. I mean, just in case, yeah, I mean, David ever had, I don't know, like 9-5 suited or something.
Yep.
I think Harlan isn't, he's pretty sure he has the best hand, but he doesn't know for sure. But when the turn comes, he knows for sure.
Yeah.
Wow, sick. Sick, and that's an annoying spot for David that, man, jacks are going to be good there really often. But Harlan, very cagey with those kangs, and he extracts maximum value. He busts straight away, busts David O.
And Dave has had enough for the evening. He, I talked to him briefly afterwards, and he was saying, "Yeah, I just couldn't get anything going. I had no run good at all."
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many, like, Harlan can 3-bet the King's Pre, like he's going to the vast majority of the time, and then Dave can play it more carefully and not go broke necessarily. Or a flop that isn't 9 high can come, and Dave can get away, but all of the forces of the universe transpired against him to make him go busto on that hand. What can you do? I was going to say Harlan sizing seems huge, but hey, it got paid. Well, yeah, I think Harlan is very capable of bluffing. All those guys know that. Of playing a hand like Ace-4 suited that way. Maybe not often, but he's capable. And so, and what would he do with his sizing if he were pulling some sort of move like that? That's the sort of sizing you would see.
Yep.
You wouldn't see him pussyfooting around with bet 300. No, because that's never going to work. This is cash, Austin Molo. This is a 5-5 with a mandatory straddle. Cash, no limit hold'em. The greens are worth 25, the reds are worth 5, and the whites are 100s. The elusive yellows are worth 1,000. I think there's a few on the table here.
And I did tell Dave that that he put on a good show for us tonight, and that we appreciated it. Sorry that he didn't get some better results, but we had a good time.
$997 hits nobody. Jeremy is the only one who's going to like that ish. He does bet because he figures he probably flopped the best hand. He's right. And unless somebody wants to float him like Mark, who is loving his camera time tonight. Tank, 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 tank.
But I don't want to hear any players at the table complaining about Mark taking a little extra time to make a decision, because
No, of
Mark
course.
is an action player.
Yes, he can do what he wants.
Yep.
I'm in here to be annoyed on their behalf. For them, because you're right, they can't say it, so I'm going to say it for them. And it's just going to go fold here, and Jeremy is going to win himself that little pot of $600. Okay, the victims moniker makes a little more sense this evening, Wanamaker. Yeah, no kidding. Harlan has, look at that, to the tune of 11.7K, been victimizing his fellow opponents on this table tonight. That is for sure. This is the second Harlan and victims in a row, at least thus far. There's still some time left in tonight's show.
See if
Been making the victims, making the game's moniker make total sense. I think that command has not been working recently. Cash win.
technology.
Can't live with it. Full
Can't-
stop.
Can't embed it in your body.
It's funny too when people are like, you next thing you know, man, the government's gonna implant trackers in you, man. I'm like, bro, you ever heard of a social security number? That's already long since been a thing, dude. Long since.
Another boring old $25 straddle.
Boring.
Yawn.
Wake me up when this is over.
Harlan makes it a little more interesting by raising to 175. The suited ace.
That's just a little pot builder race. I mean, that's kind of how these things have gone. I mean, Harlan has a suited ace in position, so he doesn't care. Like, let's go. Let's see, 5 of you want to call me? Let's go. I can smash a
And
flop.
Robert is sensing some shenanigans, I think, from Harlan, and he puts in a 3-bet at 475.
No, Deja Vu's like, you wouldn't have any kidnappings if you had an implant policy at birth. That would be one of the benefits of it. I can think of a whole hell of a lot of drawbacks, though. That's also true, Wanamaker. Yeah, how about the cell phone tracking devices we carry voluntarily? I know. I've thought about that so many times as Robert makes a continuation bet here. He 3-bet Harlan out of the blinds. Robert's playing this aggressive lead because his position stinks. And so he took the lead as the pre-flop 3-better, and Harlan had the best hand pre, and he has the best hand post here with 9s and 2s. But Robert is giving himself a chance to win despite that fact. Harlan's not going to let him just yet. He calls. And Robert is not going to be a fan of that call. He's going to be hunting for a king or a queen to feel a little better about. Oh, and he finds it.
Oh.
The old suck, resuck. It goes check, check. Robert, after finally making a hand on the turn, slows down because now he can get closer to showdown, right?
Yep.
He doesn't need to bet. He doesn't need his opponent to fold. He probably has the best hand. So he checks. And then Harlan snap checks back and binks his ace. And Robert now checks. Harlan bets. And because the turn went check, check, Robert isn't ready to give credit for Harlan credit for an ace just yet, so he calls him, and he's like, king, queen? And Harlan shows him the ace bird. Good value bet by Harlan on the river there. He correctly, even though it was the third club, the front door flush got there. The board was paired 9s on the flop. You know, I mean, there are so many hands Harlan loses to, but not as played. I think he thinks that Robert is going to show up there with, like, either queens full or my ace is good. And he didn't get the sense that Robert was that strong, so he value bet his ace.
Yeah.
And correctly, he got called by worse. Like, Queen X can look him up, and that's what happened.
And that's a really tough river card for Robert. I think he's checking on the turn in case Harlan has a 9. But once Harlan checks back on the turn, it's like, okay, well, he doesn't have a 9, so that means that my queen is almost certainly good.
Right.
So really, all I need to worry about is an ace on the river. And of
It is
course,
an
that's
ace.
what comes.
Right, and yes, of course. And Harlan makes a good value bet there. You know, a
Yep.
lot of players, when check to, would just check and be like, ace. Harlan makes himself extra value by going for our favorite form of bets, the thin mint value bet. A spot where most players would not earn money, Harlan does because he correctly reads the situation. Now, as far as Robert is concerned, I'm not really sure how many 9s Harlan is going to show up with. Some, certainly, like, okay, because he opened from the button. Not opened, rather, but, like, you know, this
Raised
call
from the
set, but he
button, yeah.
raised from the button. 8-9 suited, 9-10 suited. There are some 9s he would do that with, but not a ton. And let's say he did. Okay, let's say he raised from the button with 9-10 suited, and then Robert 3-bet him. Would he call with 9-10 suited from the button to see a flop?
Yes.
Sure, yes. He flops top trips.
Yeah.
Robert now continuation bets into him. Jack Ibrahim, thanks for the YouTube subscribe, man. Really appreciate that, dude. Welcome to the Stones fam, man. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you're having a good time. So now Robert continuation bets with and Harlan's like, well, I have this board smashed 6 ways from Sunday. I don't need to raise, obviously. There's no point in that. So okay, call. Yep, that makes sense. Now on the turn, Robert makes his queen and he checks. I think Harlan is going to bet there a fair amount. You know, if he really has something like 9-10.
Yeah,
Because,
maybe.
Because doesn't Robert have all of the, like, ace, queen, king hands that can call a bet there?
Yeah.
And why does Harlan have a 9? So I think you would see him bet there a fair amount rather than checking back on turn if he really did have a hand like that, right? And then on the but your point is valid. Like, that's why, like, Robert open checks turn because he finally, for the first time in the hand, doesn't need to bet anymore. He can just check and get closer to showdown because he probably just made the best hand, right? And then because Harlan didn't have 9x, he had just had a deuce. He just checks back. You know, Harlan can get a little closer to showdown. He can go to the river because he does have 2 pair. He has 9s and deuces, and then he just hits his lucky card and makes a great value bet. Man, speaking of 9x, Scott found the 9 he needed.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he's got this pretty much locked up. There's 1-8 left in the deck, and seat 6, the new player is going to have to hit it if he wants any part of this pot, or he can bluff Scott off the third pair. And that's what he's going to try to do, it looks like, and it's going to work.
It's going to work.
Well played.
Indeed. Gets it done. So what I was going to say there a minute ago about the volunteering to carry the tracker devices, Wanamaker, I think about this too because, you know, we have the Amazon Alexa. You know, I have 3 of those in my house. I have one in the living room, I have one in my office, and I have one in one of the middle bedroom or whatever that my girl uses. But I've thought about that too. Like, I've thought about the conspiratorial side of my brain, which is not very big, but I do, you know, engage in some fun thoughts from time to time. It's like the executive, or not even executives. No, this would be a public. This would be like, you know, some government bureaucrats sitting around going like, how can we, because it's like, again, if you guys have read 1984, the whole, like, we're going to install, like, listening devices, and it's totalitarian state. We're going to monitor the hell out of everybody and control society from the inside out. Well, the bureaucrats are like, they're sitting around in, like, the late 90s, and they're like, how can we bug every American's house? Like, what if we make them think it's their idea, and we get them to bug their own houses voluntarily? Which is what I've done. I've bugged my house voluntarily. I don't know. Maybe it's not a terrific move on my part, But that's what I've done. There's mics in every room now.
All right. We got Ace Queen in the lead right now. There's 2 other aces. But, it's one of those hands where anybody who's willing to bet at this may be able to take it down. Still nobody got nothing. Mark's got a gut shot straight draw.
Check. And they all got the case ace?
And
wow.
Guess what?
What? It's going to be bluffed off its hand, right? Is that what you're going to say?
Nope. Ace Queen is going to win this.
Damn it.
It's going to be 5-2.
So a value bet here from somebody who...
No, I think...
I thought I saw a bet out there in front of him.
I think check.
Really?
Oh, no, Harlan bet 100 for value.
And Jeremy raised fold. Harlan's going to fold. Fold it. Come on.
Make the call, Harlan.
I love this bet by Jeremy so much.
Oh, Harlan just reloading a couple thousand there. He's got a call.
Fold it.
Come on,
Harlan. You don't beat anything.
Come on,
you
Harlan.
You don't beat anything.
Oh! Well, that's why I didn't mark it down yet.
Ace Queen had the best hand on every street, and it lost.
King Creeps, you're gonna have to not take a shot there. Sorry about that.
So good. Oh, I can die a happy man. Amazing. What a raise.
Very
I love
good
that
play.
raise.
Very good play.
Wow. Is that a value raise? I'm not really sure. I think he's like, well, I did just river my optimum card, and like, I don't know. Why is he raised there?
Yeah, I don't think it can be a value raise. I think it's got to be a bluff raise.
He's trying to get Harlan to fold exactly what he has. Ace Jack, Ace Queen.
What's worse that's going to call? I mean, if you're not raising for value, you're raising as a bluff.
A worse ace, I guess. I'm with you. I think that was one of those, like, I'm not really sure. I think I have the best hand, but what I don't want to do is say call and have him roll like a slightly better hand. So I'll just be like raise, and then maybe you just fold. Maybe a lot of the time you fold worse, like you had worse, and you just fold.
Yeah,
I'm not really sure. That's an interesting raise. I think it is more weighted to the bluff thing. Like, he's not stone bluffing, but he's just like he's covering his ass just in case. But see, I would think that he wouldn't think a better ace would fold. We got all that way with all that checking, and now a better ace than ace 10 is going to fold to you. That's what happened. It worked. That's crazy.
Well, but I think he might think like a bad 2 pair might fold, like a non-ace 2 pair. Might fold.
Do you think that hand would fold? There? Yeah, the spades did get there. That's true. Yep.
I think he's representing the flush there and thinking that he can get a lot of better hands. And any 2 pair that doesn't, because the other thing you if you've got a worse 2 pair, the ace coming stands a pretty good chance of making somebody else a better 2 pair.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Ace is up. Yeah. Sure. Yep. Crazy. Yeah, you're right. The spades was really a key too, because it makes it a lot harder. Like, I would imagine that Harlan sitting in that spot is like, what is raising here? Like, he's either stone bluff raising, or he has like a flush or something. Because how could he just have, like, why would he ever have something like ace X and turn it into a bluff? Wouldn't he just call
a random? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
interesting move. It worked.
Yep.
It worked.
Very good play. Very
Ace
good play.
Queen went down in flame. I feel like that should count for more than one loss. I mean, that was really an epic. It had the best hand on every street, and it bet the river for value.
Yeah, and that was
And
the
still
mistake.
lost.
That was the mistake.
Hey, what up, Monster Hands in the hizzy? Who did Harlan get the 7.3 from? He busted Dave O.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Just about 20 minutes ago or so, when he slow played 2 kings and Dave had 2 jacks, and it was like 9 high XX.
Oh,
and they got it in.
And this could get nasty if a 5 comes, because Scott has flopped the nuts, Ray Ray and Mark both have open enders.
Yeah, they do.
And if the 5 comes, they are in a lot of trouble.
Big trouble. Right here in River City.
Of course,
It's a lot of what ifs, though.
yeah. But I think they're not folding.
They're yeah, they're not. And I love this bet from Scott. We're not getting cutesy poo. We're not doing, check and call. No. We're just going to bet. We're going to start bloating this pot right away. We're playing with a bunch of maniacs who are playing everything and raising and doing weird stuff. So let's induce some spaz outs. And indeed, he induces a spaz out from Ray Ray, who has an open ender and ace high. I don't blame him for trying to steal this right now.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to just call and draw. Number one, though, that raise is not enough. Even if Scott had something like 8-10, I don't think that raise would be enough to get him off. And of course, Scott doesn't have 8-10. He has the nuts. And boy, is that sight pretty when you have the nut straight. The deuce of pumpkins on the turn gets nobody anywhere. You still have the nutter butters. Ray Ray, after getting called on flop, checks.
That was a shoveroony.
And Scott shoves in. That is all she wrote. Ray is going to be out.
I think Ray may be trying to figure out if this is a bluff draw. Maybe a heart draw, maybe even a club draw.
5-6 of hearts. Or sorry, no, that cannot be. Like, what? I don't think. How could Scott ever be bluffing in this spot? Like where ace high is good. What would Scott have to have? He'd have to have like queen high hearts. Jack high, 10 jack of hearts.
Maybe something deuce of hearts, where the
Ace
deuce
deuce
gets
of hearts.
where the deuce gets there, and you've made a pair to go with your
Would
flush
ace
draw.
deuce of hearts play this way? I don't think so. No, I think Scott would come back over the top on the flop. But maybe, who knows? Maybe it would. Maybe it would. And then you hit the 2 on the turn. Your opponent checks and you jam. God, it seems so marginal. That hand would maybe bet smaller or just check back on turn plenty of the time because why are you shoving? You can just check back and there's a lot of river cards you like, you can evaluate, but maybe it would play that way. But I mean, that for one, ace deuce is beating you,
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Ray Ray's going to fold, and he goes ahead and makes the correct decision.
Yep.
But I think there's a few hands. I mean, obviously 9-10. I think that's a perfectly good decision to go ahead and shove.
I think
over there. But I think there's some more hands that he might. I mean,
Ray Ray has a lot of 7-8 suited, 6-7 suited, 2-6s, stuff like that can definitely call a turn shove rather than 9x.
Yeah.
I don't think 9x is necessarily going to be playing that way very often. It would just call and see a turn card. I think obviously in that case it was 9x, and that was the way it played. It decided to try and take an aggressive line and see if it could win. But as played, I think there's plenty of top 2 pair, top and bottom pair.
Yeah.
Bottom 2, bottom set type hands that would play that way.
Yeah,
That could call
totally
a turn
agree.
shove. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. RC getting a little bit splashy here.
Suited king.
He's at the right table for it. And Ray Ray's got the same suit. And so that could get interesting. Harlan with the suited 9-8. One of my favorite hands. Generally tends to not lose very large pots and win very large pots.
So here's a
when
spot
they
where
hit.
it kind of flops marginal, but it just goes check around, so he's going to get to a free shot. God, he's glad he didn't see a 9 there. Harlan does fade the 9. Would be a pretty unlucky card if that's what came, but he does miss it. The blank 3, and here Ray Ray now leads out for value. He thinks he has the best hand. He's right. I'm not really sure if Harlan is folding to a 1 bet here. He might. Nope. After the flop goes check around, he thinks an 8 could be good here plenty of the time, and he will be right some of the time. Not this time, and once again, the original Razor RC is going to have to fold. And Harlan better hope he does not see a 9.
Yep, that would cause a little bit of pain.
He needs an 8. He has 2 outs. Not a terrific spot. Close, but no cigar. The jack is good. Nothing really gets there. But because Ray Ray's hand is still pretty marginal, it's good-ish top pair, but he's well, I'll check and, maybe call if Harlan wants to bet here. But Harlan just checks back because he can also just check and win sometimes. 8? And Ray Ray's like, nah, check.
Yeah, I mean the problem with the Jack 9 there is that there's almost no kickers that you beat anymore because the 8 got there, the
Right,
7
yeah,
got there, the
exactly.
6 got there.
Right. So if they were playing like Jack 8, Jack 7, and you had them, well, you don't have them anymore.
Yep.
There is Harlan at 13K, making victims of his opponents. You guys can see on the right side of your screen there, Monday, September 30 through Sunday, October 6th. It's the Stones Fall Classic Poker Series. 100K guaranteed main event. There are starting on Monday, like you see, September 30th. There are going to be meetup games, and we got special guests coming to town. Jamin Burton, Tim Watts the Trooper, Alexander Fitzgerald, the Assassinato, and David Tuckman will all be in town. And there are going not only there are going to be meetup games, cash games, and special Stones streams 7 nights in a row here on the air on Stones Live. There are also $50 Press Your Luck satellites to score yourself a seat in that 100K guaranteed main event. Kind of a cool, innovative satellite structure. $50 gets you in, and if you at any point 10x your starting stack, you can cash in that 10x for your voucher for your seat, and then continue playing with what you got left. So it kind of eliminates the satellite bubble. Cool value, $50 satellites. Get yourself into that Stones main event, and come play, hang out, play some cash games, hobnob, shake hands, kiss babies, and maybe 3-bet with kings like Jeremy is doing right now. And Ace Queen is in trouble.
Mark may get away from it. Oh, if he folds there, that almost should count as a win, but it doesn't. But it almost should. Yeah,
I'll give you not a loss, but a win. Well, now we're getting greedy.
Well done, Mark. Good job.
Mark dumps it. And Jeremy is.
Mark's spider senses were going off there.
Yeah, they were. Mark,
danger.
Now, Mark might have called with like 8-3 suited, but Ace Queen, forget it. Get this hand out of here. That's amazing. All right, so we are shooting marbles probably within the hour or so. And there you go, on the right side of your screen there, you saw those special guests I mentioned. Yeah, if you haven't already, guys, hit the like and follow and subscribe buttons, and then hit the notifications, and you will get alerts for when we go live, which is a lot, every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. But importantly, we're on, like I mentioned, 7 nights in a row while the special guests are in town. And you don't have to remember. If you just hit the notifications, you'll get a little ping, and you can tune in and watch legends like David Tuckman call games, and legendary players splash around, and Jamin making vlogs, and etc. All of the fun goings on starting September 30th here at Stones.
A lot of cool stuff. A lot of interesting poker commentators, poker streamers, and the price is right. Free is always good.
The price is wrong, bitch.
King Creeps is having problems with the keyboard. 7 nights of drink. So does food to me.
I think he's saying sous vide.
Yes.
So he's going to drink and make some sous vide food. Sounds delicious, man.
Very good, King Creeps.
So Harlan is raising here from the small blind. He is in a crap can position. So he's like, I'm just going to take charge of this hand right now, and I'll just flop top pair.
Brian's still in this hand with the bottom pair. He's going to go ahead and call Harlan's lead there.
And he is in not terrific shape here. He's going to be looking for a 6, a 3, or a diamond on the turn. Jeremy folds his AC Deucey. And those are none of those things. Harlan actually adds a straight draw to the mix. It goes check, check. And Brian finds a 3. Wow.
I believe we're looking for the word bink.
I'm a little surprised Harlan open checked the turn. I would expect him to bet again with that hand. I mean, the 9 is a blank. It gives you a gut shot straight draw that is like a good straight draw, and you had top pair. So I'm surprised. And now he earns himself a call on the river.
Yeah.
Well, not earns, rather, but like sort of dooms himself to calling on the river. Because really, what'd you do, Brian? You river trip 3s? And also the turn went check, check, so I've under-repped the fact that I have a king here. And indeed, Harlan was taken to Value Town by Brian.
At the price of $420.
Telling you what, man, Harlan's like, I don't want to go to Value Town, you know? It's a long drive, and I don't even really like Value Town. And Brian is like, you get in the car and you shut up, Harlan.
We are going, and we're not pulling over for bathroom breaks.
That's right. And on the turn, Harlan was like, are we there yet? And Brian was like, shut up. Buckle your
Almost.
seatbelt and shut up. We're almost there. And then on the river, Harlan was like, are we there yet? And then Brian's
Yes.
like, yeah.
Yes, we
have
are.
arrived. Yeah.
Yeah, we figured your typing skills may have been slightly deteriorated from all the ace-queen wins.
Yeah, poor King Creeps. So many rum shots, man. Yeah, he invented pants and large Gatorade bottles. Jeremy with 9s gonna raise it up, and he has 2 contestants, and he needs to fade some big cards, but he can't do it. Action flop here. Scott flops top pair, Mark flops the spade draw, and Jeremy has been flopped into oblivion from first to worst. So Scott checks. Jeremy continuation bets. He still has the best hand a lot after a flop like this.
Yep.
But, man, what an unlucky board. Mark calls, and now
Yeah, there's some
Scott
white
with the
chips
real
getting cut
hand
out.
over calls or raises?
No, that is a Rizaruni.
Is it?
About
Oh, yeah.
800,
600 bucks?
900? 800.
800, yep. So Scott does raise. He correctly deduces that he has the best hand, and Mark isn't going anywhere. The 2 9s folds. Annoying spot for the 9s, but good fold and a quick fold. You know, it's easy to talk yourself, well, doesn't my opponent have like spade draws and stuff, which is true in one spot, but because there's 2 opponents instead of just one, like I don't know that you would necessarily see him fold to that if he was heads up. Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. Against 2 people, definitely a fold, good fold. And now is Mark gonna go nuts with this spade draw or just call and see a turn card? Boy, it's getting expensive in a hurry. I mean, we are bloating this pot big time.
Mark may be able to take it down if he raises here. King creeps. It's okay if you don't stay awake for marbles. We're looking at a while longer. So,
And ace queen might win a time or 2 in between now and then. So GL, and GL to Mark here, who is going to call and just try to make it. Just try to make it. As you can see, there's a few dead spades, including the 10 of spades, which would be the sickest turn card. But the 3 of spades is live, and it comes. God, Mark is the check mark. That is such a crappy card for Scott. God. Like, wouldn't Mark play a flush draw exactly this way?
yeah, and this is such a terrible position because Scott is out of position. He's got to act first.
And he doesn't want to just check, give up, so he
No.
fires.
Oh, and that's a big bet, and I think Mark probably shoves here to try to get the rest of Scott's chips.
I would think so. Yeah, because what does Mark have behind? He has 3.7, so he has like double the bet behind.
But you know what? Mark is the kind of player who, if he calls here, he can be implying that he's still on a draw, and he may be able to get Scott to
So
bet the river.
what would he have? He would have like ace of spades, 7 of hearts, something like that?
Or
like,
even just like, a random 7.
I don't know, man. That calls that raise on the flop? Maybe. I mean, it is Mark, but I don't see him calling that raise with 7x, unless it was maybe ace of spades 7. But even that, dude, is just so marginal. Like, we're calling to try to hit a 7 on the turn?
I think the argument for the best argument for raising here is that if another spade comes,
Yeah.
either Scott doesn't have a spade
Right.
and he's never putting any more money in,
I'm with you.
or he does have a spade and Mark is probably losing the pot.
I'm with you. I would
So,
shove here for sure.
think-
Not for sure. I don't want to overstate the case. I would shove. I would very seriously consider a shove here, and I think
Yeah.
that would be my most frequent play.
Yeah.
Because that's a perfect turn card for you. But you're right. Any spade on the river sucks for you. You're not really positive where you're at. Like, why can't Scott just have ace of spades, queen of hearts?
Yep.
Would he play that hand this way?
Yeah.
Yes. And Mark is Hollywooding, but this time he's Hollywooding with a legit hand.
And it may be just, if I shove quickly, it's obvious what I have.
Yes.
So I need to take a moment to think about this
Yes.
and induce the call if I do shove.
Sure. Yeah, just in case Scott has something a little stronger than Queen 10, like he has like Ace Queen or like Queen 7 suited or something. If he gives it some time before he shoves, more likely to get a call from a hand like that. He might get a call anyway, but it's going to be hard to
Let's
put
see
Mark
if
on a
they're
flush with this tanking.
saying anything.
Ship all the shit. Ship the Sinola and the canola. A whole lot of loot.
All right, we're back.
Okay.
Scott went ahead and
Scott did
shoved on the river.
So Mark just flatted.
Mark just
And
flatted.
then Scott shoved river.
Yep.
Look at Mark, how stoked he is. But so why do you think Scott shoves river there?
I think because of the call. I think
Oh.
if Mark shoves, I think Scott gets away. But Mark calling looks dry, and you know whatever the draw happens to be. I mean, it could be, you know, Queen Jack with the Jack of Spades.
Is that what happened though? I want techies. Did he ship in the dark? So like when Mark called on the
okay.
turn, Scott like was like all in before the river card even came.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. Like all that tanking and that flat call by Mark earned him the rest of Scott's money.
Yep.
Wow. Scott shoved dark. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Thanks for the clarification, guys. Man. Wow. Mark busts Scott.
That hurts for Scott. He's been doing pretty well for most of the night, and then, you know, just one hand, it all goes away, and
Yep.
he's got to start from scratch.
Yeah, he does, and that's the top pot of the night, I believe, at 8.4 for Mark.
Wow.
Huge pot with the old Jack 8. And where was my guess? I guessed Harlan for what? 6 and change?
You guessed Harlan for 77.
Ooh, so Harlan was at 7-3. I like my guess.
Yep.
But Mark just leapfrogged him. Who
Yep.
did anyone have?
Dirty
anything close to
Curdy
that?
had Mark for 9,000.
Wow, Dirty Curdy. Well done, dude. That is a very, very good guess.
Yep.
And you know what? We still have some time left on tonight's show. Mark might win a 9K pot here coming up. Who knows?
With as much money as Mark has in front of him, Mark might win a much bigger pot than 9K.
It's not out of the question. That's for damn sure. There's like probably $60,000 on that table.
And Scott is a trooper. He says, "I got no give up in my game. Get me some chips.
I'm here to play.
I'm gonna get all them back."
You know, and this is a table match game. He could.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, why not? Buying for $10,000. Not out of the question. We've seen it before. And there are the lovely ladies of stones, the beautiful Brittany and beautiful Jenna dealing the game. And this is a Bompotosaurus. That was just Keiran belching. That had nothing to do with anything. Super Moves Poker? Is this just a 5-5 no limit game with a minimum 10 straddle or what? Correct.
Exactly
You
correct.
nailed it.
Minimum $10 straddle, maximum half of whatever you got in front of you straddle. Mark on the regular straddles for $100. That's always a lot of fun.
Certainly for us. Get to watch other people make decisions against that kind of nonsense. The best hand here belongs to, what, RC with the 7 and the ace? And
yeah.
everyone else is in not terrific shape. Not a lot of equity out there.
Arthur, the new player to the table, hits top pair with a mid kicker. He's going to go ahead and bet at it. RC calls. Mark also calls with a gut shot straight draw. I guess Mark is feeling like he's unbeatable tonight. Oh, and Arthur binks
Wow,
the
he
turn.
finds the 10 he needed. Man. Welcome to the table, Arthur. Here's the 10 of puppy dog feet for your betting pleasure. And indeed, he does fire out for value. And, you know, I don't know that RC's... Yeah, this is probably the end of the line. I would imagine it just goes fold here.
Yep.
You know, RC liked his hand a minute ago, but he does, you know, if somebody... Oh, God, I'm wrong. Wow, I'm so wrong.
Oh God, not like this.
He doesn't
not
want to
like
quit.
this.
Wow. Very stubborn. Wow. I'm so surprised to see that. I mean, he doesn't really beat much, but damn, he's not ready to give up.
Yeah.
And Arthur has to only fade an ace. That's pretty bricky. I mean, there are some other straights, I guess, that get there. Your jack nines. But Arthur doesn't even have to make a decision. He just checks, and RC sees here that he was outturned. And that is a lot of value that Arthur got there on the turn. I'm a little surprised to see RC call that. I mean, obviously, if his opponent has something like 6-4, he's drawing dead. If his opponent has something like 10-3, 10-5, 10-7, which are all totally reasonably conceivable because it's a bomb pot.
Yep.
There's no pre-flop action. Anyone can have any two. He's in very, very, very bad shape against any of those hands. So, I mean, 6-4, 7-5, 7-3, 5-3, 10-7, 10-5, that's a lot of combos that you are drawing almost dead against. It's not like he was drawing to like one of many outs. He just needed an ace. Or he's dead against 6-4. So anyway, I'm just really surprised to see that. Arthur's happy to see it, and he scoops a nice pot there. What up, John DeGidio? Sitting in the parking lot of my daughter's high school waiting for the dance stand watching poker. Oh, what up, John? Thanks for tuning into our show, man. I hope your daughter, went with someone who you didn't have to, I always picture the poor dads and the guy with the bad teenage mustache is at the door waiting to take your daughter to a dance. I hope it was stress-free for you as a dad, man. Thanks for tuning into our show and hanging out, dude.
Hey, what Wi-Fi network are we on?
I think it's Stones. Live,
Okay.
yeah. Hey, what up, Rick Jackson? Can I recommend a beer for a lasagna dinner? Ooh, yeah, let's see. So you're going like marinara sauce, cheese. I would go something like maybe like a pilsner with a little hop bite. Something like like Firestone Pivo Pills, something like that. Like I wouldn't go overly hoppy like an IPA, but something yellow and fizzy with a little hop bite. See if you can find yourself a nice pilsner. Firestone Pivo is a great one. You can find it at like a lot of grocery stores. I can't do that, King Creeps. Sorry, dude. But I'll meet you in the bathroom. 5-5 king. Harlan makes his king, and no one's got a 5. 7s are not going to hate that flop, but man, not against the whole table, I guess. Harlan adds a flush draw to the mix, and that makes Brian up and down here. A lot of money out there, 1.3 in the middle, so if somebody wants to stab at this, it's going to be an expensive stab. I've sat at 5-5, says Super Moose Poker, and I don't see pots like this. This is insane. Yeah, these games play pretty damn big, man. There's like 60K plus on that table. These guys are here to play, and they're here to play deep stack, no limit hold'em, and they do not F around.
Yeah, this is an invitation game. So Harlan basically invites a lot of action players to this who have a lot of money and who are very willing to gamble. It is not a closed game, so you can get on the list for this, but Harlan does have first pick of everybody that he wants to have in the game, and then it's just a matter of going ahead and getting yourself on the list and waiting for somebody to bust out.
So Harlan is raising here. He played his hand slowly on the flop, and now on the turn, just in case RC has something like King Jack, he's going to try to make his life hell by putting in a raise here. And as it turns out, RC has worse than that, and I don't think he can call this. I mean, would Harlan play a flush draw this way? Maybe. I doubt it. I doubt it on a paired board. And
yeah, it would have to be a king high flush.
Yeah, king high flush draw, which is exactly what he has. And he does get RC to fold out. He only had a little equity there, but I will again point out, my friends, that it was not 0. He will have a very difficult time making a 10 there on the river, but it is not impossible.
I've seen one-outers come before.
I've seen them lots of times. We saw one tonight.
Yeah.
So, man, there you go. Harlan he gives himself a chance to get called by worse. 2 10s might not believe him and call. They might just fold out whatever equity they had, even if it's only like 5%. And he just wins. Well done. Oh, I feel your pain so much, John. He's like, you have no idea. When he picked her up, I wanted to smack him. Yeah, I do not have a daughter, but I feel your pain, man. I can only imagine. I pray to the Lord Almighty when my wife and I, if my wife and I have kids, that they're boys. Because as the aphorism goes, if you have a boy, you have to worry about one penis. But if you have a daughter, you have to worry about every penis on the planet. And I'm sure she's like sweet and pretty, and like now this idiot is it like he's like doesn't even come to the front door. He's like honking from the street, in his like 1999 Mustang. Ugh, I do not envy you, John. But we're glad you're using our show as a little escape from the nightmare that is having a teenage daughter.
This does appear. Is this a bomb bot or not? Is that a new
no?
dealer?
We just play one. I thought.
Yeah, I thought so too.
I think it's just a lot of unreasonable people seeing a flop.
Yeah, there's only 5 of them.
Yeah,
so.
right, totally. Yeah, Mark has a suited double down, and that's good enough. Robert open-ended here. Interesting. Mark has backdoor spades plus that top pair. Harlan has the nut 8 here, and Arthur. Everyone caught a little piece. Harlan is going to take the lead here. He thinks he has the best hand. He is correct. He does not have the most equity, but he does currently have the best hand. Robert obviously not going anywhere with that big draw. And Mark going to overcall here. Now, note, guys, if you are overcalling in this spot, it is torching. If it goes bet in front of you and it's just on you, sure, you can call a street. If it goes bet call in front of you, putting in a third call there, like it goes bet call and you call, you're lighting chips on fire most of the time.
Robert hit his 9. That
He
wasn't
sure
the
did.
card that he was looking for, but as it turns out, everyone's going to check the rest of the way, and he's going to take that down.
It's good enough. And he not only does he make the best hand on the turn, he didn't have to make any more decisions in the hand.
Yes.
His opponents just kind of gave up, and they had enough showdown value to just be like 8 and not put in any more bets.
Mm-hmm.
And Robert didn't have to either, and he just says 9, and it's good.
That's a power of being in position.
Yes.
Other people have to make their decision before you have
That is
to.
exactly right. You have 5 kids, King Creeps? Whoa, crazy. 4 boys, 1 daughter. You don't need to worry? Well, you need to worry a little bit, but, only 1 out of 4. Or 1 out of 5. 5 kids, wow. You must
No
be,
wonder you drink.
I was going to say, like, I'm guessing are you a religious guy, King Creeps? You don't really see a lot of, the only people you tend to see having more than like 2 or 3 these days are religious people.
I don't think it's. I mean, certainly a lot of religious people are going to have very large families because they don't believe in birth control or whatever.
Or they just they're fine with that, but they also just like think they should procreate because that's what makes sense. I'm an observant Jew. I come from that world, and the Orthodox you're supposed to have kids, man. Be fruitful and multiply. Not religious, just bad choices. Okay, fair enough.
Ooh, speaking of bad choices, Brian put in a raise with King 5 suited, and Jeremy is right there with pocket queens. He is going to put in a big raise. Looks like about 800. And now Brian has to make a decision. He's regretting some choices here.
Roman Small, you speak the truth, my friend. This dealer here is cool AF. That is the beautiful Jenna, and Jenna is cool AF.
Robert says, I really would have liked to have played this hand.
Oh, man, Robert makes a disciplined fold.
Yep. Now, just heads up with 10-9 suited, and Robert's looking for that.
Wait, are they rabbit hunting?
Yeah, Robert tipped the.
Hi-ya!
Now, Robert, you just tortured yourself for $5
Hi-ya!
there.
See, that's what I mean. What is the optimum? What outcome are you hoping for when you rabbit hunt?
And now,
Tell me, Keiran.
I don't know. I don't know. It's
I mean, either it's just a bunch of freaking napkins and it means nothing, or you're tortured when 2 10s come.
Yeah. Asmati, don't worry. The queen's held there. That was just a rabbit hunt. No blood exchanged hands
there. When your
there.
opponents fold, you just win. See, guys? Do you see? Harlan sees a suited queen. That's good enough for him. That's a $100 straddle, and he's calling.
So we know who's in the straddle right now. The lovely Mark has put in that $100 straddle again, as he is known to do.
Standard.
Poker players are sadists and masochists. Yeah, probably. There's the old saying: the only thing better than winning at poker is losing at poker.
I know I've heard that saying too, and like I think I get what the sentiment is, but I don't relate with it at all.
No, I
Like, are there really are people that just get like dopamine surges from losing pots? Like,
I think just the dopamine surge is from
When the money's
from
in.
playing.
Yeah, right,
When the
yes.
money's in, doesn't matter what happens after
and
that.
I totally get that, but better, you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because I think the you can't say the only thing better than losing at poker is winning at poker.
Well,
because that would be a
it's
stupid,
too
boring
obvious.
saying.
Yeah, sure. Yes, you're right.
Mark ain't going nowhere. That's his $100 baby out there. He's still in for
Oh
for
my
4
God!
more.
With Ace-5 suited, he'll pile as much money in as is necessary to see more cards. And here,
So-
more cards coming.
2,100 in the pot. Yeah, nice little 5-5 game.
That is just so far away from everybody. Everyone whiffs that colossally. And I would imagine it's just going to go check around because everybody hates it. And they're four-handed. Doesn't somebody just have King Jack here every time? That is another meaningless 3. How many 3s are there in this deck? You're damn right, Sir Manifestos. There is a lot of action to be had here on this stream, and especially tonight. And speaking of action, why not just open ship turn with 8-7 high? I play the board. What you guys got?
Yeah, I mean Scott can't win without binking
You're
an 8 or a
right. So
7.
he just goes for it, and he's like, you know what? If somebody checked King Jack on the flop, I'm just gonna get called here, and it sucks. But just in case nobody has that, I'm gonna just win here. I think. What is Arthur thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great spot to do it. The 2 people that act before you checked twice.
Yeah.
And the person who acts behind you checked once. And if they don't have a king, then they can't really call.
Yeah, they
so
can't call.
I love that bet from
yeah,
Scott.
I like it. Yeah, because even like 2 10s, like no one is gonna know what to do unless they have a king or a 3.
Yep.
I mean, it does work. Wow.
Love
Scott
that
picked
bet
a good
from
time.
Scott.
Yeah. Wow. It earns him a pot he had no business winning. When it comes King 3-3 and you're four-handed with 8-7 suited, how do you win that pot?
Yeah.
Scott found a way. Man. All right. I think I am gonna go. Put
All right.
A quick food order. Do you want me to order you something?
No, I had dinner beforehand. Thank you, though. All right. And that's really great to see on these live streams when somebody does something like that. You can see what they did. You can basically follow their thought process and incorporate that into your own game. So great opportunity to put a few new tricks in your bag for when you're sitting at the table in a 1-3 game and not some ridiculous 5-5 $100 straddle game. While the numbers on the table may not be relatable to everybody, the behavior at the table and the decisions that people are making at the table are always an opportunity for you to learn something and improve your game. And that's one reason why I really love these streams. Harlan, meanwhile, has picked up the best hand. He may not get any callers. Well, no, both Mark and Ray have bottom pair. So, and when Mark starts picking up his cards like that, that's usually an indicator that he wants to show his neighbor what kind of bad luck he's having. See, I had 9-5 and I only hit a 5. Oh, nope. He says, I am not done with this hand yet. Now Ray has to make a decision. He can't really put Mark on a 5. I wouldn't have been too surprised if Ray called, but he does correctly decide to fold. And now Mark has an gut shot straight draw and a flush draw. The problem is that Harlan has the better pair, the better straight draw, the better flush draw, and this could wind up costing Mark a decent amount of money if he is not careful. And He'd be avoiding this situation if he had just folded after the flop when Harlan had bet. But we'll see what happens. Mark's not dead. He could hit the jack for the straight. He could hit another 5. 9 is no good for him. And Mark's still in it, looking to hit. Actually, it looks like all the 5s are dead, so Mark is drawn to one of 2 jacks that are still around. And that's going to be a little bit painful because they've both made a flush. Harlan is absolutely going to bet for value here, I think. No, I guess it goes check, check. Harlan was a little bit worried about a bigger flush there, but Mark had the second best flush, and Harlan is going to take this one down.
Just like a little tiny 1.4K pot.
Yeah.
Man, Harlan, so unlucky. He only gets 1.4K.
He'll probably find that in his couch cushions tomorrow.
Totally. And of course, Keiran means he takes a butcher knife and just slices open the cushions like DEA agents, and that's where he finds the bricks of cash. When I say I find money in my couch cushions, I mean it in a serious way. I think we might have, we definitely have some marbles coming up very shortly. We're nearing the finish line on tonight's episode of Stones Live.
Although I think we might be extending.
Whoa, overtime?
Potentially a little bit of overtime.
OT? Are you guys down for some OT?
I mean, we know that you hate marbles being delayed, but
who doesn't hate that?
There'll still be marbles. I mean, I don't know if King Creeps is going to be able to stay awake for a little longer.
Yeah. You guys have seen, There Will Be Blood. There will be marbles. So this is not a straddle to 100. This is a raise to 100 from the button from Jeremy after both, just Brian had limped in here. And again, this is exactly what Brian did with that Queen Jack earlier in the show. Remember, he had Queen Jack of diamonds and he limped in so that he didn't get blown off it with a 3-bet, so he can just comfortably call a raise, which he was sure was going to happen. But this time, it actually gets 3-bet by Ray, and Harlan wakes up with kings. And after Jeremy raises from the button, Ray 3-bets his 8s out of the small blind, and Harlan wakes up in the straddle with kings. And what a sick spot for Ray. Yeah.
He looks physically ill.
Yeah, no
with
kidding.
This.
Right? His skin is like a green tint to it. This is a really disgusting spot. You don't want to give Harlan any credit. He's in the straddle. How do you have anything in the straddle? You don't want to give your opponent any credit. But he just 4-bet a 3-better. How isn't he strong? So it's he's dealing with polarized strong, not strong. And Harlan once again with 2 kings makes top set king deuce 4 rainbow. Wasn't that very similar before?
Yeah.
Oh, king's full any good? And Harlan checks back on the flop because he has the board smashed.
Harlan is feeding Ray some rope.
Ray bets into him now. And
how can he not?
Oh, how can he not? When Harlan checks back the flop, doesn't he just have ace queen a lot?
All the time.
And Harlan has just the world's easiest flat call. No reason to raise.
No.
We can't be beat. We don't care about any river.
He went ahead and raised. Yeah.
Never mind. I'm wrong. So he does raise, and I'm surprised actually to see Harlan raise there. I wonder why does he raise?
Because I think it's because he knows that Ray can't really have much here.
Exactly. So why not just call?
Calling shows so much strength. If you're calling $1,000 on a deuce king 4 deuce, there's no way that Ray is going to put any more money into this pot. So by raising, it maybe looks like a bluff. Whereas if you're calling, I don't think you can get any more.
I think you're certainly not getting any more. But you're probably not getting any more either way. Okay, for sure. But if there's a chance you're going to get more, I definitely think it's just calling here. Maybe Ray fires out on the river. Maybe. I just think what? Let's say Ray had 2 aces in this spot. Could he even call that raise? Maybe, but it's so thin. I think because here's the thing, man. If I'm Harlan in that spot and I chose to check back on the flop, which I would a lot because I have the board locked, then my opponent now fires out on me on turn. I'm thinking like they're like, oh, they have 2 10s, something just like he had.
Yeah.
And I am not scared of any river card, so I'm gonna just call here and either, like I said, you're probably not getting any more money anyway. Either they open check river when some banana hits, and then I can go for value and they'll just fold. That's what's going to happen the vast majority of the time. But every once in a while, they will get some deuced blank on the river, and they're going to be like, well, I don't think I can win if I check, so shove.
Yeah.
Once in a blue moon. Or he makes an 8 on the river and shoves for value.
Yeah.
Both of those scenarios are very, very uncommon. But I think if there's a way to get more value, it's probably that.
Yeah.
Just an opinion. That's not what Harlan thinks. That's six spot.
Yeah, that's pain. I mean, Ray gets punched in the gut twice there.
Yeah, he
First
sure
when
does.
Harlan 4-bets,
Yes.
and then again when Harlan raises on the turn.
Yeah, he checks back on the flop, and then you're like, oh, okay, well, maybe I have the best hand. Maybe my opponent just has like ace queen here. Fire turn, and then he raises, and you're like, oh, God.
Why do I make life choices?
Why? This board is far away from these dudes, so they're just checking and checking and checking more. Wow, the most boring pot of the night at only $220. All right, well, we've hit what would normally be the last hand here on Stones Live, but tonight, my friends, the game is tied at the end of the third period, and we are going to overtime.
Overtime.
So I think we're just going to sort of keep going here until someone tells us to stop. So buckle up. The hamster wheel is spinning, and marbles will come. What up, Alex the Kings fan? Nice to see you. Yeah, that's right. Your loser hippie friends would have liked that pot. You will speak to me in a clear and present tone. Is marbles already loaded, Mike? No, not yet. Okay. Exclamation mark play is not a thing yet, guys. Marbles is not loaded.
And that's how you know we're going into overtime, because we don't have marbles yet.
That's right. That's right. We're playing poker.
It has been a wild and woolly game tonight.
No
That
kidding.
is for sure.
I want to get a table. I want to get a chip count on the table. Are we over 60,000 right now?
I think we might be, seeing as we got the 2 new players, and they both bought in for a pretty substantial amount of cash. Brian has picked up not only the gut shot straight draw, but a flush draw to go along with it.
It's a nice looking turd card for Brian. He goes from a naked gut shot to all sorts of outs, but instead it's Jeremy who finds a third jack. And Brian is not in any mood to bluff here. He doesn't think it's a good spot to bluff. He is correct.
Snap fold.
Whoa, what up, Alex? Yeah, hey, always happy to see you around here, dude. What Bry's still hanging out?
35,
King Creeps hammered drunk, but hanging out, watching the last bit of Stones Live. Look at Harlan victimizing his opponents at 15 and change. So what?
Looks like around 52, 53.
50 and change?
Yeah.
Indian Skrilla, the Stones press your luck Sadie. Sure, dude. Yeah, those are Saddies to get into the Stones Fall Poker Series main event, 100K guaranteed. They are $50 buy-in satellites. You start with 8K in chips, and at any point, if you 10x your stack, you can cash that in for your seat, your voucher, and then continue playing. So if, let's say you run it up to 100K, well, you can, at any time, take 80K, cash it out, receive your voucher. You have 20K now still in front of you, and you may continue playing. So it kind of eliminates the satellite bubble, and it allows you to, be incentivized to continue running it up.
And I mean, at that point, you can pretty much just do a shove fest, pick
That's
up
right.
whatever pots, because you're free rolling.
That's exactly right. You can free roll everybody. And it gives, like, what do people do? They just, like, run up a stack and then they stop playing. Well, that's not going to be the case in these.
Jeremy binks his queen, outdraws the other two players. We'll see if that queen can hold, but Harlan maybe thinking that he can take this one down right here.
You got it, Indian Skrilla. You got it. Thanks for hanging out, dude. So yeah, Harlan does think he can win this, huh? It's going to be hard. He gets called in 2 spots, Scott, but the pure float. Pure float. That turn card is such a beautiful sight for Jeremy. Scott does have outs to the 10 here, the nut straight draw, but it is a gutter ball, and it seems difficult, and especially because is he going to get through Jeremy here, who just turned top 2 pair? No, he is not. Jeremy's firing.
That is a good-sized bet. That was into like
close to a pot-sized bet.
2.4, yeah.
Yeah, because Jeremy doesn't want to mess around. Just in case Scott has something like King 10 or Ace King, or maybe he has like Ace Queen and could possibly call here. There's a lot of merit to a big bet here. And you know what? Yeah, it's an offsuit Jack. You have a monster. If Scott folds, he just wins. So even though Scott only has 10%, it is not 0%. So Jeremy could never be mad if Scott just folds.
Yep.
Sometimes Scott's going to be pained with a hand like Queen Ace, Queen 7 suited that might call Jeremy, and otherwise he's just going to have to fold out whatever equity he has, and that is what happens, and Jeremy scoops it up. Boom. Rick Jackson wants a quick snapshot of your poker playing history.
Okay. I started during the Moneymaker boom, 2003, playing up in Reno. I mostly played limit because I was too scared to play no limit.
Most people can't handle no limit. Even the pros, they can't handle the swings.
And so then, but eventually I grew confident enough at the table. So, all right, I'm going to occasionally play no limit. I just didn't want to make a mistake where I lose, $300-400 in a single hand. That would be way too painful. So limit got me familiar with the game. I also started reading a lot of books, played online, full tilt. Eventually moved back to the Bay Area and started playing down there. Played a lot at the Napa Valley Casino up in American Canyon, and that was a really great place to play. They're very friendly there. You had free dinners, but it wasn't a very big card room. But lots of good action, and just started developing my no limit chops. Now at this point, pretty regularly play 2-5. That's the game that I'm probably the most comfortable with. I've occasionally gone up to like a 5-10, just as an occasional thing, not regular by any means. But and so that's pretty much it. Mostly a winning player. I do keep very careful track of my wins and losses. So far this year, I am down, so I'm disappointed about that.
Part of poker.
That is part of poker.
Part of learning this game on a longer timeline is knowing that it's inevitable. There's a lot of losing in poker, no matter how good you are.
Yep.
And the best way to get through them is to do exactly what Keiran is describing. Keep detailed records. Keep track of the time you play, where you play, what you win and lose. Be honest with yourself. Keep honest records. That sort of thing really helps temper the inevitable losses, cause for example, like I have the same thing. Like I have a spreadsheet that I keep where I track all those things I just mentioned. And if I ever have, when I have like a losing session, even if it's like a few sessions in a row, or even a bad year, a down year, what you can do is you can take your little mouse roller ball and you can start scrolling up through your records, and you're going to see lots of greens, lots of reds, greens, reds, and you can see the bigger picture right there, visual representation, and then you can just always remind yourself, hey, there's winning sessions, there's losing sessions. It's all part of the deal, so I'm just going to go sit and try and make good decisions. The more of a visual representation you can give yourself of what playing poker on a long timeline is really all about, the better it helps you control your tilt. At least that's how I experience it.
Yep. And when you run extraordinarily bad in a session or a month or 6 months, being able to go back and say, okay, well, I used to be doing good. has something changed? Or is this exclusively just variance and I'm running bad? Or am I doing something different? Am I making mistakes? Have other people adjusted to my game, so I need to make some changes? And, if you're not keeping honest records about that, you may not realize that all of a sudden you've developed some sort of leak in your game. Like you're playing too many unsuited connectors out of position and losing big pots with them. So whatever it is, you've always got to be honest with yourself and make sure that you're always reevaluating your decisions.
Amen. Evil Devil, saw that host, man. Thanks for hosting us, man. We really appreciate that a lot. King Creep says the more winning sessions you have, the better chance you have of being a winning player. I disagree.
Yeah, I mean, if your winning sessions are because you start out losing and then you grind and you get back to just having one, then you've won a small session. But if you wind up losing and you just stay stuck and you wind up having a big loss, you may not be a long-term win. But if you're keeping track and you can see, well, I'm doing lots and lots of winning sessions, but my total says I'm still down 300 big blinds, then it's like, all right, well, why is that? Why am I having very large losing sessions and very small winning sessions? And so, that's another data point to evaluate. Nope. And guess what, folks? The mystery hand must have shown up because Sammy's Wood-Fired Pizza has arrived.
Yeah. Man, is there anything better in life than beautiful women bringing you food? This is
Not
like,
much.
that's the nut event. I mean, like, what is better than that? Yes, please.
Ooh, all right. We got a bomb pot, and there is an ace-queen, but it's a bomb pot, so it doesn't count unless ace-queen voluntarily puts money in. And with this flop, that seems pretty unlikely.
9-7 deuce?
Yeah.
Best hand for Harlan? No, RC made 9s and 2s.
Yeah.
Oof.
And Harlan is putting some money in. He's going to be... Now, Arthur, no, don't do it, Arthur. Don't do it. Oh.
Not like this. This should count for multiple losses. He's calling with ace-queen high, Keiran.
I'm just going to put that one in the loss
He has a
column
backdoor
right
flush
now.
draw. Feels bad, man.
Oh, I would so love it if it goes runner, heart. I will be dunking on you if it goes runner, hearts.
He's going to need the queen of hearts on the turn. Quickly. And he's not going to get that far. No, RC raises. See ya! That's all she wrote for the ace-queener.
Yeah.
And that definitely,
I've already marked it down. I know
counts as
this
a
isn't.
lot.
Thank you, Rick Jackson. I'm always in favor of getting a little bit of good luck.
And that's King Creeps is like, if you get lucky cards, you run better or something. I disagree.
Oh, Arthur, why did you make me put that in the
some
loss
money
column?
with ace queen because that's what ace queen does, my dear Keiran.
No.
It burns money.
Well, sure. If you put money in a bomb pot with no
Ace
pair
queen
and no
high
draw
against the whole table, facing a bet.
Arthur, that hurts, man. You hurt me there.
Now, little do you guys know, when I took my bathroom break a few minutes ago, I ran over there and paid Arthur. I was like, hey, can you torch off with ace queen? Just like make some ridiculous play where you just like it goes bet call in front of you, you call with nothing. Man. Wow, here we are 15 minutes into overtime because this game is just too fire, and we wanted to keep bringing you some action here because it is nonstop action tonight on this Harlan and Victims game. Top pot mark 8.2. Look at those 3 top pots. There is like $23,000 in those top 3 pots alone.
Brian, the whole stream is scripted? Yeah. Rigged.
Team Pro, rigged.
Live poker is rigged.
And there you go. I told Mark to next time he gets a nonsense unsuited non-double down that he should call a raise. So he obviously listened clearly. He did flop a pair, but it's not as good as Robert's.
And now that kills the 9 of hearts as an out for Mark. And Robert is going to go for a little bit of value here.
That's it. Even Mark cannot continue here, and Robert is going to scoop it up. I wish your girlfriend? I thought you said you had 5 kids, dude. It seems like she probably does give a lot of action.
It may not have been that girlfriend.
Oh, I guess maybe not, yeah. I hope not. I don't know. I don't think... Is marbles loaded yet, Mike? Mike?
Mike, are you okay?
Hello? Man, even our producer is fast asleep on his keyboard. We're not, though. We're raring to go for more hands here in this... Oh, he's not here? Oh, okay.
Mike's not here, man.
Yeah, Mike left 40 minutes ago. Harlan going to limp him with the 7-8 of hearts.
Limp for 100.
Yeah, right. Just a $100 limp in, standard. And that is going to set off a cascade of limps. Bunch of hearts out there. And
You know, it's nice that somebody besides Mark decided to do the $100 straddle. You know, Mark was kind of all alone out there doing those $100 straddles, and his neighbor Ray Ray decided to do the $100 straddle this time. So good on you, Ray Ray.
Good on you. The only person that's going to like that flop is Robert. Harlan did make the best hand for the moment with the jacks and the 8s, but he is not going to like it because it is so easy for any one of his 25 opponents to have a jack. Although he is going to test the waters here with a little 1/3 pot bet. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, it was like 1K, he bets 325. All right, and Robert is going to come along with the diamond draw. Both of these guys are going to have to tread lightly here because you're never happy with a flush, even if you make it when the board is paired. And Harlan obviously is not happy with his 3 pairs, 7s, 8s, and jacks. So he slows down, and he's going to induce a bet from worse. Robert doesn't want to just check and see a card and try to make his hand. He figures maybe I can just win without making my hand by betting here.
Yeah, I think he can take this down here. I mean, you know, the straight got there. Harlan doesn't have a full house draw, and Robert does take it down.
He does. It works. Robert doesn't have to make his hand. He just wins.
Yeah, good read by
Power of
Robert.
aggression. Yep, absolutely. I know. I see the plays. I'm not sure that marbles is loaded up yet, though, guys. Do we know that? Is marbles loaded? Hello? We're all just all alone here out on our desert island. It's Keiran, me, and a palm tree here alone on a K in the middle of the Caribbean.
And we're fighting over the last coconut.
That's right. We can't figure out how to get the damn thing open, but we do want to possess it, you know, because it's the Lord of the freaking Flies out here.
And that $100 straddle is continuing around the table. So if y'all have ever wanted to play in a 5-5 game with a $100 straddle, this would be your chance. Get on down here to Stones and get in the action.
And good luck to you. You're going to need it. Jeremy raises. Harlan calls him with a worse queen. They both whiff. And Jeremy is set up to win the spot because he is in the betting lead, but he doesn't like the flop. So it just goes check, check. It goes check, check again. Here we are on the river. Everyone is checking, discount, double check, triple check. And
Jeremy's queen with the ace with the 8 kicker is going to take
Jack,
it down.
King,
And
Jack,
Harlan
queen,
says
8,
shit.
7. God dang it, I could have won that one with my queen and my 5.
For those of you who can read lips, you just saw Harlan say shit.
Bad non-bet by Harlan. But hey, you know, not everything can go Harlan's way tonight.
Just 90% of the things.
90%, right. But 90% is not 100%.
He's got 90% equity on things going his way.
Indeed. Seems good.
So I'm pretty sure King Creeps was saying marbles never loaded. Y'all have to stay for the
Not
next
Maybelline?
Not Maybelline.
Maybe Stones Live is born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
Now for a change, we've got a $105 straddle instead of a $100 straddle. Maybe this is going to escalate. Next one's 110. Next one's 115.
Sure. Where do I sign?
Yeah. Oh, good morning, Brian. Your $105 straddle has turned out very well. Jack Magnum 99. This is a very good time for you to start hosting
Thanks
because
for the host.
it's about to get crazy.
It is, dude. Thank you for the host, man. We appreciate it very much. And what a time to wake up with aces. Nobody ever believes you when you're in the straddle. How can you possibly have a hand? And Brian is going to crank some money in there. And, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if we see a four-way flop here.
Now, Robert's already folded.
Robert folded the
yeah,
first. Okay.
He said, nope, I'm not going to try to hit my set.
Well, we are not folding if we're Scott. We're actually shipping because Scott doesn't believe Brian. He doesn't believe him. How can you have a hand in the straddle?
And Brian says, yes, I'm going to call that, please. Thank you very much.
And the 9-10 folds. And here we go. Scott's going to have to find a 5.
Oh, and Robert would have binked his 4.
He sure would have. And the nope. The river straight draw, not good enough. The aces hold.
And Scott is dunzo.
Aces hold, and Scott says, GG. GG, Scott. And Robert, but, look, I mean, how mad can he be,
I would have had the...
How mad can he be? I guess the answer is really, really mad. Now, of course, Robert is too experienced and calm of a player for that to be the case. 5-5, too weak for me to ever call off Brian Fodder. Well, yeah, so he shoved. I mean, he did kind of call it off, and, like, is your opponent ever folding to a shove after Brian puts that much money in? Probably not. Okay, so effectively his shove is kind of a call off. The thing is he just didn't believe Brian. Like, he just thought he was flipping a coin there, right?
Yep.
Like, he thought Brian was in the straddle and looked down at, like, ace-jack suited or ace-king offsuit or something along those lines and was just like, you know what, Brian? F you and your raise. I'm just going to stick this right back in your face because, if you can beat my 2 5s, good luck to you. Otherwise, let's flip a coin. And then he saw that Brian had aces and, in fact, could beat his 5s. What can you.
And Scott had put in the first raise. So, by putting in the 4-bet, that's symbolizing that, hey, I am really strong. You have to have a really good hand in order to call me. Even though, it's another 1,400 into a, $3,500 pot, something like that. You have to have a big hand in order to call me. And timing was, bad.
Yes, indeed it was. In general, 5-5, not a big bet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I mean, I don't know how often you're really going to see, Scott in this case.
4-bet shove.
Yeah, 4-bet shove 5s pre. But it was just like the exact circumstances called for it. The notion that Brian did what he did out of the straddle. That's what I keep saying. Like, you just never think the straddle can have it. Like, oh, how convenient, straddle guy. You have a monster? Yeah, right. Sometimes they do.
Yep. Matthew Ori, I have bad news. We are all out of hats.
Yeah.
Scott got... No, that's not a Stones hat.
No, we are. That is true. But I did get word earlier from Boss Justin that we will be giving away... Where was this? I want to read this correctly. Where was that?
Just take employees' hats and ship them. Just knock them out in the parking lot.
Oh, there. Okay. Lapel pins. We have Stones Live lapel pins that are on order, but they're like 3 to 4 weeks out, and so we will give those to the winners of the 2 marble races tonight. But just so you guys know, it'll be please allow 4 to 6 weeks for shipping and delivery. The River 9 for Jeremy. He finds the card he needed. Ace or 9 was good for him, and he found it. And no money went in on flop or turn. So Robert bets for value on the river, and Jeremy goes call 9. Annoying spot for Robert. He did everything he could to convince his opponent he didn't have anything, and then his opponent finally beat him, and then he bet. Yeah, lapel pins, man. I don't know why you guys are laughing. Lapel pins. Just think about it, man. If you guys ever make a run for political office, it seems to be like mandatory to wear the little, American flag pin on the lapel. Well, now you can wear the American flag pin and the Stones lapel pin, and you got my vote.
I mean, come on. You think Andrew Yang would not wear a Stones lapel pin? Of course he would.
Just as long as somebody else paid for it, of course.
Yeah.
You only wear T-shirts and shorts free for and open-toed shoes, I'm sure. That flip-flop life, though.
Well, I'm hoping you live in a warm, comfortable, tropical environment.
Yeah.
Straightforward.
Freight Forward is writing from Duluth,
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Ghost. I always appreciate you paying close attention, my friend. As you know I do. Southern Cal, that's where I'm from, man, and I hate wearing closed-toed shoes with a passion. Yeah, that's so true, too. JFK points out the pins look great on a backpack, on an existing hat that you might have, or on your lapel when you go for office, you know? How do you get your hands on a Stones jacket caffeine gum? I don't know. That's a good question.
I think you actually have to come to Stones and buy one.
Yeah, I think they're right. Stones merch is notoriously hard to get your hands on. Harder than you think.
Name of my sex tape.
Jeremy gets out flopped here. Harlan does make his beautiful-looking ace-high board. Jeremy checks. Harlan bets. Jeremy folds. And 2 5s does not go broke that time. I'm gonna buy the Fat Thor outfit for Halloween. What are you gonna be for Halloween?
Probably working.
I'm gonna be working. Perfect. Yeah. Now, Keiran does work at a haunted house full time, so it it's appropriate.
Yeah. I could always go with the tourist guide. Safari guide.
Oh yeah, totally. The Jungle Cruise guide at Disneyland. I never used to wear. Yeah, there you go.
There we
Boom.
go.
He's got the full costume tonight. Yeah,
Good evening.
I never used to. Well, not never. I really wouldn't take Halloween very seriously. I would just wear the same Wayne Gretzky jersey every year and be like, I'm Wayne Gretzky. But this year, I think
Number
my
99.
wife and I. There you go, 9-9. Right? Is that really right on cue? We have 9s.
Well, we did a second ago. I'm not sure what happened. There we go.
Wow. Okay. Pff, boom. Wayne Gretzky pops his head up right away. He's like, did somebody call me?
Wait, so Brian made it 1,500. There had to have been some other bet. And Jake has gotten in the game finally. Good on you, Jake.
Hey, Jake. OG Jake. He's chipped up and ready to go. What is Robert? Robert just folds the 9s. Wayne
Yeah.
Gretzky into the muck. Feels bad, man.
Oh, yeah. So there was a 400 raise from Jeremy.
Ryan just cranks a monstrous 3-bet here. And Jeremy cannot call. He cannot call and play Jack 10 unsuited out of position.
Yeah.
Just now, he has 2 live cards, but it's just too expensive, and his position is not good, and so he folds, and the ace-king gets it done. Doesn't even have to see a board, nothing. Just going to scoop up several hundred uncontested dollars. Nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to rabbit hunt the board, and indeed, Jack 10 would have
gets
not
nothing.
won. Yeah, and there's no 9s. I think Robert just wanted to see if he was going to make a 9 there.
Yep. Who wants to argue that lemon pepper wings are the best flavor?
Oh, lemon pepper is the nuts. No, lemon pepper is such a damn good spice. Oh, especially with chicken. Orgasm.
I would disagree. I would go with something that is garlic.
Not bad. Not bad. I mean, yeah, we talking like a twice fried Asian wings that are like a garlic sort of sweet garlic
just
sauce.
anything with garlic.
Okay. Kieran's like, I actually I will just snort garlic powder if you want to meet me in the bathroom. Yeah, no, I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. No gamble, no future. Good name too, dude. I was never. I will always take the dry rub spicy wings over the soaking wet. You end up with orange fingers wings. Both are okay, but the dry rub spice, especially lemon pepper based spices, oh yeah.
Well, see, I'm not a spice eating person for the most part. I like flavor, not heat.
Okay, sure. I hear you. I like some heat depending on the context, but I could just as easily go for a no heat with tons of flavor. I love me some garlic too. Believe me, nothing like them train horn farts at 3 a.m. 7 deuce 3. Anyone got a piece of this? Anybody? Bueller?
Left guy, dry Cajun spice. No gamble, no
Dry
futures
Cajun
wonder.
spice? Yeah. Oh yeah. Some Creole seasoning, a little dry rub Creole. I'm all for that, dude.
Oh,
What?
we have an update.
No.
We have a sad update.
After I finally told them.
There will be no prizes for marbles tonight.
That is so painful. So there. Okay.
So you just have to tune in another time.
You know what? The political reference was perfect because this is great. You had that thing on your lapel as you got up and ran for office, but it turns out it was an empty promise. There you go. Garlic. I'm down. Yeah, garlic is good. Garlic is good. Nothing like a little garlic powder on the pizza. As a matter of fact, I should get some garlic powder for this pizza. You guys have inspired me.
You got a little thing of Parmesan with that, right? No?
No, but I'm not a huge Parmesan fan.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to
All
do
right.
some red pepper flakes and some garlic powder. Call it a day.
Yes, King Creeps, we will absolutely refund your money for the marbles race. We apologize. We did not want to get in this situation, but full refund for everybody. Alex the Kings fan is looking for free beer at the Grenade.
Of course he is. If I win, free beer at the Grenade. I will. Yes, as I said that earlier in the show. I don't think you heard it, Alex. If you win the marbles race and you can prove you show up in IRL at the Grenade and you can prove that you won a marbles race, I will buy you a beer.
Now, Arthur has flopped trips here, but nobody else has nothing. So I can't imagine his $450 bet is going to get any action. No.
Gus, you're killing me. We are 5 days away from fun. No, okay, I cannot. No, bad Scott. It's late and I'm getting punch drunk here. Start doing the Obama sound clips in my head. Not just hear him on a loop. 2 beers or no deal? Yeah, all right, no deal, caffeine gum. See ya.
Open another briefcase.
All right, well, man, here we are. We are a half an hour into overtime, and we have no signs of stopping. I'm glad we get to see OG Jake play some hands here.
I think that's the reason why we went into overtime.
Is
We
that
wanted
it?
to get Jake
got
on
it.
the
Okay,
stream.
fair enough. No gamble, no future. Thanks for the follow on Twitch, dude. Appreciate it a lot, man. If you guys are new to the show and you haven't already done so, please do hit that like and follow and subscribe button. It goes a long way to supporting the show. It's free, and the poker action is funky and fresh. No gamble, no future. I hope you hang out often, dude. Your screen name is delightful. Got to gamble. Such as raising to RU 420 if you're Robert with the old 7-6 of hearts, and Jeremy wakes up with honeys on the button. And he just calls. Ooh, tricky. Tricky.
And I think the problem in this situation, I think Robert is not going to wind up getting out of line on this. Well, first of all, Harlan hasn't made a decision as to what to do yet. Did Harlan straddle for 160?
I think so. That's
okay.
what it looks like. Or one. Yeah, look. Yes. So he just has to fold, and it's going to be the battle of the under-repped queens and the suited 7-6. And look out, meow. That's an action flop. Robert is never going anywhere, and neither is Jeremy. Jeremy has an under-repped overpair, and Robert has a monster combo draw. Buckle your seatbelts, kids. Here we go. Robert, continuation bets, and Jeremy just flats again.
Robert picks up the open-ender. More outs for Robert.
Wow, Robert, I would imagine he's going to bet again here. He has a monster draw. He doesn't really care what happens. He's just going to bet and see what Jeremy... How can Jeremy have something as strong as queens here? Doesn't he just have, like, king 10? Doesn't he just have hands like king 10, ace 10, jack 10?
Yeah.
Rather than queen freaking queen, he just called. Another flat call from Jeremy, and Robert has to hit, and he does not hit the deuce of pumpkins, and that is an annoying run out for Robert. Oh, my God. Do I really just have a low? I have a freaking 8-7-6 3 deuce low.
Is Robert going to shove here?
He has to. Well, I mean, if he wants, he can only win by betting, and he's never getting a fold. Never. Jeremy has underrepped his hand this whole time, and he's just going to hit the... Yeah, and Robert gives up. Very, very smart check give up by Robert. And Jeremy doesn't really know where he's at either, so he's just like, queens? And Robert missed it all, and the honeys held. Huh. Yeah, that was crazy. No Game in the Future. Always lurk the Stones cast stream. It's about time to give him a follow. Cool. Thanks, dude. Thanks, man. Well, we're glad you finally hit that button, brother. Welcome from the lurking family to the Stones Live homeboy family. Yeah, the Deuce of Pumpkins. I like to play the trap in cash games more than tournaments. Pays off a lot. Well, yeah. Well, that was a great spot to do it because he was not multi-way. It was heads up, and he was in position. Certainly, if there's spots to play it a little more coyly, it's a spot like that where it can really pay off for you. Now, the board also set up perfectly for him to make multiple streets of value with those queens. He doesn't have extremely difficult decisions because there's all undercards. He doesn't have to it's not like King XX, so it's an underboard to his queens. His opponent happened to have a huge draw that could legitimately bet on a semi bluff 2 times, and then bricked off. Now, would he have called? Now, if Robert makes a heart on the river and leads river, does he call with the queens? Let's say it's under a queen and it's a heart. Instead of the Deuce of Pumpkins, it's the Deuce of Hearts. Does he call a river bet there with the queens? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
because his hand is under-repped and he has an overpair. And what did Robert do? Robert bet all 3 streets with a flush draw? I mean, yes, but that's hard, and I think you're going to see queens call there a lot because he has under-repped his hand.
Yeah.
So his opponent feels like he can bluff because how can you show up with 2? How can you show up with an overpair?
Mm-hmm.
So now Robert set himself up to scoop a monster by semi-bluffing 2 streets. A, he's going to get folds there a bunch of the time when his opponent isn't playing a monster that he under-repped. B, if he doesn't get folds, he sets himself up to win a monster on the river if he binks his straight or his flush. None of those things happened. And yes, that ended up being in position, heads up, a good time to play queens coyly.
Rick Jackson. For you. There you go.
There it is. Keiran McCarran. Ooh, that rolls off the tongue.
It does, doesn't it?
Wow.
Let's see if I can get him to adopt me.
Avoid you at the yeah. Well, I'm all bluster behind the mic, dude. But I'm sure on the tables, when I don't see all of the hole cards, my decisions aren't quite as optimum as they seem here. That's for sure. Where you at? No Game, No Future.
No gamble, no future. No woman, no cry.
My favorite, man, where did I see this? Just the other day. There was some hippie woman at a protest rally. I'm not really sure when the picture was from, but she was holding up a sign that said you can fool some people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. And the quote was attributed to Bob Marley. It's like, that's so perfect. That's so on brand.
Hey, guess what, folks? It's marbles time, and Dad has overruled Mom and said we are going to be giving away lapel pins.
There you go. So not an empty promise after all. !! Play in the Twitch chat. Get in on this marbles race and score yourself a lapel pin if you can. Let's count her down. Let's do this.
Solo Asylum is brimming with confidence. He is committing to winning this. He has been working out, getting his marbles in prime condition.
Yeah, you're right. Technically, Ghost, you're correct, and so is the hippie lady. He did, in fact, say that.
Yeah.
Yes. He sung it, but yes. All right. You got 30 seconds left, guys. Get them in there. ! Play. This is a Twitch side game, if you please. ! Play. And King Creeps, that's unfair, man. Boost cheat code? ! Boost cheat code? Up, ! Up, down, down, left, right, select, start in the Twitch chat. Here we go, guys. For a lapel pin.
We got 37 runners. 2, 1, and let's go.
So should I just eat my pizza and watch this
Yeah,
this marble race
why not?
unfold? Oh, why not?
I'll go ahead and do
How
my
bad could it
Brent
be?
Harrington imitation.
Oh my God! Please
Lone
no.
Star Justice.
Wow, actually, that sounds just like him.
Well, he has that specific racing voice. Zucro getting down there. Brian Potter. Oh, he's looking very good there. Lone Star Justice still coming down. Brent Harrington. Kevin Gunn has gotten in first place.
Oh, Brent.
Going up the elevator. Who's gonna win? Lone Star Juice has got there first.
Hung out with Brent and Fat Train at my wedding a couple weekends ago, and Brent showed up in a plaid jacket and bow tie.
Ooh,
Classic Brent.
fancy. Lone Star Justice, Caffeine Gum, Brian Potter, all ahead of the Ghost Ball Asmati Games, Beep Boop Bella, Zucro, and Megahertz Mike, all following behind. They're about to get into the hamster ball. Gesundheit.
I think I just snorted a red pepper flake. Ooh, feels bad, man.
Oh, JFK Poker had to deal with the drunk guy and missed the first marble
Oh,
race?
no.
That is not cool.
God, why do people... God, why are we getting drunk and out of line on the floor of a casino? It just seems like such a negative EV play.
Asmati Games, the Ghost Ball, way ahead now. Lone Star Justice still in good shape, but getting bounced around the spinner. Beep Bop Bella also getting knocked around. Megahertz Mike has pulled ahead, gotten into first place, got one more spinner to get through. Beep Bop Bella's going to try a second try. No gamble, no future. Oh, no good.
No gamble, no future.
Beep Bop Bella, no
GG.
good.
GG.
Megahertz Mike is taking this one down.
Megahertz Mike.
Very
well
good.
Run race, dude. That's producer Mike.
All right.
Rigged. Unbelievable. We're giving away a lapel pin to our freaking producer.
Plague
oh
Bear
my
comes in a
God.
strong second. D. Lima 37 third. Harry Hawker is
ridiculous.
trying to come in fourth, but he's not going to do it, it looks like.
Oh my God. Matthew Ori, you're watching another Sorry for Cheating? Oh, well, listen, man. We might be able to forgive you, dude, but it's going to take some time, okay?
Dirty
I can't
Curry
believe
in
our own
fourth.
producer won a lapel pin. Oh, man.
Lester Forever in fifth. Zero Day in sixth. Alpha Med 707 in seventh. Stones Live Poker in eighth. I just flew off the track. Solo Asylum in ninth. Asmati Games in 10th. And we really don't care about anybody else. But
Wow.
we're still going to let everybody finish who is able to.
Oh, good Lord. We are going to do another one after this. One final marbles race before we call it a night. And we will give away a lapel pin, presumably to somebody who does not work here. Maybe. Maybe, but employees are eligible. So, you know. D. Lima, 37, well done. Top 3 finish on the podium. Plague Bear, well run race file. You got Solo Asylum, Asmati Games, friends of the show. Nice job, guys.
Staying ahead of the end there.
You know what? The important thing is that you found a way to finish, okay? You were like well, no, I don't even want to go there. You found a way to finish. Nice job. All right.
Huzzah.
Exclamation mark. You do not. Anyone is eligible. Anyone is
No
eligible.
subbing required.
That is right.
In fact, we don't even do subs on Twitch. It's all free.
Exclamation mark play in the Twitch chat for one final marbles race before we sign off for the evening. So get your plays in there. Let's count her down. Let's do it. Let's knock this out. I'm starving. 30 seconds. Get your plays in. Exclamation mark play. Whew, and then we will call tonight. Man, 11:30. Big overtime. Hope you guys have enjoyed the extra extendo Stones live tonight. Harlan and Victims.
What a game.
Action-packed game. What a game it was. And what a marbles race. This is sure to be as a little nightcap for you guys.
5 seconds, everyone. 36 runners.
For a lapel pin. Come get some.
Come get some.
The Brent Harrington Duke Nukem makes an appearance. Whoa.
Ooh, Hanging King right down the middle, and he's way ahead in first.
We'll be back on Monday night, No Gamble, No Future. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. And we'll, at the end of the show here in just a couple of minutes, we'll close it out and let you know everything you need to know about the next broadcast and stuff that is coming up.
That is a heck of a bounce.
Wow, and where are we? We're on one of the Virgin Islands beaches near the Thirst Lounge streaming house. I'm pretty sure this is where Fat Train, Casey, and Maddie went skinny dipping that one night. And I did see pictures from that night. That did happen, and it is exactly as good as you think it looked. CS Wood in the lead here, way in the lead. It's his race to lose.
I don't think we've lost one person so far, it looks like. Still have 35 out of the original 36 runners. We're going to lose some here, though. This looks nasty. But we've already got finishes. Hanging King right in the first
Is that
place
Hanging
there.
King? Hanging King.
Hanging King. Well
nice
done.
job. That is a Stones Live lapel pin heading in the direction of Hanging King. But once again, please allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery. Hanging King, excellent, excellent race. Well done. All you guys that race marbles with us, we appreciate you very much. Thanks for just kind of having some fun with us here at the end of a super fun stream, and that was the stream. That was Harlan and Victims.
There were some definite victims in this one. Harlan had a little bit of run bad early, but boy, did he come on strong at the end.
Ran it up. Finished somewhere in like the 15K range in his stack. So it was a nice night for Harlan. Made victims of his opponents as he is wont to do. And that is going to do it for us here tonight on Stones. We appreciate you guys very much hanging out, making the chatter super fun, and just spending part of your weekend with us. We really appreciate you guys. As always, we will be back on the air on Monday night at 6:30 p.m. Pacific. We are playing some 4-card poker, a little banana game action. Omaha P-Lull. It'll be, what was it? Was it Omaha High-Low or whatever? It'll be some PLO High. Okay, so a PLO game, and that will be Bot Lady and Boss Justin. They'll be bringing the action to you starting at 6:30 p.m. Pacific. Once again, hit the like and follow and subscribe buttons with the notifications. That way you don't even got to remember. Your phone will just tell you, hey, Stones is live, and that's going to be coming up in just 48 short hours. So until then, it is Scott for Keiran, our producers, Harlan, and all the players, and JFK saying so long.